Chapter 1. The Choice. When it comes to drawing cards, the first step is to find a spot with favorable feng shui. Joey gazed at his character displayed on the computer screen, perched at the pinnacle of the entire map, and nodded in satisfaction. Next, I must wash my hands and offer a prayer. Following the mystical card draw theory proposed by a certain Billy content creator, Joey had meticulously prepared before proceeding to click for the card draw. One attempt yielded no golden light, no matter. It was only the 40th draw, a trivial matter. 2 attempts, still no golden light, just a minor inconvenience. 3 attempts. 4 attempts, he maintained his smile. He was bound to score big eventually. Finally, golden light flashed. Joey's excitement surged as he stared at the screen, only to see a new character pop up. My name is Chi-Chi, and I am a zombie. My little consolation prize. The room was filled with exclamations of happiness. After a moment of hysterical despair, Joey took a breath and realized he could not allow himself to spiral like this. The game was called Original Magic. Joey had fallen into its depths a year ago, and since his original account had yielded no worthwhile rewards, he spent 500 yuan to purchase a new one. While the official stance forbade account trading, many players still engaged in this practice. Over the past year, he had invested considerable effort into nurturing the few 5-star characters and weapons he possessed. Nevertheless, the card draws had truly tested his mental fortitude. Just as Joey hesitated over whether to indulge in a 648 yuan recharge, his phone chimed with a notification. Picking it up, he discovered a message stating that someone was applying to change the binding phone number on his account. Joey froze for a moment, puzzled. What was happening? His phone was right here, and he hadn't shared the password with anyone. Was his account being hacked? Then it struck him. Recently, there have been discussions online concerning the game's increased real name verification measures. Previously, the highest tier of verification was via email, but now, with real name verification, accounts could be reclaimed. Had his account been taken back? Panic set in while the account hadn't cost much. It represented his hard work over the past year. How could it be claimed back after all he had done? He quickly opened his phone again to attempt to bind it once more. During this process, there was a safety window during which the other party couldn't modify the password. Seizing this opportunity, Joey located the platform where he had initially purchased the account, which had claimed they would compensate users in cases of account reclamation. However, after several exchanges with customer service, Joey's patience faltered. The representative was completely uncooperative, consistently dodging his crucial questions with vague responses, insisting he needed to negotiate directly with the seller. Why would I buy from a platform if I have to resolve these issues myself? Despite his frustrations, Joey was resolute in defending the account he had poured his heart into. He reached out to the original seller, but received no response. Fortunately, he still had a phone number from the transaction. He hurriedly dialed it, and the call connected, only to be met with silence. Hello, I'm the person who bought your Original Magic account a year ago. Today, I discovered you reclaimed it. Joey was met with the sound of a busy signal. It was evident he had been blocked. Desperate, Joey recalled an old university number he had kept active due to numerous bindings. He quickly sent a message detailing the situation and requesting the original seller to contact him. After a prolonged wait with no answer, the seller's intentions became clear. Was resolute in his decision. Anxious, Joey turned to the internet for help, quickly discovering a chorus of despair in gaming forums. Many players had fallen victim to account reclaiming. Even more infuriating were those who boasted about their successful reclaiming. Accounts previously sold for 1 or 2,000 suddenly returned to them, brimming with maxed-out characters. Fuming, Joey attempted to reason with others, only to be told, "You chose to buy an account. The game forbids it if it's reclaimed. You have no one to blame but yourself." Was there truly no law or justice here? A common working man like Joey felt on the brink of exploding with frustration. Yet now was not the time to rage. Joey scoured post after post until he stumbled upon some credible advice that sparked a flicker of hope. Indeed, while the game platform forbade account trading, the law recognized the value of virtual property. If the reclaimed account had significant recharge history, he could file a police report. He diligently read through several links related to this information. After a thorough examination, he placed his phone down, contemplating the implications of what he had learned. First, the reclaiming of an account was certainly illegal. However, if the value were too low, law enforcement might refuse to take action even for a microspender like himself. Second, should he file a case? There was no guaranteeing its efficacy more often than not. The police would only ask a few questions. Lastly, pursuing legal action was indeed the most straightforward approach, but it would entail a cumbersome, costly process with minimal return. As he faced the daunting path ahead in his attempt to reclaim his account, he began to waver. He read numerous comments from others stating that pursuing a lawsuit could cost thousands, only for a judgment yielding mere hundreds. Not to mention the relentless time wasted. It truly seemed not worth the trouble. But could he really allow the reclaimers to frolic unpunished? He found this notion intolerable. Just then, 3 lines of text unfurled before him. 1. You didn't spend much, consider it a loss, and move on. Pursuing this will consume your time and energy. 2. Destroy the account, dissolve the weapons and artifacts. If I can't have it, neither shall anyone else. 3. Recharge 1 million yuan. I would relish seeing the reclaimers weep and wail. What was happening? He found himself momentarily stunned. Out of nowhere, 3 lines of text appeared. Clearly legible, it was as if they had been inscribed into his very soul. Curiously, they perfectly mirrored his current dilemma. Was this hallucination induced by the stress of his account being reclaimed? Upon closer inspection of the 3 options, the first was straightforward, while the second reflected a sentiment echoed by many in the Farumsa desire to ruin the account if it couldn't serve him. The third option, I choose 3. After all, he did not possess 1 million yuan, and surely it was merely a figment of his imagination. Moreover, whether he could successfully reclaim his account hinged on its value, and he saw no reason for hesitation. At that moment, a cold, emotionless voice emerged. Detected host selection of a critical option. System activation initiated. Virtual account activated. 1 million yuan credited. Here are the system rules. 1. The virtual account may only be used for system tasks and cannot be utilized otherwise. The source of funds will be clarified by the system. 2. The system will issue tasks and evaluate completion levels, distributing rewards accordingly. 3. Tasks will be triggered at random. Hosts are encouraged to explore. Note: contemporary individuals often adhere to a lackadaisical mindset, believing that stating facts and reasoning and being overly serious are undesirable traits, indicative of low emotional intelligence. However, society occasionally requires those who are diligent and assertive. He stood dumbfounded for a full 3 seconds before the realization hit him. Had he stumbled into the legendary system that countless protagonists experienced? However, neither of his parents had passed away, and his family life was harmonious, hardly resembled the archetypal protagonist. Yet, if this system were indeed real, then he could recharge immediately. Without hesitation, he logged into the game, still within the safety period. With newfound fervor, he decided to invest in the 648 yuan recharge. What he had once feared, he now embraced. Shortly, he stared in astonishment at the funds that appeared in his account. Could it be? This system was real? Chapter 2. Just 1 million. He suddenly realized that he had indeed stumbled upon something extraordinary. At the very least, the funds in this so-called virtual account could genuinely be utilized for recharge. He called upon the system once more, and the familiar interface materialized before him, displaying a newly refreshed event titled Account Retrieved. Recharge 1 million instantly. Event name: Account Retrieved. Recharge 1 million. Event requirements: purchase an account that has been maliciously retrieved, and educate the individual who reclaimed it by augmenting the account's value. Current event completion: 5. If it were anyone else, they might have already begun frantically recharging by now, but it was evident that he was no ordinary individual. As a seasoned gamer, he was acutely aware of the significance of completion rates. Upon seeing that requirement, he discerned that merely recharging 1 million to imprison the person who reclaimed his account would be nearly impossible to achieve 100% completion. This was an instinct, a sense honed from countless intellectual duels with game planners. Even though it was the system now, he firmly believed that regardless of whether it was the system or the game designers, they could not allow him to easily reach 100% completion. The requirement stated that the individual who reclaimed the account needed to be educated. This referred not only to the person who retrieved his account, but also to the myriad of account reclaimers. He had seen numerous posts from reclaimers on forums, brazenly proclaiming that they would report it to the authorities, as it would be of no consequence. Thus, he needed to ensure that these audacious reclaimers received their due education. Consequently, Zhou swiftly devised a plan that end this era of self-media. Anyone with a smartphone could become a media creator, and coincidentally, Zhou himself was a content creator. Regrettably, his previous gaming videos had garnered only a meager viewership. However, now Zhou was convinced that this video would undoubtedly go viral. Since the funds in the virtual account could not be withdrawn, he would capitalize on the opportunity to create videos and earn money while simultaneously raising awareness. Truly a twofold success. He set up his action camera, typically used for filming, and commenced his new recording. Hello, my dear friends. I am your old companion, E. Today, I am not here to play games. Instead, I wish to share something with you. My account has been maliciously retrieved. Perhaps many of you are already aware that in the original Magic game, the weight of real name authentication surpasses that of email, leading to many friends having their accounts reclaimed. Ironically, I once mocked others for this, only to find that today, my account has also been retrieved. At this point, he could add a few lines of text above his head. The fool is none other than I. After casually remarking on the current situation and putting in some effort, Zhou turned and declared, however, as a serious man, I believe we must not indulge these account reclaimers. So, taking advantage of the safety period for game accounts, I recharged 1 million, not for any other reason, but simply to witness the tears of those reclaimers. Having said that, Zhou directed the camera towards his computer screen and began the recharge process while narrating that he would film the process, but would edit it later. Soon enough, he began to voice his frustrations. Everyone, I must express my bewilderment. Why is the maximum recharge limited to 648? Why can't it be a bit more? This is exhausting. Practical experience proved that 1 million was indeed no small sum. Fortunately, after clicking the mouse for quite some time, Zhou discovered that the system allowed for rapid recharges directly, ensuring that there were no discrepancies in the recharge records. He almost fell into a trap. If he had continued, it would have taken an eternity to complete. Once the recharge was finalized, Zhou pointed the camera back at himself and resumed, All right, it's done. Next, I will proceed with the card draws, drawing as many as I can. Afterwards, when the seller retrieves the account, I will report it to the authorities, documenting the entire rights protection process. With that, Zhou began drawing cards. Previously, it had taken him 3 arduous months of saving just to indulge in a single draw. Yet now, he could draw at will. However, at that moment, the characters and weapons that once captivated him felt utterly devoid of allure, as if he were in a sage's time, merely gazing at piles of data. In fact, after too many draws, Zhou even felt a bit nauseated. The sight of the golden glow was truly overwhelming. After drawing for a considerable time, Zhou estimated that enough time had passed and promptly logged out of his account. Indeed, it was not long before the account password and other details had been altered, rendering him unable to log in. However, it mattered little. With the system in place, he no longer cared about any game account. Today was a day of rest. Upon waking, Zhou had yet to freshen up. He casually splashed some water on his face, hastily ate a few bites of food, gathered all necessary evidence such as purchase records and recharge details, along with his identification, and set out to ask for whether time would impede his case. Zhou was entirely unconcerned. Although he had recharged within the safety period, which felt somewhat like baiting, many similar incidents had occurred before. For instance, there was a certain business owner who had realized he had been scammed, yet when it came to seeking justice, he did so without hesitation, even leaving the scammer dumbfounded upon apprehension, as he had never imagined he could deceive someone for such a substantial amount. Ultimately, the law would take its course, with apprehensions and judgments based on the monetary value involved. Perhaps it was the influence of the system. But as Zhou walked down the street, he felt a peculiar buoyancy. For the first time, he indulged in luxury by hailing a taxi to the police station near his home. Inside the station, a seasoned officer, old Zhou, was diligently attending to his duties when he heard a commotion and looked up to see a young man entering. Old Zhou adjusted his glasses, uncertain of the young man's purpose for coming in. Zhou was just an ordinary individual, possessing a nondescript face, the kind that would not warrant an ID check on the street. Remarkably unremarkable. However, his expression management was impeccable, resembling someone who had just been swindled out of a significant sum of money. Officer, I've been defrauded. Oh no, I lost something. Old Joe, a veteran officer, had seen his fair share of cases and quickly replied, "Young man, do not panic. Take your time to explain. It is like this. I purchased a game account online and recharged some money into IT. That IT has been a year. And now, due to real name authentication, my account has been reclaimed. So ye eklemet anjusli. Uncle, in our country, virtual property is indeed protected. Right? Does this not constitute fraud? In earlier years, the concept of virtual property, such as game accounts, was still relatively foreign, and many grassroots personnel were uncertain how to define it. However, times had changed, just days prior. Old Joe had heard some colleagues discussing similar matters. Hence, he smiled and replied, "Naturally, our country does protect virtual property, and such actions are undoubtedly illegal. There have been instances where it has been classified as fraud, as well as theft, but the specifics depend on the amount you spent during purchase and its actual value." As he spoke, Old Joe picked up a nearby cup of water, taking a sip while continuing. "However, you should know that whether we file a case depends on the amount involved. By the way, how much did you buy it for? And how much did you recharge?" "Oh, I bought it for 500 and recharged 1 million. "Oh, you bought it for 500 and recharged what?" Old Joe sputtered, spraying water everywhere. "You recharged how much?" 1 million. Chapter 3. The tranquility of time. After a brief commotion, he found himself seated before two individuals, Old Joe and another officer from the station. Regardless of the classification of virtual property, when the recharge amount reached such staggering figures, the case became a serious matter. However, after wiping his mouth clean, Old Joe exchanged glances with Officer Lou beside him, both pondering if this young man might be somewhat Navi. They glanced over the evidence, which included transaction and recharge records, as well as a contract from a third-party platform, essentially confirming that the case was legitimate. However, did this person truly lack awareness? 500 for an account, and he recharged 1 million. Joey felt slightly uneasy under the scrutinizing gazes of the two officers. After contemplating, he finally asked, "But officers, what do you think about my situation?" Officer Lou waved his hand, reassuringly stating, "Rest assured, young man, we will certainly take action. Moreover, given the magnitude of this amount, it has reached an exceptionally substantial level, so we have already reported it and will allocate skilled personnel to investigate the case." Having completed the procedural dialogue, Officer Lou pondered for a moment before adding, "However, young man, regarding your case, the individual who reclaimed the account is likely unaware of the extent of your recharge. Their subjective malice may not be very strong. But let's not dwell on that for now. First, we must locate the individual and solve the case." That was agreeable. Joey nodded in appreciation. After inquiring whether he could document the reporting process for a video, Officer Lou confirmed it would be permissible, but subject to their review. With the reporting receipt in hand, Joey exited the police station. Perhaps due to the series of events, his anger had diminished significantly compared to earlier. It seemed that this was why many people chose to overlook such minor evils in life. The primary reason was simply the overwhelming hassle. Truly too troublesome. Even with a cheat, dealing with it felt like a chore. Using the words of the aforementioned Lou, the other party likely had no idea they would recharge such a substantial amount. Their subjective malice is not particularly strong. However, Joey is indifferent to these considerations, that he cares not for the extent of one's malice. It has been a year since the account was sold, and now, unexpectedly retrieved, the individual has attempted various means to contact him, only to be met with the disheartening result of both phone numbers being blocked. Previously, he had attempted to call with another number, but again found it engaged. Well, they are all adults, and thus should understand a fundamental truth. One must bear the consequences of their own mistakes. Looking at the time, several hours have passed since the account security period ended, indicating that the individual who retrieved it has certainly logged into the game. This is beyond doubt, meaning they must have seen the dizzying array of numbers on the account. Yet, despite knowing the recharge amount is exorbitantly high, they still chose not to contact him. What does this indicate? Either they are woefully ignorant of the law and do not perceive their actions as criminal, or they are confident they will not be found. Regardless, they have extinguished their last glimmer of hope. Joey shook his head and opened his panel. Everything else appeared normal, but the completion percentage had risen to 35%. Indeed, the recharge coupled with the police report has significantly increased it. Now, all that remains is to wait and perhaps edit the video. This time, he plans to divide the video into two parts. The first will detail his discovery of the account theft, his various attempts to contact the account owner and third-party platforms, all of which yielded no results. Then, in a moment of exasperation, he recharged 1 million and decided to report the incident to the authorities. As for the subsequent outcomes of the police report, that will be revealed in the second video. Naturally, Joey would never admit that his actions were merely to inflate the content. The work of the uploader hardly qualifies as such. Although only a few watched, he is a seasoned creator, adept at navigating these tasks. With a cheerful heart, Joey hummed a tune as he happily returned home to edit the video. Meanwhile, the police had already commenced their investigation through various means. Though the account that recharged 1 million is certainly not worth such a sum, perhaps not even worth several hundred thousand, this figure is still considerably substantial, beyond the purview of a single precinct. Thus, Liu had long since escalated the case. Moreover, due to the unique nature of this case, many within the judicial system of Jingzhou City became aware of the situation. A seemingly naive young man had recharged 1 million on a retrieved account. History has shown that those who underestimate the police rarely end well. Jingzhou City serves as the capital of Handong Province, and thousands of kilometers away, in a small county known as Qingshan, Lu Su was boasting about his account to a friend. "Wow, Su Go, how much did you recharge?" a companion exclaimed, astonished by the phone screen. Lu Su chuckled heartily. "Not much, just a few 100,000. A few 100,000 is hardly not much. Su Go, you must be wealthy." Listening to the chorus of flattery around him, Lu Su beamed with pride. This original demon account had been sold a year prior. At the time, he was in his senior year of high school, and, under strict parental guidance, had little time to play games. So he listed the account on a trading platform for 500 yuan. To his surprise, it sold shortly thereafter. Following that came the Gaokao, college entrance examination, and university, thanks to his parents being educators. He came from a scholarly background and performed admirably. Now, having just completed his first year of university and returned home for summer break, he found himself bored and recalled someone mentioning that original demon accounts now had the highest real name verification weight. Remembering his own account, which had also undergone real name verification, he decided to give it a try, and to his astonishment, he successfully retrieved it. Although there was a security period due to the change in binding, Lu Su was not anxious. Once the security period passed, he would be able to log in. During this time, he indeed received messages and calls, but had no intention of responding. The internet is vast. And now that he had retrieved the account, what could they possibly do? He knew that buying and selling accounts online meant simply paying to enjoy a game for a while. Many sellers would attempt to reclaim their accounts. That individual spent 500 yuan. Surely it was enough for a year's worth of gaming. Glancing online, he saw numerous boastful posts from others who had retrieved their accounts, discovering a plethora of fully equipped characters. Lu Su had approached this whole endeavor with a casual mindset, harboring no specific expectations. However, upon logging into the account, he was left utterly astounded. To be frank, he had never encountered such a staggering quantity of gacha balls. It even far exceeded the balance in his bank account. How much is this? Lu Su dared not contemplate. After some rough calculations, he knew it must exceed 500,000, though one must not assume that university students are all savvy. Countless students have fallen victim to scams, with certain schemes specifically targeting them. Indeed, some of the utterances from these students would leave one questioning their status as university attendees. The answer, however, is clear. Following the expansion of university admissions, the number of students has surged. Wadaica Vocational and Technical College is a university, and those lesser institutions that exist solely to profit are also categorized as universities. Lu Su certainly understood that such actions were inappropriate, yet he could not articulate precisely why. He vaguely felt that the amount recharged by that previous individual was excessive, but he brushed it aside. This brings us to another issue. Many contemporary youths, including university students, no longer regard money with the same weight. A glance at certain social media platforms and various short videos reveals a plethora of affluent individuals. It seems that those encountered online are all wealthy, casually discussing luxury goods as if they were commonplace. What is a mere few $100,000 to them? Perhaps only when one earns their own money do they truly comprehend its value. Who knows? Furthermore, with so many individuals online successfully retrieving accounts without consequence, Lu Su felt no cause for concern. Additionally, having been raised by teacher parents who were overly strict throughout his life, especially regarding financial matters, he instinctively began to flaunt his retrieved account. This satisfied a long-held vanity he had missed throughout his upbringing. Witnessing the astonished expressions of his friends, who had previously boasted before him, Lu Su felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of life. He had never felt better. Of course, Lu Su remained unaware that even at this moment, certain individuals had begun to seek out his family. Chapter 4. My child would never commit a crime. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the room was rapped upon, prompting Zhou Chun, busy washing vegetables in the kitchen, to call out, "Old Lu, someone's at the door. Could you take a look?" Lu Zhengwo, lazily reading the newspaper on the sofa, stood up and sauntered to the door, asking casually, "Who is it?" Both were seasoned educators, having dedicated their lives to teaching. While not particularly wealthy, they certainly hailed from a scholarly background, having never relaxed their focus on their son's education. Their son had always brought them pride, having recently gained admission to a well-known university in the country. Whenever they spoke with others, their son's accomplishments were a common topic. Thus, upon Lu Zhengwo opening the door to find several police officers, he was merely puzzled. "Oh, comrades, what brings you here?" The lead investigator, Officer Zhang, an experienced detective from Qingshan County, chuckled as he inquired, "Is this Lu Su's home?" While asking, Officer Zhang couldn't help but feel a twinge of confusion. As a seasoned detective, he had encountered countless strange cases. Yet this one was unprecedented. If it were a theft, it would certainly qualify as such, and the sum involved was undeniably colossal. Yet there was something peculiarly off about it. In short, it left one wanting to scoff yet unable to articulate their thoughts. One could only wonder if that young man might be somewhat dim-witted. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhengwo nodded, saying, "Yes, this is Lu Su's home. I am Lu Zhengwo, Lu Su's father. May I ask what this is regarding?" Once he realized the officers were here, concerning his son, Lu Zhengwo thought little of it. After all, in his mind, his son had always been associated with words like well-behaved, thoughtful, and studious. As for crime, those two words could never be linked to his child at that moment. Zhou Chun, drying her hands, approached and inquired, "Old Lu, who is it?" But upon reaching the door and seeing the police officers, she too was taken aback. Officer Zhang smiled and said, "Ah, it's Lu Su's parents. Is Lu Su at home?" Lu Zhengwo and his wife exchanged glances, responding, "Our son isn't home. Officers, there's something you need to discuss with him." Just then, a neighbor's door across the hall opened, and several neighbors peered out. This was an old residential community, with aged buildings inhabited by familiar faces, many of whom were from the same workplace. Thus, upon seeing police officers at Lu's home, the neighbors emerged to inquire, some even speaking over one another. Officer Zhang surveyed the scene and replied, "We have some questions for Lu Su. Do you two know where he might be?" Upon hearing this, a look of tension spread across Lu Zhengwo and Zhou Chun's faces as they asked, "But officer, why would you need to ask him anything? What seems to be the issue?" Officer Zhang, experienced in his field, chose not to elaborate and simply stated, "You two needn't worry. Perhaps we should discuss this inside." He had already reviewed the materials prior to arriving, knowing well that this couple valued their dignity. However, these were good people, lifelong educators that in such a scenario, directly revealing the nature of the inquiry would certainly cause them to lose face. Yet Officer Zhang had not anticipated that. For Lu Zhengwo and Zhou Chun, Lu Su represented their pride. And now, to have their pride confronted by the police at their doorstep, it felt like an utter affront to their dignity. There is no need for formalities. "Comrades, if you have something to discuss with Xiao Su, please state it plainly. This unexpected visit has left us bewildered. One might think Xiao Su has committed some offense." Zhou Chun exclaimed vehemently. Her thoughts were straightforward, akin to the many who had been taken away by the police, merely to answer a few questions. Yet once the news spread, they would be met with scrutinizing gazes. Zhou Chun felt it imperative to clarify the situation in front of their many neighbors. They could not simply declare their intent to question her son without further context. You come here asking questions without cause. How will others perceive us afterwards? Naturally, Lao Zhang discerned the underlying implications in her words and replied, Teacher Liu, perhaps it would be best if we discuss this matter indoors. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Shuwa from the Criminal Investigation Team of Qingshan County. And this is my badge number. He sincerely wished to avoid any discourse with Zhou Chun, aware that when it comes to matters involving children, mothers tend to be the most impulsive. The mere mention of the subject ignited Zhou Chun's fury. What do you mean? Are you implying that you're a criminal investigator? Why do you need to question my son? Clarify this at once. If you don't provide answers today, I shall file a complaint against you. Is there no law left to uphold? Indeed. Comrades, could you please elucidate the situation? Xiao Su has been raised right, always obedient and academically accomplished. He just got accepted into a prestigious university. Comrades, surely there must be some misunderstanding. That child, Xiao Su, is exceptionally well-behaved, focused solely on his studies. How could he possibly? The neighbors began to chime in, some genuinely attempting to defend, while others were merely eager for the spectacle. Lao Zhang, observing this, felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. He had anticipated that the situation would be far from smooth, and his colleagues from Jingzhou were already en route, in cases where the monetary stakes were high yet the threat level remained relatively low. If he mishandled this, it would be a disgrace. Thus, he signaled to his team, and soon someone produced a document. Let me be frank. Lu Su is suspected of theft, and the amount involved is particularly significant, having violated criminal law. Here is the notice of criminal detention. He handed over the notice, continuing, Therefore, if any of you know Lu Su's whereabouts, please inform us. Moreover, as educated individuals, you are all aware that concealing information or providing a tip-off is itself a criminal act. And I trust you understand the consequences, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. Upon hearing Lao Zhang's words and seeing the notice of criminal detention, Zhou Chun felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. It was as though a bolt of lightning had shattered her pride into a million pieces. She wanted to refute, to assert that it was impossible for such a well-behaved child like Xiao Su to commit theft, especially since their household was not lacking in financial support. Yet the notice was authentic, detailing Lu Su's information clearly. Observing Zhou Chun on the brink of fainting, Lu Jiangwo quickly supported her. What's wrong? Are you all right? Come on, get up. Lao Lu, how could our Xiao Su possibly have committed a crime? Zhou Chun's expression was one of utter confusion. The neighbors fell silent, with the police at their door bearing a criminal detention notice. There was little more to say. Yet some faces bore an odd expression, incredulous that Lu Su could be implicated in theft, especially on such a grand scale. However, a few others secretly felt a sense of inexplicable satisfaction. Lu Su had always been the exemplary child, not only studious but also exceptionally polite. Yet if it were merely Lu Su's excellence, it would be one thing. The crux was that his parents never ceased to boast about him. They knew he excelled in his studies and was well-behaved, but so what? He was still their child, not theirs. The constant bragging had become tiresome. Now, with Lu Su facing arrest, they were eager to see what the proud parents would say. Such thoughts were not surprising. Human nature is inherently complex, after all. Otherwise, why would the saying, you know a person's face but not their heart, exist? All right then, where is Lu Su? Chapter 5. I merely reclaim my account. A group of individuals walked along the street, with Lu Jiangwo leading the way, while Zhou Chun finally regained her composure and began inquiring about the situation incessantly. In her words, could there have been some mistake? Since the case was not being handled by Qingshan County and was still in the investigative phase, Lao Zhang could divulge nothing. However, he understood that this case was nearly a foregone conclusion. It was improbable to be mistaken. His colleagues had directly contacted the trading platform, using Lu Su's personal information from the site to locate his home. Yes, the platform indeed contained personal data such as Lu Su's ID number. When Joey approached, the platform was supposed to provide him with this information, enabling him to negotiate with the seller. However, upon learning he had to negotiate himself, Zhou erupted in anger, and thus no information was given. Consequently, the police from the trading platform arrived, and without hesitation, they cooperated fully. That was how they swiftly located Lu Su's residence. Most crucially, A criminal detention notice had already been issued. Meanwhile, as the officers remained silent, Zhou Chun too fell quiet, merely trudging ahead. After starting university, Lu Su typically did not venture far. His usual haunts were just a few familiar spots, the nearest being a bubble tea shop. There, one could order a drink and linger for hours, enjoying free Wi-Fi and charging stations, making it a favored retreat for children indulging in mobile games. Peering through the glass window, Zhou Chun quickly spotted her son inside. "Comrade police. Look, Xiao Su is right there. Surely you must check again to confirm there has been a mistake." Lao Zhang waved his hand dismissively. "All right, Teacher Zhou, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, you both can accompany me inside. Let us hasten to bring Lu Su out. Xiao Wang, ensure the recording device is ready. Xiao Zhou, prepare the equipment." The two younger officers nodded in agreement, as experience suggested that Lu Su would not resist. Yet, in the old detective's book, nothing was absolute. Capturing a suspect required the utmost caution. Zhou Chun wanted to say more, but Lao Zhang had already taken the lead into the shop, followed closely by the two young detectives, while two others remained stationed at the entrance. Inside the bubble tea shop, a throng of youngsters were engrossed in their games, consisting of university students, high schoolers, and even middle schoolers. Laughter and chatter filled the air, with exclamations such as "This character is amazing," or "My Liu Bei is unbeatable." Upon pushing the door open, many heads turned, momentarily stunned. They had never seen police enter before. The shopkeeper at the counter noticed Lao Zhang and his team and hurried out. "Comrades, what brings you here?" With a flourish, Lao Zhang presented his badge, declaring, "Qingshan County Criminal Investigation Team, executing a mission." This authoritative display rendered the shopkeeper mute. Lu Su and his friends quickly became aware of the commotion, and one of them whispered, "Hey, what is going on? Why the big show?" Lu Su shook his head in confusion. "Who knows? Ugh, you've got terrible luck. How could you draw something like that? It's all gone to ruin." Zhou, he had recharged excessively, and thus they were taking turns drawing cards, reveling in the feeling of affluence. "Xiao Su, we've seen it all before. Don't move, I'm recording a video for Billy. I bet it'll scare those folks to death. The raw stones are worth more than their coins." The group resumed their playful banter, blissfully unaware that Lao Zhang and his team were approaching them. Just then, someone looked up and exclaimed, "Xiao Su, look over there. Those police officers seem to be your dad and mom." They had all grown up together, so they were familiar with each other's parents. Yes, that's so. Lu Su looked up, and indeed, it was his parents that a glance at the officers in front of them made Lu Su's heart race with anxiety. His family was aware of their own affairs. The account sold had likely seen considerable funds poured into it, only to be reclaimed by him. Many individuals online had reported the matter, though without much outcome. Yet, was it really necessary? It was merely about reclaiming an account. However, he could not yet be certain, so Lu Su's complexion paled slightly. The group stood before Lao Zhang, who was about to speak when Zhou Chun interjected. "Xiao Su, when that officer asks you questions, you must answer honestly." Lao Zhang cast a helpless glance at Zhou Chun before turning to Lu Su. "So, you are Lu Su, correct?" Lu Su's eyes reflected his apprehension. Yet he managed to nod. His friends, meanwhile, held their breath, perhaps realizing they had never encountered such a serious situation before. Naturally, these friends, along with the other curious onlookers in the bubble tea shop, were equally intrigued as to what crime this young man had committed. Many recognized Lu Su, famed far and wide as the ideal child, having heard his name countless times from their parents throughout their upbringing. Thus, they all perked up their ears, eager to listen. "All right, Lu Su, I hereby inform you that you are under criminal detention on suspicion of theft, with the amount involved being particularly substantial, as approved." Upon hearing the words "suspected of theft" and the impending criminal detention, Lu Su's complexion instantly turned as pale as a ghost. His friends nearby were equally astonished. How could Lu Su possibly be involved in theft? His parents were both teachers, not wealthy, but certainly not in need of resorting to theft. Moreover, the amount in question was described as particularly substantial. Lu Su murmured, "No, it can't be. I merely retrieved my account. How can that be considered theft?" At this point, Zhou Chun and Lu Jiangwo remained bewildered, yet they felt that their son seemed to be making a valid point. "So, What exactly did you do? If you merely retrieve your account, then explain it clearly to this police officer. If you clarify, everything will be fine. Zhou Chun shouted. Exactly, officer, it sounds like he's just talking about retrieving an account. That shouldn't be theft. Let Xiao Su explain it clearly, Lu Jingwo chimed in. However, aside from the two of them, the remaining young people in the milk tea shop had begun to grasp the situation. Especially Lu Su's friends, who shared a passion for the game, quickly recalled the account that had been recharged to a rather alarming extent. So, was everything Lu Su said earlier a fabrication? Did he sell the account? Someone pumped a significant sum into it, and then he retrieved it. Chapter 6. We must contact the buyer. Witnessing his parents defending him, Lu Su, who had initially been frightened to the point of losing color in his face, suddenly found his courage that he repeatedly exclaimed, I assure you, officer, this account has always belonged to me. The game's official policy does not support account trading, so I retrieved it using my real name authentication. How can that be considered theft? Lu Su spoke rapidly and urgently. Although Lu Jingwo and his wife still did not fully comprehend the situation, they finally had a basis for understanding, surrounded by a clamoring crowd. Even seasoned Officer Zhang found it increasingly intolerable. With many onlookers present, he could only signal to his apprentice to ensure the recording device was properly aimed. Enough noise, Mr. Zhou and Mr. Lu. This is a criminal detention. If you wish to express anything, you may do so through legal channels to safeguard your rights, rather than shouting at me. As an experienced officer, despite his usual affable demeanor when he raised his voice, his authoritative presence was indeed formidable. Cuff him and take him away. The colleagues from Jingzhou City would soon arrive, and he could not afford any further delays. The young officer behind him swiftly produced handcuffs and secured them around Lu Su's wrists. In an instant, the once loquacious Lu Su was rendered speechless. The handcuffs, along with the interrogation room's table and chair, were symbols of regret. For instance, certain internet celebrities, brimming with arrogance, might boldly declare that they were unafraid of any repercussions, even if one reported them. Yet, the moment they found themselves in handcuffs and seated in that regretful chair, their expressions would starkly contrast their earlier bravado. Thus, upon being handcuffed, Lu Su was utterly dumbfounded. Officer, please let Xiao Su finish explaining, Zhou Chun pleaded, but Officer Zhang interrupted her decisively. This is a final warning. This is the police executing an arrest that if you continue to obstruct, you will be charged with hindering law enforcement. And I will take you both into custody as well. Do you understand? I'm not joking with you. With a stern countenance, Officer Zhang left that remark hanging in the air, seizing Lu Su's phone that contained the login credentials and placing it into an evidence bag before departing. Some individuals simply push their luck. He had initially intended to be discreet and considerate, but it seemed they were oblivious to the gravity of the situation, failing to recognize the implications of criminal detention. Lu Su was taken away, leaving Zhou Chun and Lu Jingwo standing there in a daze, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, Lu Jingwo appeared to recall something and hurriedly said, Xiao Wu, you and your friends are Lu Su's closest companions. Please explain what happened. The friends, still reeling from the earlier commotion, began to recount the story. It's like this, Annie. Lu Su sold a rare gaming account last year, I believe it was last year, as they listened to Lu Su's friends. Zhou Chun and Lu Jingwo's expressions brightened. Suddenly, they exclaimed, so, if we can return that account and prevent the buyer from causing trouble, wouldn't that mean Lu Su would be fine? After all, Lu Su hasn't done anything wrong. He's just a child, just starting university, with his life barely begun. Moreover, it's just an account. It hasn't been damaged, so how can it be considered theft? By the way, do any of you know how to contact that buyer? The friend known as Xiao Wu shook his head and replied, we aren't sure. It was likely sold through some trading platform. You might want to consult a lawyer to discuss it with Lu Su. In a rental apartment in Jingzhou City, Zhou Ishu stretched contentedly after finishing his video editing. This video was unlike any he had created previously. He had merely edited gaming footage. This time, however, he had filmed it himself, requiring voiceovers and meticulous editing to convey his anger. His goal was simple, to resonate with those who had faced account retrievals or had previously experienced them. As for educating those who reclaim accounts, that would be addressed in a subsequent video. Joey anticipated that once this video was released, some would undoubtedly criticize it, claiming that reporting to the police was futile. The reasoning was straightforward. Many had reported their accounts, yet the value of numerous accounts did not meet the threshold for official cases. Even if a case was opened, the minimal funds involved would not warrant significant efforts to track down the perpetrators. Joey intended to confront this issue head-on. Furthermore, he had already decided that not only would he aim to see those who reclaim accounts face consequences, but he also intended to hold the trading platform accountable. They had promised full compensation for retrievals, yet when it came time to negotiate, they shifted the responsibility. Therefore, he resolved to sue the platform. You claim to offer compensation for retrieval? Well, I expect to discuss that million. At that moment, Joey was completely unaware that the individual he was fixated on, the account reclaimer, had already been apprehended in Qingshan County, and the speed of the operation was astonishing. After all, he had only just reported the incident and spent a few hours editing the video, including time for meals and rest, certainly no more than 6 hours. Yet the individual was already in custody. A remarkably swift outcome. According to previous arrangements, the video required approval, so Joey sent it to Officer Zhou, who had provided contact information. After waiting for about an hour, he received a response. There were no issues, and it could be directly published. Once everything was set, he logged into his account on a certain video platform and selected the upload option. Everything was completed, and as it was getting late, he figured the video would likely pass approval and be published around midnight. Without waiting, he proceeded with his evening routine and went to bed that a working individual must rest. After all, there was work the next day. In reality, the timing unfolded as Joey had anticipated. The video was officially released shortly after midnight. However, for certain night owls, such a time was when excitement peaked. For instance, at that moment, while gaming and watching videos was Yuan Jie. Yuan Jie, whose full name was Lin Ming Yuan, hailed from Guang City, her age a mystery. Her side endeavors included video creation and live streaming, leveraging her slender figure and attractive appearance to attract many devoted fans. In truth, her primary occupation was property rental. She claimed to have once suffered from emotional turmoil and now professed to only engage without love. Seated in a swivel chair, her sky-blue denim shorts showcased her long legs, complemented by a white t-shirt that accentuated her enviable figure. However, Yuan Jie was currently frowning in displeasure, and the reason was simple. Her gaming account had been retrieved. For someone like Yuan Jie, gaming was purely for enjoyment. Purchasing accounts was a common practice. Yet, unexpectedly, her previously secured email verification method was suddenly replaced by real-name verification, leading to the retrieval of her account. Browsing forums and social media, she encountered numerous reclaims boasting about their achievements. Frustrated, Yuan Jie felt a pang of anger. Skipping dinner that evening, aimlessly scrolling through videos, she suddenly stumbled upon a newly updated video that caught her eye. It was from the relatively obscure yet high-quality content creator. To her astonishment, the newly released video was not a gaming clip, but rather, account retrieval? I recharged 1 million. After reading the title, Yuan Jie was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 7. Inflicting 1,000 casualties while suffering 1 million losses. After a brief pause, Yuan Jie wasted no time and quickly clicked on the video. Without needing to say more, the title alone piqued her interest, though she suspected it might be clickbait. After all, anyone with a basic understanding of economics would recognize that 1 million in assets and 1 million available for game recharges were entirely different concepts. For instance, her father was a real estate developer, and according to popular evaluations, his wealth was estimated in the billions. However, would she ever consider recharging a game with 1 million out of spite? The answer was a resounding no. Her wealth is derived from rental income. Theoretically, those properties constitute her fortune. However, selling them is out of the question. Who would part with a hen that lays golden eggs? Thus, Sister Yuan is merely interested in observing the spectacle. This video differs from previous ones. It is not game footage. It begins with a figure obscured by a dog mask, accompanied by a rather peculiar voice. The familiar greeting is uttered, and Sister Yuan watches quietly. Perhaps it is because the video was recently uploaded and the creator, is a fledgling with fewer than 100 followers, resulting in a minuscule view count. After the greeting, the dog-masked figure begins to speak. Don't say I'm being unreasonable. Look here, this is my chat log with the trading platform, and they actually told me to negotiate myself. Furthermore, here is the phone number I used to contact the account holder and the messages I sent. I called them with my first phone number, and it connected. However, as soon as I mentioned retrieving my original account, he hung up and subsequently blocked my number. I switched phones to send a message. See, this is what I sent, and after waiting a long time, there was still no response. What does this indicate? I believe everyone understands. He knows reclaiming the account is unjust, yet he thinks the internet is omnipotent, that I can't do anything from behind a screen. Upon hearing this, Sister Yuan nodded in righteous indignation. Indeed, it is as such, and in comparison, her original account holder is even more despicable. He directly replied, asserting, "This is my account. What's the problem if I reclaim it? If you have the guts, come at me." The audacity of it was enough to make one's blood boil. Sister Yuan mused that had it been possible to reach through the internet to strike him, she would have rendered him utterly helpless long ago. Her curiosity piqued. She wondered what this content creator planned to do next. In the video, the dog-masked Zhou chuckled. "So, taking advantage of the account safety period, I recharged 1 million. Not for anything else, just to witness the pitiful spectacle of the account thief weeping." To her astonishment, she saw him actually log into the account, which had already received a verification message, and proceed to recharge. Sister Yuan was left dumbfounded. No way. Is he serious? Watching him initiate the recharge, she was genuinely shocked. Initially, she believed it was merely sensational clickbait, yet here he was truly committing to it without a hint of hesitation. This is rather extreme. Even if this video goes viral, there is no way he could recoup 1 million. Are content creators today really this reckless? Moreover, as she observed the masked figure grumbling about why he couldn't just recharge 1 million at once, Sister Yuan couldn't help but scoff. What the hell? In the previous videos, he was always lamenting his financial woes, yet now he turns around and recharges 1 million. I even helped him out once. The recharge process was evidently edited, and once everything was settled, he sat back down. All right, the recharge is complete. Everyone, look at this amount. Next, we'll be drawing cards. Let us just do it casually, considering it's impossible to exhaust them all. Sister Yuan glared at the quantity of resources displayed in the video, which far exceeded her own wealth. After a day filled with dazzling displays of wealth, the safety period had concluded, and the card drawing came to an end. All right, everyone, this account has been officially reclaimed. Of course, in my view, it's still theft, but that's beside the point. Now, we're going to report this. As he stepped out, a line appeared on the screen. This video has been reviewed by the Public Security Department, so you can watch with peace of mind. What followed was the reporting process. Despite having vowed never to invest another cent in this individual, upon hearing him casually state, spent $500 to recharge 1 million, which prompted the officer to burst out laughing. Sister Yuan could no longer contain her urge. This video is bound to go viral. That was her immediate instinct that in fact, after the report was filed, the video concluded, promising that the subsequent content would be featured in a second installment. Indeed, the sensational nature of this video was remarkable. However, Sister Yuan was eager for others to witness it, especially those who had faced account reclaiming. She wanted them to see that there are individuals who take matters seriously. Or perhaps one could say, to the heart. Although it was still the middle of the night, Sister Yuan hesitated not a moment and immediately began a live stream. Her streaming was somewhat sporadic, yet her charm and wealth drew in viewers. In this day and age, riding the wave of popularity can elevate even the most unlikely individuals, and with a little push, being a renowned streamer is hardly a daunting task. Sister Yuan's rise to fame was propelled by her father's desire to support his daughter's streaming aspirations, leading him to acquire an entire guild to promote her endeavors. Thus, the funds Sister Yuan generated from streaming were mere pennies compared to the investments made along the way. Therefore, despite the late hour, once she titled her stream Midnight Temptation, her chat room quickly filled with night owls. Namo Gatling Bodhisattva? Wow, Sister Yuan is streaming. Where's the temptation? Where are the stockings? I have the ambition of Mengda, so where's the temptation? I am ready to hop on. A cacophony of nonsensical comments flooded the chat, alongside various gifts pouring in. Sister Yuan maintained an air of composure. This was merely routine. She opened Zhou Yi's video and remarked, I hadn't planned on streaming tonight. As you all know, My original account was reclaimed. However, I happened upon a video, and without further ado, I urge you to take a look. The onlookers were reluctant, having anticipated the promised midnight temptation. Yet they could not resist clicking on the video once they saw the title. People often deride shocking titles as lowbrow. Yet sometimes one simply cannot resist the impulse. With a mix of curiosity, a multitude of viewers flocked to Zhou Yi's video. Originally, they intended just to watch, but upon witnessing Zhou Yi actually recharge and commit a million, they were left utterly astonished. Many among them were not even players of the original game, yet they engaged in similar practices in other games, frequently buying and selling accounts, making account reclaiming a common occurrence. However, they had never encountered anyone quite like this. What a spectacle! It was akin to inflicting 1,000 wounds upon oneself to vanquish an enemy. Chapter 8. This is futile. Few can resist the urge to comment under such a video. The audacity of the content creator's actions is simply too outrageous to ignore. Regardless of the antics displayed, the video is immensely satisfying to watch, truly exhilarating. In this era, the internet is advancing at a breakneck pace, yet the corresponding legal frameworks have lagged behind, resulting in a plethora of issues. While it's understood that legal progress tends to be slow, this does not prevent individuals from encountering absurd situations. Take, for instance, the simple act of online insults, not to mention the escalation to incidents of cyberbullying. Just the act of hurling insults online can be maddening. Sometimes, you may approach a discussion with the intent of friendly debate, only for the other party to unleash a torrent of vitriol. Their language peppered with expletives that in reality, such behavior would warrant a swift response. Yet online, one is left powerless. Even if you retaliate with equal fervor, it does little to assuage your anger, leaving many unable to eat or sleep. If one encounters an individual who insults you and promptly blocks you, it can provoke a desire to confront them in person. Unfortunately, there is no recourse for such matters. The same applies to account reclaiming. Accounts possess intrinsic value, representing a transaction, one that is typically protected by law. Yet, due to various circumstances, the process of asserting rights is often lengthy and fraught with complications, leading many to simply choose to let it go when their purchased accounts are reclaimed. Consequently, a narrative has emerged suggesting that buying accounts is merely a long-term rental arrangement. However, the existence of such narratives does not imply that those who purchase accounts are indifferent to the situation. Rather, they are often dissuaded by the imbalance between their investment and potential outcomes. Thus, when witnessing someone genuinely engage with a reclaiming party and take a stand by recharging a million and reporting it, the outcome is truly anticipated with great excitement. Hence, under Sister Yuan's recommendation, the video's view count surged dramatically. Not only that, but the comments and bullet screen began filling with a myriad of expectations. Namo Gatling Bodhisattva. No need to say anything more. Reclaiming thieves deserve to perish. Time is of the essence. I eagerly await the follow-up from the creator. Hurry up and update. Even the donkey of the production team can't rest like this. Mikoto-chan. Same here. When my World of Warcraft account was reclaimed, I was nearly driven mad. I wanted it back. Why even sell the account in the first place? A plethora of comments emerged, the vast majority urging for updates. While others offered suggestions on how to secure evidence and assert rights against the trading platform, among other things. Certainly, as the crowd swells, so too do the peculiar remarks, much like the present moment. We're amidst a plethora of comments urging for updates. One comment has been elevated above the rest. Idle Cloud and Wild Crane : What is this? Are the current individuals merely elementary school students? Are we certain they have truly engaged with society? Let me be unequivocally clear. Even if you were to invest $1 million, there would be no outcome. And calling the police? In this day and age, what good does that do? I assure you. Without connections, they want to even bother. It's just an account, and you genuinely think it matters. How many phones have been lost, and when have you seen anyone recover them? It's akin to a rat infiltrating a pot of soup. That's the sentiment. They approach with an air of superiority, exuding a vibe of you know nothing. Perched upon a lofty pedestal from which to critique, their mouths uttering that you simply do not grasp the situation. Only they possess the knowledge. Soon enough, others incensed begin to debate. However, I must say, the argumentative prowess of this individual is truly lacking. They regurgitate the same phrases without the need for evidence, asserting that their word is the ultimate truth, and that reporting to the authorities is utterly futile. You lot are beyond redemption. Mark my words. Even if a case is filed, it will be of no consequence, merely the retrieval of an account. What do you expect? Acting as if waiting for further developments is worthwhile. I'm here to witness the outcome. Moreover, I find it perplexing. An account purchased for 500. What significance does that hold? If they recover it, they recover it. It's just 500. Is that how you handle things? The bickering of these night owls beneath the video was unbeknownst to Zhou Yi, as he had gone directly to sleep after posting the video and awoke early to head to work, leaving no time to peruse his phone. However, upon noticing that his completion rate had risen to 40%, Zhou Yi realized that, at the very least, his video must have garnered some attention. As an ordinary university graduate, Zhou Yi's job was indeed quite demanding. After a full day's labor, he found only a brief respite at noon, during which he had no inclination to check comments. He needed to seize the moment to rest. Finally, evening arrived, marking the end of the workday. The company mandated a 6 o'clock departure, yet not a single soul was leaving. The reason was simple. The company adhered to the principle of voluntary overtime. The notion of leaving at the designated hour was non-existent. Everyone treated the company as family. Devoted to it. Haven't you heard the saying? Treat the company as home. Be loyal. With no one departing, Zhou Yi felt it inappropriate to leave either. Yet having completed his tasks, he found himself idle. Thus, he opened Bilibili, logging into his account to check the video's reception. Upon witnessing the view count and the number of comments, Zhou Yi was taken aback, as within the span of a mere day and night, his video's view count had surged to 500,000. While this figure might seem trivial to some prominent creators, for Zhou Yi, whose previous videos had barely scraped thousands of views, this was nothing short of astonishing. What was happening? Had an uncle suddenly promoted him? Naturally, as a newly successful creator, he felt immense joy at the influx of update requests. In the past, he had never experienced such demands. Much like many fledgling authors, who yearn for comments when none are forthcoming, only to become disheartened by a surge of negative feedback when their work gains popularity. Human nature is indeed contradictory. However, while scrolling, Zhou Yi's gaze fell upon the comment from Idle Cloud and Wild Crane, rendering him speechless. I haven't even updated my second video yet, and you've already drawn a conclusion? What kind of absurdity is this, claiming that reporting is futile? If that were the case, what would society become? Without hesitation, Zhou Yi replied, could you refrain from using that condescending tone of only you understand? It is frankly nauseating. I am pursuing legal avenues to safeguard my legitimate rights. I fail to see what you find amusing. Once again, it's about how reporting is useless and that it's merely 500. While 500 may not be substantial, it is still my money. That if you truly possess any insight, why not suggest a viable course of action? Unbelievable. He was unconcerned about the notion of not confronting individuals with a significant account. He simply would not indulge such behavior. He had always been a person of principle, albeit lacking the means to express it until now. Just as he was becoming increasingly engaged in the exchange, he suddenly sensed something amiss and turned to find his superior, Director Wang, standing behind him, unbeknownst to him until that moment. In Qingshan County, Lu Jiangwo picked up his phone and dialed a number, one they had painstakingly sought out. Little Sue was so well-behaved, so academically inclined, even if he were to recover that account. It was unintentional. How could he possibly face incarceration? He was merely a child. They resolved to have a serious discussion with the individual who had purchased the account. Chapter 9. I just want to ask. Why? Although he now fancied himself a man on a winning streak, having invested $1 million in the game, the virtual world remained distinct from reality. This moment, being caught browsing Bilibili by his superior, did fill Zhou Yi with a tinge of apprehension. Director Wang, do you need something from me? Zhou Yi inquired. Cautiously, he was genuinely wary. Despite having graduated only a year prior, he had already received a stern education from society. The real world and academia are entirely divergent realms. To Zhou Yi, Director Wang epitomized a petty individual. His professional abilities were questionable, yet he excelled at making life difficult for others. That he constantly boasted about his overtime, frequently narrating tales of his dedication. However, does the overtime of a leader equate to that of a grassroots employee? These leaders, having reached middle age, often found themselves embroiled in domestic discord at home. Should their wives catch them idling, they would invariably seek out tasks to occupy themselves. Yet at the office, cloistered within their own spaces, they could engage in leisurely activities, such as brewing tea, calling for assistance from a cadre of young workers. And if they happened to be in a foul mood, they could easily find fault to unleash their frustrations upon the younger staff. What bliss! Is it not more enjoyable to work overtime at the office than to endure the same at home? To be fair, Joey mused, were he to lead such a life, he too would embrace overtime, would willingly treat the workplace as home, and would even relish the idea of working day and night. In essence, they were not truly engaged in overtime. Rather, they sought to maintain their positions as leaders. These corporate magnates love to proclaim how tirelessly they labor, how they sacrifice sleep to remain invigorated. Anyone who truly believes that is quite naive. Even if one professes their disdain for wealth before the public, they cannot defy the laws of physiology. The reality is stark. Insufficient sleep leads to fatigue. Once again, the overtime of leaders differs fundamentally from that of their subordinates. In response to Zhou Yi's remarks, Director Wang displayed no emotion, merely stating dryly, "I have no particular issue. I merely wanted to check. Zhou, have you completed your work? If I am not mistaken, we are in the office, yes, so is it permissible to browse videos at work?" Evidently, this individual was seeking a quarrel. "Zhou," he hastily retorted, "Director Wang, I have indeed completed my work. Primarily, I was just..." Yet before he could finish, Director Wang interrupted him. "Oh, all your work is done. Very well, I understand." With that, Director Wang turned and walked away, leaving Zhou momentarily bewildered. What was happening today? This person had not sought to reprimand him. Although company policy permitted him to engage in whatever he wished during off hours, the present circumstances were clear to all. Thus Zhou, he felt it inappropriate to act freely. Nevertheless, the lack of confrontation was a boon. Zhou, he was poised to continue idling before departing when suddenly his phone rang. Glancing at it, he noted an unfamiliar number from out of town, which he found unsurprising. Due to the nature of his work, he frequently received calls from unknown numbers, and since Director Wang had seen him, Zhou, he resolved to leave early that day, after gathering a few belongings. He approached the elevator and answered the call. "Hello, may I ask if this is Zhou?" he began, adhering to his usual rhythm. However, he did not anticipate that before he could finish, a woman's furious voice erupted from the other end. You are the one who bought the account. What has my little Sue done to deserve you wanting him imprisoned? Are you even human? How can you be so heartless?" "Zoe, what is happening now?" Director Wang hadn't scolded him in the office, and now he was being berated by a stranger. "You must have dialed the wrong number. Thank you, but I don't know anyone named Sue." With that, Zhou, he promptly hung up, muttering to himself, "Is this person out of their mind? What nonsense about little Sue? Who even knows them? Such poor manners. And to accuse me of being heartless, claiming I'm the one who bought the account. Wait a minute." Zhou's fatigued mind, worn down by the day's labor, finally regained clarity, prompting him to recall his prior actions. This must be the family of the individual who sought to reclaim their dog. But that couldn't be right. Had the case been resolved in just 1 or 2 days? Furthermore, even if it had been resolved, how could the other party have his phone number? Zhou was thoroughly perplexed, sensing that the million he had invested held more sway than he had initially presumed. While he was still in a daze, his phone rang again. Lifting it once more, he found it was the same unfamiliar number. After some contemplation, Zhou decided to answer again. However, as soon as he did, the tirade of insults erupted once more. This time, Zhou no longer hesitated. He abruptly hung up the phone and subsequently chose to block the number, showing them some respect. Initially, he thought to himself that family members should remain uninvolved. After all, it was merely a matter of retrieving his own account. Furthermore, if that account was indeed reclaimed, it would be understandable for his family to be anxious. However, he never anticipated that the relatives of the individual who retrieved the account would be so utterly unreasonable. Upon answering the call, the first words out of their mouth were curses, as if they believed he had committed some heinous crime. Yet, shortly after blocking the number, his phone rang again, this time from another unfamiliar number. Reluctantly, he answered, relieved that it was not the screeching voice of the previous caller. Instead, it was a more composed, middle-aged man. "Comrade, I am Xiao Su's father." "Yes, Xiao Su, the one whose account you purchased. I am calling to discuss whether you could consider dropping the case and releasing Xiao Su. I am not fully aware of the specifics, but Xiao Su has not caused you any substantial loss. Correct? If it is truly unavoidable, we could offer you some compensation. After all, Xiao Su has just been accepted into a prestigious university. If he were to be incarcerated, wouldn't that ruin his future? You cannot imagine. Xiao Su has always been a well-behaved child. The neighbors all say he is a good boy, excelling in his studies, that I believe he did not act with malice. You see, you are also a young person. Perhaps you could understand our plight." Rationally speaking, upon hearing the initial reasonable words, Zhou Yi had contemplated a discussion. However, he never expected the man's arguments to become increasingly absurd. "Good heavens, are you suggesting that because I reported your son for reclaiming the account I purchased, I am in the wrong? And yet, there was no substantial loss, and he is portrayed as a good child, as if I am the one intent on destroying his future. Why are there so many illogical individuals in this world? Who is truly at fault here?" Zhou Yi had no intention of listening any longer. He interrupted the man's lengthy diatribe. "Sir, I am unsure how to address you, but are you implying that I am a villain who wishes to see your son imprisoned?" "No. I merely wish to inquire why I should bear this burden. You are unaware of the case details, correct? Perhaps you should seek answers elsewhere instead of contacting me." With that, Zhou Yi hung up the phone once more, blocking the number, and set his phone to reject all unknown calls. He was utterly speechless. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Yi retrieved the phone number that Officer Zhou had previously provided, who had mentioned that if he wished to know the progress of the case, he could call. Zhou Yi intended to inquire how the other party had obtained his phone number. After ringing twice, the call was abruptly ended, and a few minutes later, Officer Zhou returned his call. "Hello, Xiao Zhou. What is the matter? Don't worry about your case. The person has already been apprehended, and our colleagues are on their way back with him. Rest assured, there will be no issues." Officer Zhou's voice was loud, displaying remarkable patience towards this seemingly naive relative. "So, they have indeed been caught. That was impressively swift." Zhou Yi responded, "Uncle Zhou, I did not call to ask about that. The situation is as follows." He decided to leverage their previous connection, having spoken to Officer Zhou before regarding the video incident. So he addressed him as Uncle Zhou, having gained some worldly experience over the past year. Zhou Yi recounted the phone call from the presumed family member, and then curiously inquired, "Uncle Zhou, how did they come to possess my phone number?" The officer paused before replying, "Such things do happen. Please hold on while I make some inquiries. However, based on your case, it is highly probable they obtained your information through the trading platform. After all, when you buy and sell accounts, personal information such as contact details is retained on the trading platform. If they call again, simply hang up. Do not engage with them. However, I suspect they will approach you to propose compensation in hopes of winning your understanding. Given the nature of this case, the amount involved is indeed." Officer Zhou hesitated, unsure of how to express it. The amount was substantial. If calculated under theft charges, it would suffice to keep that young man in prison for quite some time. Yet, this was not a straightforward calculation. Such matters would be left for the court to deliberate. Zhou Yi nodded. "I appreciate your help, Uncle Zhou. As for the letter of understanding, we can address that later." In Qingshan County, Lu Jiangwo listened to the repeated voice prompts of his phone, sighing, blocked. Zhou Yi. Oblivious to the fact that after his departure, Director Wang suddenly emerged, holding a task sheet. Now where is he? Has he left? Chapter 10. What are you truly thinking? Upon realizing that the situation was more serious than they had anticipated, Lu Jiangwo and his wife hurriedly took leave and rushed to Jingzhou City. Since their son had already been taken to Jingzhou for detention, the couple remained largely unaware of the case details. They simply felt deep down that their son could not possibly be guilty of theft. Perhaps due to their ignorance of the law, Lu Jiangwo and Zhou Chun thought of theft as the act of stealthily snatching a phone or wallet from the street, or stealing an electric bike. Now, with the internet involved in the case concerning a game account, they were utterly perplexed. They needed to engage a lawyer to grasp the situation. Moreover, since the accuser resided in Jingzhou, they would have to travel there to seek understanding after being blocked. Most importantly, the couple could no longer endure the judgmental stares from those around them. The disadvantage of living in a small town is that while major incidents are rare, when one does occur, it spreads like wildfire. Many residents of small counties are acutely aware of this reality, often experiencing events that make them lament how small their town truly is. You find that individuals who ordinarily would have no connection can suddenly come together through inexplicable circumstances. The arrest of Lu Su, a student who had always excelled and gained admission to a prestigious university, naturally caused a significant uproar. Ordinarily, the couple would find themselves inundated with inquiries on how to manage and educate their child, and they would speak at length on the subject. Yet now no one approached them. Instead, many people would avoid them, as though their son had committed a grave crime. Thus, the couple purchased plane tickets directly to Jingzhou City. Having already arranged for a lawyer, a few hours later, Lu Zhengwo and his wife disembarked from the plane and headed straight to the lawyer's office they had contacted. After signing contracts and various documents, they found a hotel to stay in while they awaited further information, hoping to uncover the identity of the accuser's family. That if the accused were of a particularly sensitive nature, it might be difficult for the lawyer to arrange a meeting. However, for this case, even seasoned detectives in Jingzhou City felt a sense of disbelief. Consequently, Wang Tiancheng, a lawyer from the Dakong law firm in Jingzhou City, had little trouble obtaining the meeting approval that in the detention center. Lu Su wore a bewildered expression, unable to comprehend why merely attempting to recover his own account had led to his imprisonment. This was beyond his imagination, something he would not have believed even in a dream. When he was apprehended, he had considered simply returning the account, but he never expected to be taken from Qingshan County and transferred to Jingzhou City. Just moments ago, he was a university student, a favored child of fortune, suddenly transformed into a suspect facing the possibility of imprisonment. A burden no one could bear that moment. Lu Su heard the sound of a door opening. Following that, an officer entered, escorting a middle-aged man dressed in a suit. "Hello, you must be Lu Su. I am the lawyer entrusted by your parents. My surname is Wang." The middle-aged man sat down across from Lu Su, a smile gracing his face. Upon hearing this, Lu Su felt as if he had found a lifeline, urgently exclaiming, "Lawyer Wang, you must help me. I am innocent. I merely wanted to recover my account. If he wants it, I can just give it back. I just wanted to play a game." It was as if the pent-up emotions of the past few days had finally found an outlet, and Lu Su cried profusely, pleading for assistance. The officer who had brought in the lawyer exchanged glances with Lawyer Wang, shrugging to indicate that the situation was theirs to resolve before stepping outside to stand by the door. Wang Tiancheng's expression remained largely unchanged. As a professional criminal defense lawyer, he had encountered all manner of clients throughout his career. This level of crying and shouting was relatively mild. Many people erroneously believed that lawyers were omnipotent, able to turn any situation around for a fee. Old Wang wished to clarify that such was not the case with their firm. Their lawyers did not possess such capabilities. They operated based on facts and legal standards, adhering to the essence of the matter. The lawyer's role was merely to mitigate the consequences. After all, regarding this case, a certain lawyer named Zhang Wei had the authority to speak. What might have been a 3-year sentence could easily be extended to 20 years after a thorough defense. Such emotional release was necessary. Many individuals struggled to adapt immediately after being apprehended, as the purpose of criminal law is to punish, thereby protecting the populace through the imposition of penalties. There are no second chances in this world. If one could commit a crime and return to their previous comfort, the purpose of punishment would be rendered moot. Thus, Old Wang observed silently as Lu Su vented his frustrations. Once Lu Su had finally exhausted his outpouring, Old Wang spoke. "So, do you feel a bit better now? If so, please enlighten me about the situation in between." After releasing such a torrent of emotions, Lu Su felt somewhat relieved and replied, "Lawyer Wang, the situation is as follows. A year ago, I sold an original magic account on a trading platform." He recounted everything he knew, albeit omitting the fact that he had previously called and messaged him, and that he had blocked the other party. This is a common failing among many individuals today. They often fail to discern the reality of their circumstances. They tend to paint a rosy picture, making it seem as though they are paragons of virtue, incapable of error. Yet, what is the truth? This is precisely why the current state of the internet has devolved into chaos. One person can easily tarnish another's reputation without a shred of evidence. Consequently, the onlookers online are no longer as easily incited as they once were. Let the bullets fly for a while has become a shared consensus. It is not sufficient to simply assert something. One must present evidence before drawing conclusions. As for old Wang, a mere college student posed no secrets before him. Thus, witnessing Lu Su's reluctance to speak the truth incensed him. Lu Su, I demand that you disclose everything that has transpired. Do you understand? All of it. You must realize that if I cannot fully grasp the case at hand, you will undoubtedly face dire consequences. Do you comprehend? He felt a pang of frustration, having previously assumed that the young man, having attended a reputable university, would possess some degree of intelligence. Yet, he was nothing more than a blockhead. After enduring a few stern words from old Wang, Lu Su ceased his deception and hastily revealed the remaining details. Old Wang's brow furrowed as he listened. So, after you retrieved that account, the buyer had indeed contacted you, expressing himself quite clearly, and you promptly blocked him? Can you enlighten me regarding your thought process? On what grounds do you believe you could simply reclaim an account that someone else purchased, just because it occurred online? That inquiry caused Lu Su to bow his head in shame. He was at a loss for words, unable to fathom why retrieving an account was problematic. After all, many people had successfully reclaimed accounts without issue. Why was he now embroiled in a predicament? Furthermore, you must have noticed upon logging into the account that the buyer had invested a considerable sum of money. You even boasted to your classmates that your account had accumulated at least 500,000. This indicates that you were aware of the situation, yet still failed to treat it with the seriousness it warranted. 500,000. Lu Su, why do you consider this inconsequential? Someone willing to spend such a sum on a game. What makes you think they would simply let it go? Moreover, I can now inform you that the buyer did not invest 500,000, but rather 1 million. And this occurred after you had blocked him. What? Upon hearing this, Lu Su was rendered speechless. Chapter 11. He had truly given far too much. Initially, he had believed that the individual who purchased the account had spent 1 million after the transaction. Now, however, he was genuinely baffled by the buyer's actions. No, Lawyer Wang, are you suggesting that he recharged after I reclaimed the account? That doesn't make sense. Lu Su found it incomprehensible that someone would invest 1 million knowing that the account was about to be reclaimed. Old Wang, having just received this information, was equally perplexed. Observing Lu Su, he sighed, how could this possibly be irrational? Lu Su, you should consider the implications. While you were attempting to recover the account, the buyer proceeded to invest 1 million. What was his intent? He was enhancing the account's value. Do you understand why the actions were executed so swiftly? It's because of that 1 million. It is no trivial sum. Had you recognized the account's high value upon logging in and promptly contacted the buyer, there would have been no significant issue. Yet you failed to do so. Instead, you treated the account as your own, flaunting it to others. This has been corroborated by your friends, and this evidence is decidedly detrimental to your case. Do you understand? Old Wang was exasperated, uncertain of the buyer's motivations behind such nonsensical behavior. The account had been reclaimed, and 1 million had been spent in a counterproductive manner. It seemed that the sole purpose was to land Lu Su in prison. For this, merely to invest 1 million, a refund was out of the question. The buyer was not a minor or someone with restricted civil capacity to as a normal individual. Once a payment is made, it is virtually impossible to retrieve. Thus, having expended such a significant amount, the intention was to see Lu Su imprisoned. This was truly the first time Old Wang had encountered such a bizarre scenario in his years of legal practice. Lu Su finally regained his composure and exclaimed, "Then, Lawyer Wang, does this constitute entrapment?" Clearly. Old Wang was left speechless. Entrapment? The buyer is not an enforcer of the law. Your situation is quite precarious. Enough for today. I must return to discuss matters with your parents. With that, Old Wang departed, eager to vacate the premises. Continuing to linger would yield no further inquiries. The case was alarmingly straightforward. The priority was to obtain a letter of understanding, although the amount involved was substantial. The consequences had not been severe, and the societal harm was minimal. Thus, if a letter of understanding could be secured, the situation would undoubtedly improve. However, it was already quite late, so Old Wang returned home to rest. The following morning, He arrived at the hotel room where Lu Jiangwo and his wife were staying to at that moment. Lu Jiangwo and his wife were akin to ants on a hot pan, feeling lost in unfamiliar territory with no channels for information. Therefore, they welcomed old Wang with great enthusiasm. Come, Lawyer Wang, please take a seat. Let me pour you a glass of water, Zhou Chun hurriedly offered. Old Wang waved his hand, saying, "No need to fuss. I am not thirsty that I met with your child yesterday and have a general understanding of the case. Allow me to explain. Essentially, the situation is as follows. Lu Jiangwo and his wife were struck by old Wang's swiftness. Within just a day, he had already met with their son and clarified the details of the case. However, as they listened, confusion appeared on their faces. Lawyer Wang. So what you were saying is that Xiao Su sold his account to another person for 500 yuan, and then, due to the game company's implementation of real name registration, he sought to recover the account using this method? And because there was a safety period during the account recovery, the buyer directly recharged 1 million. This seems like a deliberate attempt to trap Xiao Su, given their age and experience. They had initially been oblivious to the intricacies of the internet. However, after hearing Old Wang's explanation, Lu Jiangwo quickly grasped the situation. Old Wang nodded. You may view it that way, but the root cause lies in Lu Su's attempt to recover the account. Furthermore, he blocked the buyer after receiving calls and messages, which incited the buyer's anger, leading to the substantial recharge. But is there anything wrong with what the buyer did? Lu Jiangwo pondered before asking. He refrained from mentioning entrapment, but he felt that the buyer's actions, given the knowledge of the impending account recovery, seemed inappropriate. Old Wang shook his head. You may wish to investigate a previous case in which someone was scammed out of 100,000 yuan. After sending the money, the victim realized they had been deceived. However, feeling that 100,000 was too paltry and fearing the police would not take it seriously, they feigned ignorance and sent an additional 300,000. Can you guess the outcome of that case? The amount of 400,000 became the basis for sentencing. I share this to illustrate that regardless of when the buyer recharged, it is evident that your son, Lu Su, upon discovering the account's high value, failed to return it and instead claimed it as his own. This situation constitutes a crime. Do not harbor illusions about innocence. It is impossible. The case is relatively straightforward. So the immediate priority is to secure the buyer's understanding. Moreover, you both must be prepared to offer compensation. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun became restless, prompting Lu Jiangwo to quickly grasp her hand. All right, Lawyer Wang. Please contact them that we will compensate whatever is necessary as long as the buyer can provide a letter of understanding. Old Wang nodded and departed, somewhat regretting his decision to take on this case. The case was simple and clear-cut, and as a lawyer, he found it challenging to navigate because all the evidence was substantial and evident. Even a layperson could discern the truth at a glance. Alas, the compensation was substantial. He might as well seek out the buyer first. Meanwhile, Zhou felt a sense of unease. Ever since the last encounter with the director, things had seemed amiss at the company. He faced constant scrutiny from the director, who was quick to criticize any minor misstep. Though he refrained from using harsh language, his sarcastic remarks created an uncomfortable atmosphere. Most troubling was the frequent assignment of tasks just before quitting time, compelling Zhou to submit them first thing the next day. This insidious method of extended work hours frustrated Zhou, yet he had no intentions of resigning. Just why did I in the bustling city of Jingzhou? There exists a multitude of university students like him. Having resigned from his job, he finds it rather challenging to secure a new position in the short term. Thus, he must endure for the time being. He is eager to assess the capabilities of his newfound system. At the very least, he must complete his initial task. Should the rewards prove to be substantial, he will undoubtedly resign. However, there is one aspect that brings Zhou considerable joy. His video has gone viral. Truly, it has become a sensation. Chapter 12. A person who has never liked money after a long day of overtime. Zhou lies in bed, gazing at his phone with a look of bewilderment on his face. The view count of his video is simply astounding. Just 2 days prior, it had garnered only several 100,000 views, yet now it has skyrocketed to nearly 2 million. Such a growth rate is unattainable for many prominent content creators. Furthermore, the comment section and barrage of messages are filled with viewers eagerly urging for more content. all impatient to discover the outcome of the dog retrieval saga. The most astonishing part is that he seemingly did not engage in any promotional efforts. How could it have gained traction so swiftly? Curiosity piqued, Joey delves into the comments, filtering through the numerous requests for updates and expressions of solidarity. Finally, he uncovers the reason behind his video's sudden popularity. So, it appears that the content creator known as Sister Yuan has promoted my work. He is indeed familiar with Sister Yuan. As a young man with a penchant for aesthetics, he often indulges in appreciating the artistry of the dancers on various platforms. Of course, he is also aware that in the realm of dance on the small video site, many of the ladies' focus is not solely on their dancing skills. In this day and age, while there are many proficient dancers, only a select few achieve true fame. Everyone is an adult, and it feels somewhat inappropriate to address the unspoken truth. Who goes to the dance section merely to watch dance? It is precisely through this appreciation that Joey came to know of Sister Yuan, a rather striking and voluptuous figure. The specifics of her image elude him, but he recalls that she was indeed captivating. Little did he expect that she would voluntarily promote his work. After perusing the comments for some time and contemplating the potential earnings from the video, he concludes that the results are quite promising. However, his follower count has not increased significantly, considering that he is merely riding the wave of a viral video. All of this success is attributed to Sister Yuan's assistance. And it seems that many have shared the video across forums and social media, generating a considerable buzz. Thanks to the recent elevation of his account's credibility, the number of recovered accounts has surged during this period. Many individuals whose accounts have been restored find themselves at a loss. While they could choose to report the matter to the authorities, the outcome remains uncertain. Consequently, many are eager to witness the unfolding of his story, particularly the resolution of the dog retrieval incident. This curiosity allows them to vicariously experience the thrill of the situation. Regrettably, although Joey wishes to promptly provide updates, the process from investigation to trial requires time. It is impossible to apprehend someone today and render a verdict by tomorrow. For now, he must wait. Yet with the completion percentage still rising, Joey ponders whether he ought to extend his gratitude to Sister Yuan.as for private messages. Joey has already turned them off. Ever since his video gained traction, his inbox has been inundated. Shaking his head, he closed the small video site and once again accessed the account trading platform. He recollected old Joe's words, aware that his information had likely been leaked by the platform. This involves sensitive personal data. People often claim that our information has long been sold, a notion that holds truth, leaving aside whether the parents of the account recovery individual had such avenues. Even if they did, it would be implausible for them to acquire his information with precision. Thus, it is likely that they learned of his contact details through the trading platform after discovering certain circumstances. Initially, he had no intention of pursuing the platform's accountability. Yet upon realizing that they had acted in this manner, it seemed rather inappropriate for him not to take some action. As he contemplated this, his phone rang once more. It was yet another unfamiliar number, but this time it was not from out of town. Joey answered, and a middle-aged man's voice resonated. "Hello, may I speak with Mr. Zoe? May I ask who you are? I am Wang Tiancheng from the Desheng law firm in Jingzhou. I am reaching out to discuss the account recovery case with you." Sure enough, it was the parents of the individual involved in the recovery case. Without hesitation, Joey declined, saying, "You are Mr. Wang, correct? I am not targeting you, but I believe there is nothing further to discuss regarding this case. The law of our nation will take its course. Everything will proceed according to legal protocols." He held no grievances against the lawyer. After all, he was merely doing his job, a mere tool in the system. There was no need to invoke notions of conscience. Our laws explicitly provide that even the most heinous individuals possess the right to defense. A fundamental right indeed. That on the other end of the line, Wang, seated in his office, was not taken aback by Zhou Yi's response. He had anticipated such a reaction. After all, a person willing to invest 1 million for vindication is not likely to be amenable to negotiation. Thus, once Zhou Yi finished speaking, Wang interjected, "Mr. Zhou, I implore you not to be hasty in your rejection. Personally, I find the account recovery process rather distasteful. Such actions can be quite unsettling. While you may not desire reconciliation and wish for the other party to face imprisonment, that is entirely understandable. However, allow me to explain. Let us not delve into platitudes about resolving grievances amicably. You invested 1 million, correct? Perhaps for someone of your means, this amount is trivial, but even the smallest of mosquitoes is still a morsel. Thus, I urge you to refrain from immediate judgment. First, let us ascertain how much Lu Su's parents are willing to offer in compensation, and then you can decide whether to grant forgiveness. What do you think? Having practiced law for many years, Wang possessed an abundance of experience. His profession required him to engage with individuals from all walks of life, making him adept at tailoring his communication accordingly. Although he had never met Zhou Yi, he understood that with such individuals, it was futile to engage in superfluous dialogue. The notion of resolving grievances amicably was indeed redundant. Why else would someone be willing to invest 1 million, if not to vent their frustration? Therefore, it was essential to first allow him to express that frustration before establishing grounds for further discussion. Hence, Wang positioned himself in Zhou Yi's perspective, acknowledging his own distaste for the account recovery process. Then he directly broached the topic of finances. Online, one often encounters discussions about the wealth of individuals, with assertions that some people are indifferent to money and others regard sums such as 1 or 2 million as insignificant. Each time Wang encountered such comments, he found them amusing. The wealthy, in fact, appreciate money more than the average person. They grasp the true value of currency because they have experienced it firsthand. Did someone not once profess a disdain for money, claiming that their most fulfilling moments were when they earned a modest salary as a teacher? Yet, would they be inclined to relinquish their assets to return to such a position? Ultimately, they would continue to earn their due without fail. Thus, Wang addressed the issue directly. If you possess wealth sufficient to spend 1 million, you certainly would not relinquish money that comes effortlessly. Wang's words rendered Zhou Yi silent. His situation, while somewhat aligned with Wang's perceptions, differed in subtle ways. Wang believed him to be affluent, whereas, in reality, he was merely a working-class individual. Now, it seemed that should he choose to forgive, he could easily obtain compensation, though he remained uncertain of the amount. Nevertheless, it likely would not be insignificant. Should he truly agree to this? Zhou Yi pondered, while Wang chose not to elaborate further, preparing to end the call. Sometimes, excessive dialogue may not yield favorable results. Allowing him to contemplate might prove more effective. Just then, a phrase emerged from Zhou Yi's phone. "Lawyer Wang, do you or your colleagues have any intention of taking on my case?" What? Wang was taken aback. Chapter 13, Turning the Tables and Burning Bridges. Having been in this profession for several years, Wang prided himself on having encountered all manner of clients. Those who are willing to engage in conversation are already a step above the rest. Dealing with individuals who refuse to answer calls can be quite the ordeal. However, Wang had never before experienced a situation where the opposing party attempted to poach clients during discussions. This phenomenon could be aptly described as turning the tables. Thus, Zhou Yi's words left even this seasoned attorney momentarily flustered. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure and, maintaining a natural smile, replied, "Well, first and foremost, I sincerely appreciate your trust, Mr. Zhou. However, there is one point to clarify. Our nation's laws stipulate that not only can I not represent both parties in the same case, but neither can any lawyer from my firm. This is outlined in the lawyer's law, so I genuinely cannot assist you in this matter." On the other end, Zhou Yi chuckled heartily. No, Lawyer Wang, I am not seeking your representation for this case. What I meant was regarding another matter. To be precise, it pertains to a contract dispute, as fortune would have it. This was the opportune moment he had been awaiting to address the trading platform's discomfort. Pursuing legal action would be the ideal way to elicit dissatisfaction from them. However, as a working professional with little legal knowledge, he lacked the time to do so. Hiring a lawyer would be the most efficient course of action. The parents of the account recovery individual were undoubtedly willing to spare no expense to prevent their son from facing imprisonment. Thus, they would have secured the best legal representation. Thus, there was no need for further searching. After listening to Zhou Yi briefly outline the situation over the phone, Lao Wang's expression became somewhat peculiar. Upon closer inspection, it indeed appeared that there was no connection between the two cases. One was criminal while the other was civil, and moreover, the defendants were different, with no conflicts of interest whatsoever. It could proceed. After some contemplation, Lao Wang spoke. "Mr. Zhou, I am now acquainted with your circumstances. However, my expertise lies primarily in criminal law. As for civil matters, I have a colleague who excels in that field, and you may wish to engage his services. But what? Is it a matter of fees? That should not be a concern. Zhou Yi casually remarked that it was not that he was particularly affluent. His family was not exceptionally wealthy. But neither were they impoverished, merely typical middle-class citizens of the city. Most importantly, his previous video had gone viral, and the reason for its success was the high quality of his content. Under such circumstances, virtually everyone who had watched his video was eagerly anticipating the sequel, that if his second video could fully capture that thrill. He believed that becoming a sensation was not merely a dream. He was well aware of the prowess of those prominent content creators. If he truly gained fame, he would not need to consider any systematic rewards. He could simply present his resignation letter right before the director's disdainful gaze. Thus, he harbored no concerns regarding finances, at least for now. His funds sufficed that, of course, if he truly ran out of money, he would have no choice but to return to relying on his parents. Lao Wang hesitated briefly, but then continued. It is not merely a financial issue. My friend possesses exceptional skills. But he is somewhat eccentric. No matter. Zhou Yi laughed heartily. In fact, I must confess, I too possess a certain eccentricity, Lao Wang. So, you are jesting with me, are you? Zhou Yi was not speaking idly in his life. He was indeed a peculiar individual. Before the system was activated, those around him had already deemed him an oddity. That it was not that he was unsociable. Rather, his thoughts were inherently a touch different from others. For instance, while others focused on achieving high scores in games, he would complete a single-player game with a PvP twist. Zhou Yi, however, would immediately delve into uncovering the storyline and hidden characters within the game, memorizing every detail. This could be seen as a reading obsession or perhaps a form of OCD. Only heaven knows how astonishing his memory could be when it came to his interests. For example, he could identify a particular actress from a certain country without needing to see her face. It was rather absurd. He would often share obscure trivia in his gaming videos, such as intellectual discourse. All the characters in this game are adults, and so forth. He would mention that a certain character was a zombie, yet quite ancient, implying that if anything were to transpire, it would be an offense against a corpse. One could say that the online persona of AE was his true self, which explained why his fan base was not vast, yet it was quite devoted, much like that of Sister Yuan. Although she claimed not to watch, she would inevitably take a peek upon noticing Zhou Yi's video updates. Lao Wang assumed he was jesting and did not take it to heart, willingly providing his contact information to Zhou Yi. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he then said, "So, Mr. Zhou, let us discuss this case. Currently, the parents of our client wish for you to provide a letter of understanding. You may propose compensation to them." However, Lao Wang's statement was interrupted. "Lawyer Wang, there is no way I will provide any letter of understanding. You should focus on how to minimize Lu Su's time behind bars." "Oh, and I must promptly contact your colleague. I'll hang up now." Hearing the dead air on the line, Lao Wang was left dumbfounded. What was this? Was this an act of burning bridges? But this was rather hasty. The key point was that he hadn't even crossed the river before the bridge was set ablaze. He had intended to inquire on Zhou Yi's behalf. Yet the call was abruptly terminated before he could even finish. Left with no alternative, Lao Wang pondered whether he should visit in person to discuss matters face-to-face.as for Lu Su's parents. He had no intention of involving them. Those two could infuriate anyone with their words. With such teammates, even if Lao Wang possessed extraordinary abilities, it would amount to nothing. Not to mention Lao Wang's contemplation. Zhou Yi did not make a direct call. He merely prepared for filming and then began contacting the platform's customer service. "Didn't you initially promise to recover and compensate? My account has been retrieved, and I have already reported it to the police, who have apprehended someone. Will you compensate me or not?" The customer service response was prompt, but the content made Zhou Yi chuckle. "We apologize, but if the account has been recovered, you will need to negotiate with the seller. Your situation does not meet our compensation criteria. We sincerely apologize." Not meeting the criteria sounded like a valid excuse. However, no matter how Zhou Yi pressed, the response remained the same. Did not meet the criteria. As for the specifics of what did not align with the criteria or what those criteria entailed, they were utterly unwilling to disclose. The refrain was simple. Did not meet the criteria. Zhou Yi displaying remarkable patience after several exchanges finally declared, "If that is the case, then we shall see you in court." This time, customer service went silent. Or rather, the representative had never considered that anyone would sue over a mere 500 yuan in compensation. The reasoning was simple. Many customer service representatives were not actual company employees, but rather outsourced personnel. A few young ladies could be trained in script and thus formed a customer service team, their sole mission being to delay matters that in this regard, certain companies excelled, as it was nearly impossible to reach their customer service. Some customer service teams could simultaneously handle inquiries for two companies. Ultimately, it was just a matter of exchanging messages, dragging the process out. Thus, Zhou Yi wasted no further breath and promptly dialed the number provided by lawyer Wang. "Hello. Is this lawyer Fang Xujing?" In the southern district of Jingzhou, within an office building, customer service representative Shan, having just awakened from a nap, complained to a nearby colleague. Someone is claiming their account has been recovered and threatens to sue. She had only been at her job for a short time and felt a bit anxious about such matters. Her colleague shrugged. "You should heed their words, but having worked here for 2 years, I have yet to witness anyone actually suing. Even if they did win, the amount is trivial, hardly enough to cover legal fees." Shan nodded but still felt compelled to provide feedback, which amounted to sending an email to a minor supervisor in their outsourced company. Soon, the manager of the trading platform, Leashes, came across the email, but chose to disregard it. He received far too many such emails daily. Let them go. If he were to manage threats of lawsuits, he would be utterly exhausted. Clearly, no one was taking charge of the situation, and it seemed it would simply pass. Chapter 14. Lawyer Fang. On a summer afternoon, the weather in Jingzhou was somewhat warm, yet Zhou Yi's mood was distinctly bewildered. The reason lay before him in the form of an individual. This person exuded an air of meticulousness, clad in an exquisitely tailored suit, shoes polished to a mirror shine, and hair styled with impeccable precision. Coupled with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, his presence imparted an impression of a refined scoundrel. This was the esteemed lawyer Fang Xujing, the eccentric expert that Lao Wang had mentioned. However, what truly left Zhou Yi perplexed was not the individual's attire, but rather his actions. His movements were remarkably graceful and aristocratic, whether he was serving coffee or sipping it. Each gesture was executed with extreme professionalism. Yet one thing stood out. When had one ever seen someone add vinegar to their coffee? Indeed, this gentleman had taken a seat and promptly produced a small bottle of vinegar from his pocket, proceeding to add it to his coffee with practiced ease. Not much, but in over 20 years of life, Zhou Yi had never encountered such a method of consumption. "What do you think, Mr. Zhou? Care for a taste?" "It is absolutely delightful," Lawyer Fang inquired with a smile. "I think I shall pass. You enjoy it yourself." Zhou Yi hastily waved his hands, for even if Lao Wang were to insist, he would never touch that bizarre concoction. You people simply do not appreciate the finer things. It is precisely for the vinegar that I indulge in this coffee," Fang Xujing chuckled. "Now, let us not waste any more time. My schedule is quite precious. Let us discuss your case." Yes, well." Zhou Yi recounted the matter concerning the trading platform and expressed his intention to sue. Initially, Fang Xujing's expression was somewhat vacant. Just as Lao Wang had described, he was certainly an eccentric. His proficiency in law was unparalleled in Jingzhou and even in the country at large. However, unlike Lao Wang, who would take on any case for the right fee, Fang Xujing only accepted those that piqued his interest. If he found the case appealing, he might accept it at a minimal fee. Conversely, should it not align with his preferences, even the highest offer would not entice him. After all, who would choose to antagonize money? However, the price must be exceedingly high. Fang Dizhuang possesses a particularly serious disposition, that he is the kind of person who would meticulously research for over 24 hours to engage in a debate over a single phrase uttered online. Even if the other party resorted to insults or blocked him afterward, he would not hesitate to create 10 alternate accounts just to continue the exchange. He is truly a person of principle. Upon hearing Zhou Yi express his dissatisfaction about having his account recovered and promptly recharging 1 million, solely to ensure the other party faced due consequences, Fang Dazhuang's eyes sparkled with excitement. A kindred spirit. In all his years in Jingzhou, he had never encountered anyone whose thoughts aligned so closely with his own. Joey then witnessed this lawyer, after his words, extend his hand. What is this? A handshake? He had wanted to shake hands upon entering. Yet Fong had simply taken a seat. But this was not the moment for such thoughts. Joey, bewildered, extended his hand for a handshake, staring at the seemingly exhilarated lawyer across from him. Brother Zhou, since I am a few years your senior, I shall call you brother that I will take on this case. These intermediaries, all they know is to charge fees. Once you pay, they disregard you, that we absolutely cannot indulge them. Moreover, this matter is straightforward. However, it is Brother Zhou's approach that is truly satisfying to behold. Zhou Yi's gaze was perplexed as he regarded this incessantly talking individual before him. He could not comprehend why this person seemed so ecstatic about what felt like merely fulfilling a system task on his part. But it mattered little. Having a lawyer was certainly a boon, especially since he had already stated that this time it was about making a friend, without charging any fees. What a rare stroke of luck. Fong Shujing, opposite him, was already beaming with delight, feeling that he had truly found a kindred spirit today. Brother Zhou, let us sign the contract upon your return, that I will send you the necessary documents. This case is simple, but we must ensure they feel discomfort. Thus, even after having indulged in a grand feast with Fong Dezhuang, returning home to lie in bed with a spinning head, Zhou Yi remained perplexed, unable to fathom how such a meticulous individual had not yet met with misfortune. Fong Dezhuang was quick to act. After receiving the materials Zhou Yi had sent, he swiftly proceeded to file a lawsuit against the trading platform company, Xiaomao Internet Technology Company Limited. There was no choice. The company's address was conveniently located in Jingzhou, saving him the trouble of traveling. Naturally, he also followed Zhou Yi's suggestion, compiling and sending over some non-essential, yet demonstrative content for the lawsuit. Meanwhile, within the office building housing Xiaomao Internet Company in Jingzhou, the chairman Lu Qingyuan stared at the copy of the lawsuit with a face full of bewilderment. What is going on? Why is someone suddenly suing us? There was no indication of this before. Lu Qingyuan struggled to comprehend the situation. The court staff member present remarked, "You may refer to the contents of the lawsuit for specifics. Now, if you could please sign, I must take my leave." Lu Qingyuan hastily signed and opened the lawsuit to read, and upon finishing, he became increasingly perturbed. "You are suing simply because your account was recovered and the company did not compensate. For an account worth a mere 500 yuan, is it truly worth pursuing legal action?" Lu Qingyuan genuinely could not fathom why the other party would opt for litigation over such a trivial amount. The company could easily cover the cost, and even with triple compensation, it would only amount to 1,500, hardly sufficient to cover legal fees. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Qingyuan picked up the phone. The company had legal counsel, yet even they would require payment for their services, and this sum was hardly worth a court case that IT was not a significant matter. Moreover, the plaintiff claimed to have contacted their company, but they had been entirely ignored, which constituted malicious breach of contract. Heaven knows why such terms were being used together. However, Lu Qingyuan soon realized something amiss. This account seemed somewhat familiar. Wait a moment. Isn't this the account that the police inquired about during their recent visit? So this is the individual behind the recharge of 1 million claim. What on earth is happening? Why would someone like this seek compensation? And why was no one beneath him addressing it? At that moment, Lu felt as if everyone was conspiring against him. Thus, as he delved deeper into the matter, he soon reached the customer service manager, Li Xiong. Manager Li was engrossed in a novel on his computer when the door swung open. "Son, if you need something, just call for me," he remarked, surprised to see his superior, Son, enter. Manager Li quickly stood to greet him. Puzzled as to why Son, typically not one to make appearances, was here, Son waved his hand dismissively, saying nothing, and simply tossed the lawsuit into Manager Li's hands. This is Li Xiong, curious, opened the document and was immediately taken aback. "Explain yourself. Why is your customer service team not reporting incidents like this? This individual, going by the name E, why was this matter not escalated? Over such a small sum, we now have to engage in litigation." In this day and age, many companies had developed a penchant for lawsuits. But theirs was not one of them. Moreover, if such a case were to leak out, it would cast a shadow over the integrity of their company. A mere 1,500 yuan. And according to contract stipulations, you refuse to compensate? Absurd indeed. Manager Son, wait a moment. Let me consult with my team. They should have reported this to me. Then let us head to the customer service department together, Son replied calmly. Manager Lee, feeling helpless, quickly accompanied him to the adjacent customer service area. Thanks to the names listed in the lawsuit, they swiftly located the previous records. Shan stood before Manager Lee while the other customer service staff observed with trepidation. What is the duty of your customer service team? Why did you not report such an incident? Li Xiang shouted. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not afford to lose face in front of Sun, as the leader of the customer service department. Despite it being outsourced, he still held some authority. Yet his shouting was met with an even louder retort from Shan. Manager Lee, why are you yelling? One must have a conscience. I sent you an email stating that the customers sought compensation, and if not provided, they would resort to legal channels. You have yet to respond. What? Now you're blaming me. Li Xiang stared blankly at the email before him, but he had completely forgotten due to the small amount involved. Yet 500 yuan, was it truly necessary to file a lawsuit? Chapter 15. Young people shouldn't always focus on making money. They must learn to be grateful. Another day nearing the end of work. Zhou Yi was still busy with his tasks that, of course, with his efficiency, he should have completed his work 2 hours prior. But unfortunately, Director Wang had been assigning him numerous overtime hours lately. Perhaps it was due to the previous incident. But since they were in the same company, was it really necessary to hold a grudge? Initially, he intended to sincerely apologize and have a proper conversation with Director Wang, but it seemed that this cycle of endless demands would not cease. To be fair, it wasn't solely directed at him. The entire team, and indeed all employees in the company, were subjected to the same treatment. Overtime, pushing themselves to the limits, as long as they could endure. They would work themselves to exhaustion, that AS for overtime pay. Everyone was an adult. There was no need to discuss such trivial matters. Overtime pay? Weren't they all voluntarily working extra hours? Thus, Zhou Yi had learned to take it easy. Just managing to finish his tasks 10 minutes past the official end of work, seizing the opportunity to slip away unnoticed. There was no choice. The situation at the company remained unchanged. Everyone lingered after hours. He was thoroughly exasperated by this so-called wolf culture. Unlike those large enterprises that espoused wolf culture or 996, 007 lifestyles, they compensated their employees generously for the extra hours worked, even if an employee suddenly collapsed or had to spend time in the ICU. Exhausting their earnings, at the very least, they could claim they were compensated. Yet in their company, they merely mimicked the absurdity of wolf culture, offering no additional financial incentives, constantly spinning tales of grandeur, oh no in their case. The leadership had entirely ceased to even weave such tales. They expected the horse to run while forbidding it to graze. Throughout history, many have found this notion laughable. What kind of horse could accept such terms? Moreover, in the eyes of many company owners, the notion was that if you worked for them, it was a privilege. They provided the position and the salary. They believed that if you received their wages, you ought to labor diligently to earn your keep. Yet, even in such companies, employees remained hesitant to resign. Of course, the large corporations were not without their flaws. The reason for the current state of excessive overtime was that tasks meant for 10 individuals were now being assigned to 5, requiring one to handle the workload of 2 that was already considered commendable by the company. Consequently, one could not possibly complete the work of 2 during regular hours. What was the solution? They would offer half of another person's salary as an incentive, assuring that if one performed well, they could earn that additional income. Quite reasonable, one might think. It indeed sounded plausible, even if it only resulted in increased internal competition and the tragic demise of some individuals. Regardless, Zhou Yi had resolved not to indulge such practices any longer. He had made up his mind to resign. That I must say, Attorney Fong is indeed quite impressive. After receiving the materials, he promptly proceeded with the lawsuit. And now both cases involved are preparing to go to trial. Old Wang has been in contact with him, hoping to obtain a letter of understanding, but he was directly rebuffed by Zhou Yi. On the other hand, in a different case, Attorney Fong mentioned that the opposing party wishes to mediate, and the court shares this sentiment. Given the small amount in dispute, there really is no need for a court appearance. Attorney Fong suggested that Zhou Yi take a round and, in front of the other party, inform them that he does not accept mediation. Zhou Yi agreed, as he still needs footage for his second video. Life, which had been rather mundane, finally found a bit of embellishment, and he felt quite pleased. Having completed his work, timed perfectly, Joey began to pack his belongings, intending to leave. However, at that moment, Director Wang appeared, wearing his usual insincere smile. "What is the matter, Xiao Zhou? Are you leaving again? Have you finished all your work?" Zhou Yi glanced at Director Wang, having given up on expecting any commendation from him, merely nodding in response, too disinterested to engage in conversation. "Xiao Zhou, hold on a moment. There is a task here that the client is urgently requesting. Everyone else is busy, so I'm assigning it to you. By the way, please submit it to me tomorrow morning," Director Wang said with a cheerful demeanor. Such dialogues have frequently occurred over the past period, not just directed at Zhou Yi, but affecting others in the office as well. Endless overtime. Unceasing work. Director Wang, being their superior and also a shareholder in the company, holds this position, which explains why Zhou Yi finds it perplexing that such a person occupies this role. Therefore, Director Wang's view of the employees is singular. He does not wish to see them idle, especially when it's only 6 o'clock and the day is still bright outside. Why go home when they are being paid? After saying that, Director Wang turned to leave, having assigned work throughout the entire office. Naturally, he had no intention of departing himself. However, just as Director Wang turned to leave, he was called back. "I'm sorry, Director Wang, but I have already clocked out that I cannot submit it to you tomorrow morning." Zhou Yi's voice was not loud, but the office was small, and everyone was busy typing away, so his words immediately captured the attention of the entire office. Director Wang turned to look at Zhou Yi, still wearing a smile. "Xiao Zhou, there is no choice. Time is tight, and the client is in a rush. Please understand." To be fair, Director Wang was not intentionally making things difficult, as there genuinely was a need for overtime. "And you see, when you left earlier, I didn't say anything, right? Now that the company is facing difficulties, I hope you can empathize. Let us have mutual understanding." Zhou Yi, upon hearing that, exploded in anger. "What do you mean? Director Wang, what do you mean by you left directly? I simply ask you, was it after work when I left? It was after work, and I left as per normal. What is the issue with that? And you didn't say anything? Are you implying that there is a problem with my leaving at the end of my shift?" Zhou Yi spoke rapidly and urgently, causing Director Wang's expression to shift. Colleagues around them also looked up, surprised that this newcomer, Zhou Yi, who had been with the company for less than a year, was actually confronting the director so boldly and speaking without reservation. Nonetheless, Director Wang maintained a smile. "Xiao Zhou, look at you. I merely pointed something out, and you've become agitated. What I meant was, let us have mutual understanding. The company urgently needs this, and it's truly unavoidable, don't you think?" Zhou Yi, upon hearing this, was incensed yet amused. "You keep saying understand, but I understand perfectly. I understand the company's difficulties. I never said I was unwilling to work. However, if you want me to work overtime, you need to compensate me for it. Specify how late I should stay, and I have no objections. Indeed, I understand, but you must also understand my situation. Consider my life. I need to earn a living, otherwise how can I survive?" Upon hearing the phrase, overtime pay, the other colleagues in the office perked up their ears, especially the older employees who had been with the company for years and had yet to see what overtime pay looked like. Director Wang shook his head. "Xiao Zhou, your thinking is quite misguided. You've only been here for a year, and it's only been a few months since your probation ended. You still need to learn and grow. Young people shouldn't fixate solely on money. Focus on honing your skills, understand? Once you've acquired the skills, there will be plenty of opportunities to earn money. Our company provides you with a platform for learning. You should learn to be grateful." Furthermore, an older employee stood up and said, "Yes, Xiao Zhou, don't clash with Director Wang. Just focus on your work. If you have questions, I can teach you, learn more." Chapter 16. What does it mean to learn? Looking at Director Wang and that older, unremarkable employee trying to persuade him, Zhou Yi suddenly felt no anger. In truth, he realized that his rage had been entirely unnecessary. He was merely a worker, going to work, completing tasks, and earning his salary. ISNT there is saying, with a monthly salary of 100,000, the company is akin to my parents, and I prosper or perish with it. With a monthly salary of 50,000, the office formaldehyde can enchant me, and working 996 becomes as natural as breathing. With a monthly salary of 20,000, the boss is always right. And if something goes wrong, it must be my fault. With a monthly salary of 10,000, the boss might have a slight issue, but I remain silent. With a monthly salary of 2,000, I am your father. Thus, there was no need for anger. If he became ill from the stress, he would have to pay for his own treatment. Therefore, under the watchful eyes of Director Wang and the unremarkable older employee, Zhou Yi, who had once seemed like a volcano ready to erupt, suddenly calmed down. Director Wang's face showed signs of pleasure. Isn't that right, Xiao Zhou? We older folks wouldn't deceive you that we've lived half our lives and seen it all. We advise you not to focus solely on money, and to dedicate yourself to learning. This is for your own good. Truly, this is experience talking. Outside, I wouldn't waste my breath on ordinary people. So, you should. While Director Wang spoke those words, Zhou Yi maintained his gaze on him, his expression calm, waiting for Director Wang to finish before saying, "Are you done, Director Wang?" This. Director Wang's reaction seemed somewhat different from what he had envisioned, in his imagination, after such earnest words of advice. The young man would at least feel grateful, especially since Zhou Yi had only recently graduated. These young individuals, despite having attended university, often lack maturity in character and thought. When the older generation displays concern, it usually evokes gratitude. Previously, many young people in the company had been educated by him, working diligently without any complaints. However, now, this young man seemed off. Pondering this, Director Wang nodded. Zhou Yi began. Director Wang, you are indeed correct. We young individuals, having just graduated from university, should not concentrate solely on financial matters and must commit to learning. Upon hearing this, Director Wang nodded in satisfaction. After all, young people are still young. However, Zhou Yi then shifted the conversation. But Director Wang, is it true that the only way to learn is by working on tasks for the company during off hours? As he spoke, Zhou Yi picked up the task sheet from his desk. This sort of work lacks any technical content. It merely requires physical effort. I do not believe it significantly contributes to my learning. Moreover, during my free time after work, if I diligently study and obtain esteemed certifications or engage in impressive side projects, is that not learning? Or if I wish to spend my off hours advancing my education for a master's degree, is that not learning? Does that not aid my future? Director Wang, I suspect you are conflating concepts. You've merged learning with work. I return to my original question. Is it only by working at the company that one learns? Zhou Yi did not raise his voice. He remained composed and calm. But the implications of his words left Director Wang momentarily speechless. Indeed, there are myriad ways to learn. Why must work at the company be the sole avenue for learning? Moreover, it is such work that lacks any technical depth. Of course, Zhou Yi was also aware that the reason the company disregarded their welfare and merely exploited them was that they lacked any specialized skills. This work is something Zhou Yi can handle. If he were to leave, the company could simply hire someone new, train them for a month or two, and they could do the job. The only difference lies in the speed of acclimatization. Ultimately, this company engages in low-skill, downstream labor. It is merely a labor factory. Nonetheless, at this moment, Director Wang was genuinely at a loss for words. Not only was he at a loss, but the other employees in the office were equally taken aback. The youngest among them was still a senior to Zhou Yi, having joined the company earlier, and they understood the nature of Director Wang's educational remarks. Surprisingly, some had indeed been swayed by him, in today's society. There seems to be an almost delusional attitude towards the so-called internships or work experience of university graduates. It is widely believed that college graduates are out of touch with reality, lacking understanding, and in dire need of practical experience. The notion itself is not without merit, as one of the significant issues faced by university students is their lack of practical experience and connection to the real world. However, at the very least, one ought to ensure that such internships serve a purpose. Medical students should intern at hospitals, while law students ought to gain experience in courts or law firms. To send programming students to factories under the guise of internship is utterly absurd. The fields of study are entirely different, yet they are forced into these roles, which barely qualifies as an internship. Zhou Yi is even aware that in some vocational programs, students are treated as free labor. Every graduating class represents a substantial pool of unpaid workers. thrust into electronics factories to man assembly lines, and don't even think about discussing remuneration. At times, they are even required to pay fees, because this is supposedly an internship opportunity provided for them. It sounds almost fantastical. Yet now, the colleagues in the office seem to be waking up to the reality. It appears to make sense if the specialization aligns with future career intentions. That may be acceptable, but when it diverges and individuals are coerced into learning, it quickly feels amiss. Director Wang stuttered momentarily, but soon remarked, "No, Xiao Zhou, you see." However, Zhou had already lost the desire to engage, promptly gathering his belongings and rising to leave. "Xiao Zhou, where are you going?" Director Wang was momentarily bewildered, as they were still discussing his matters. Zhou replied with a puzzled expression, "I'm leaving work. Just look at the time. It has passed 6:40 that I've been wasting 40 minutes here for no reason." But this task, Director Wang glanced at the task sheet on the table, yet found himself at a loss for words. "Director Wang, do you not comprehend what I'm saying? I'm off duty. See you all tomorrow." With that, Zhou exited without a trace of hesitation. As he departed, Director Wang's countenance turned a deep shade of anger. The other colleagues dared not speak, their emotions a complex web. He was likely the first to stand up and confront authority in the company. Unfortunately, they felt powerless in their own circumstances, tethered by familial responsibilities. How could they afford to be bold? Being dismissed would spell disaster for them. Director Wang cast a glance around and then pulled out his phone. "Hello, Manager Wu," informed Zhou to return to work, or he need not show up tomorrow. Meanwhile, Zhou, having stepped out of the office building, felt invigorated, as though he had finally voiced the frustrations he had bottled up for a year. It was utterly liberating. Nonetheless, he was acutely aware that such impulsive departure would likely invite trouble from the company, perhaps even leading to his dismissal. After all, Director Wang, in truth, should be referred to as General Manager Wang, as he was one of the company's leaders. Lost in thought, his phone buzzed with a message. Upon checking, it was from the HR manager who had originally recruited him. "Xiao Zhou, you should return to work promptly. What did you do to upset Director Wang? He explicitly stated that if you do not come back today, you needn't return tomorrow." Chapter 17. I just want to ask, when is a person least afraid? Naturally, it is when they are in an invulnerable position. Zhou had decisively resolved to resign, rendering him untroubled by the consequences of others' threats. Unlike in the past, where this being his first job brought forth parental admonitions to be emotionally intelligent, socially adept, and industrious, Zhou did not consider this advice wrong. Indeed, it held merit, provided one was in a suitable environment, such as within a government institution. Regardless of the salary, stability was paramount. However, in such a small company, Zhou genuinely felt that it was not unusual for the establishment to vanish overnight. Thus, the notion that failing to return for overtime would mean he needn't show up the following day was, in essence, quite fitting. Nevertheless, Zhou decided to consult with Feng Dezhuang, pondering whether his absence would lead to any repercussions. After all, he had signed a contract upon joining the company, which left him somewhat apprehensive. Little did he know, before he could even make the call, Feng Dezhuang was already reaching out to him. "Feng Dezhuang, what is the matter? Is there something you need?" Zhou chuckled into the phone while standing on the roadside. On the other end, Feng Dezhuang sounded rather helpless. It was a mystery why, upon learning Zhou name and becoming familiar, he had taken to calling him by a nickname that he claimed it was a splendid name, perfectly befitting a lawyer, while poor old Feng, with his sharp tongue, had spent ages explaining that modern lawyers were not merely lawyers, but to no avail. Since resistance was futile, he decided to embrace it. Strangely enough, being addressed as Feng Dezhuang felt rather gratifying. There is indeed a matter. Previously, we mentioned the need for mediation with the kitten company. The time for pre-trial mediation has been set for this Friday at 10 in the morning. Are you available to come? Pre-trial mediation. This had been previously discussed, and he was certainly obliged to attend. The crux of the matter lay in the other party's sincerity. It is said that one should not strike a hand extended in goodwill, as long as the other side demonstrates genuine intent. Then, it would be acceptable to mediate. This lawsuit was originally part of fulfilling his tasks, and his task progress had stagnated at 63%. It appeared he would have to wait for Lu Su's verdict and the release of the second video to truly complete his assignment. Suing the kitten company was an essential supplement to his task, as the company played a certain role in this scenario. In reality, many who purchase accounts find themselves ensnared by trading platforms. When purchasing, these platforms promise no worries regarding retrieval, guaranteeing compensation. Yet when one is indeed faced with retrieval, there is no recourse. This predicament had been captured in his first video. Since he was committed, he would pursue it to the end. According to Old Fong, this civil case was straightforward, so if pretrial mediation failed, a court hearing would commence swiftly, resulting in a prompt verdict. Thus, he could release a video concerning the trading platforms beforehand. After all, his previous video was titled Initial Account Retrieval, followed by a $1,000,000 recharge. So this time he would focus on the apprehensions surrounding individuals and the opposing party's request for him to provide letters of understanding. Among other things, this was certainly not a trivial video. He merely felt that the audience might grow impatient with the prolonged wait. Indeed, that was the case. No problem. I will certainly arrive on time. All right. Just call me when you reach the court, and I will come to fetch you. After discussing the essential matters, Fong Dezhuang prepared to hang up. Just then, Zhou Yi hastily interjected. Wait, Fong Dezhuang. There's one more thing I need to ask you. However, after Zhou Yi spoke, there was a prolonged silence on the other end, leading him to wonder if Fong Dezhuang had quietly hung up. Yet, the absence of a dial tone confirmed he had not. Fong Dezhuang, are you still there? Just as Zhou Yi contemplated whether Fong Dezhuang might have suddenly fallen ill, a voice emerged from the phone. Mr. Zhou, you were saying to inquire? What? Previously, he had been addressed as Old Brother Zhou, and after a few drinks, Fong Dezhuang had suggested taking him to a bathhouse or foot massage parlor to experience the famed great health services. Now, the tone had shifted to Mr. Zhou. Yes, indeed, to inquire. Is there something wrong? Zhou Yi responded cautiously. He was uncertain if he had inadvertently pressed a wrong button or uttered a forbidden phrase, but it seemed as if Fong Dezhuang had transformed into a different person altogether. Another silence ensued. Finally, Fong Dezhuang spoke. Mr. Zhou, for a professional lawyer, the most taboo phrase is, I just want to ask. Now Zhou, he was utterly perplexed. What was this all about? Mr. Zhou, consulting a lawyer incurs a fee. Do you understand my point? After much anticipation, Fong Dezhuang finally refrained from elaborating further. Every profession has its taboos. For lawyers, the most egregious offense is when individuals approach under the pretense of merely asking a question. What an international farce. Lawyers toil for years, diligently studying to acquire their qualifications, all while keeping abreast of laws and various judicial interpretations, only to be compensated for their expertise. Charging for consultations is fundamental. Yet it is evident that many individuals lack this awareness. They seem to think, what is the big deal about asking a question? You haven't even solved my problem. So how can you charge me? This is akin to asserting that poorly written online novels should be read for free. Zhou, he was no fool. He quickly grasped the situation. There was no such thing as casual inquiries with lawyers. Whenever one requires their specialized knowledge, payment is necessary. No wonder Fong Dezhuang had suddenly gone silent. It turned out Zhou, he had indeed uttered a trigger phrase. So, you mean to say that your silence was merely in the process of recalibrating your response? All right, Fong Dezhuang. I merely wish to consult with you. Surely that is acceptable? No problem. Previously, Mr. Zhou's case was pro bono. As it goes without saying, but my fee structure is based on the complexity and difficulty of the case, ranging from 500 yuan to 1,500 yuan per hour. Can you accept this? Mr. Zhou? The abrupt seriousness with which Fong Dezhuang presented his fees caught Zhou Yi off guard, but he still replied, that is fine. I'll explain the case, and then you can set the price. Indeed, with such rates, it's no wonder that the phrase, I just want to ask, has become a taboo. Of course, but it's not suitable to discuss over the phone. Let us find a place. Perhaps the same CAF as before. All right, by the way, I still prefer that carefree version of you from before. Do restore that. Brother Zhou, would you like me to bring you a bottle of vinegar? Zhou Yi. At the Little Cat Company, President Sun gazed at Li and inquired, is what you're saying true? Has the buyer indeed recorded and released the video? Li held out his phone, saying, President Sun, you may see for yourself. Sun took the phone, and a headline caught his eye. Account recovered at the start, immediately deposited 1 million. Upon glancing at the view count, President Sun felt his hands tremble slightly. Chapter 18. This is indeed a greater fortune than fortune itself. In that familiar CAF, the proprietor was playing songs that revealed his age, while Zhou Yi sat opposite Feng Dezhuang. Watching him retrieve that bottle of vinegar once more, he then observed in astonishment as Feng added it to his coffee, lifted the cup, took a sip, and revealed a satisfied smile. "All right, brother Zhou, do enlighten me. What is the matter?" Feng Dezhuang finally spoke. It's a bit of a predicament." Zhou Yi began to recount his situation with the company, emphasizing that he had signed a contract upon joining, but as a novice, he had been too naive to scrutinize its contents. They had merely requested his signature, and he complied, not even receiving a copy of the contract, which they claimed was kept at the company. Newcomers often find themselves in such predicaments, their timidity making them susceptible to significant losses. Hence, the adage learning from hardship arose. Zhou Yi now sought guidance on how to proceed. Given that he was being dismissed and fortuitously, he had no intention of returning to that dismal company, that he wished to inquire whether his absence would have repercussions, for he had indeed signed a contract. Such matters might seem trivial when one is carefree, but could pose issues if pursued seriously. Feng Dezhuang listened intently, diligently checking his notes while occasionally sipping coffee, exuding a sense of reliability and assurance. At last, Zhou Yi summarized the situation, taking a sip of his coffee to moisten his throat before asking, "So, Feng Dezhuang, do you think there will be any consequences if I don't go back?" Feng Dezhuang leisurely continued sipping his coffee, finishing before replying, "Brother Zhou, why not give it a try? This vinegar is authentic aged vinegar." "What? Aged vinegar? Keep that away from me. I can hardly fathom that taste. Let me tell you, adding aged vinegar to coffee creates a delightful fusion of bitterness and the unique aroma of the vinegar." After a few exchanges, Zhou Yi suddenly realized, "Wait a minute, Feng Dezhuang, I invited you to consult on my issue. Why are you discussing this? Hurry up. I am paying for your time." Feng Dezhuang posed momentarily, then quickly chuckled. "My apologies, brother Zhou. It's a professional habit. I often forget our relationship." Zhou Yi, "So, is this professional habit the one I think it is or the one I suspect it to be?" "Ahem, brother Zhou. Your situation is quite straightforward. It is merely a simple labor dispute. However, why don't you wish to go to work tomorrow?" At this, Zhou Yi appeared bewildered. "But Feng Dezhuang, the HR has clearly stated that if I do not return to work today, I should not come in tomorrow. It will be considered a resignation." Feng Dezhuang chuckled. "Brother Zhou, regardless of whether they term it a resignation or not, it was merely verbal. There is nothing in writing. Their words hold no weight. If you genuinely do not show up, that would be falling into their trap. They merely wish for you to absent yourself, that if you miss 3 days, it will be counted as unauthorized leave. And they can terminate you, you understand? Do not heed their nonsense. As long as they don't formally dismiss you, you should continue working as usual, avoiding giving them any reason to complain." Zhou Yi's confusion deepened. "But why?" "Feng Dezhuang, they clearly do not wish for me to return. Wouldn't going back be humiliating? Do not rush, brother Zhou." Feng Dezhuang smiled again. "These companies exploit your ignorance of labor laws to manipulate you. They cannot dismiss you without prior notice and must provide compensation. They simply wish for you to resign voluntarily, thus avoiding any financial obligation." Gradually, Zhou Yi began to understand through Feng Dezhuang's explanation. Fundamentally, it boiled down to this. The company wanted him to resign voluntarily, thereby incurring no costs, but if they took action, they would owe him compensation. "So, I should continue going to work?" "Yes, proceed as usual, as long as you do not give them grounds for complaint. Just go about your daily routine. Ignore any demands for overtime. Let them terminate you if they wish. It's quite simple. Additionally, during this period, gather evidence discreetly that I will send you the specific requirements on your phone once we finish. Should they fail to provide compensation, we will take necessary action." "All right then," Zhou Yi nodded, thinking that since he wouldn't be working, he might as well let the company feel some discomfort. Otherwise, it would be too much of a bully. After the consultation, he paid and they parted ways. Zhou Yi promptly set his HR's messages to silent, edited a video for a while, and then went to sleep. That as the saying goes, knowledge is power. The next morning arrived, and he did not rise unusually early. He leisurely enjoyed his breakfast and completed his morning routine before meandering to the office that he kept Fong Dazhuang's advice in mind, ensuring he did not allow them to find fault in his work, but also aimed to make them uncomfortable. The company mandated clocking in before 9 o'clock, but due to previous competition, it was generally expected that employees arrive by 8:30. He had previously adhered to this early schedule, but now he truly strolled in just on time. Upon entering the office to clock in, he noticed a peculiar atmosphere. His colleagues looked surprised to see him. "Hey, Zhou, what brings you here? I heard the company has already dismissed you," a colleague inquired curiously. Zhou smiled but remained silent. He was aware of the adage that too much talk could lead to trouble. He strolled over to his workstation, relieved to find it still intact, that he casually placed his belongings on the desk and sat down comfortably. Presently, he felt at ease, as he had no work, while his colleagues were overwhelmed with tasks. However, this tranquility did not last long. As soon after, Director Wang received word, and both he and another manager hurried over. "Zhou, why are you still here? Did I not inform you that your unauthorized absence has led to your termination?" Manager Wu wasted no time in laying down the law. With Fong Dazhuang's guidance fresh in his mind, Zhou remained unfazed, not even lifting his gaze. "Manager Wu, when did you inform me of this? I seem to have missed that." Manager Wu pulled out his phone, locating the message he had sent the previous evening, and gestured. "See? Last night at 8, I sent you numerous messages, yet you didn't reply." "Oh, is that so?" Zhou replied with a smile, raising his voice deliberately. "Manager Wu, you are aware that 8 o'clock is after our scheduled end time of 6, correct? You messaged me at 8. That should be after hours. Are you saying that if I go home after work, it counts as an unauthorized absence? After all, Mr. Mabu AI Qian believes that working 996 is a blessing, but you seem to think I should remain here 24 hours a day." This left Manager Wu momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated that this usually docile university student would suddenly become so formidable. Chapter 19, Double Happiness. "Moreover, Manager Wu, you cannot just terminate me without the proper paperwork. Present the termination documents. I have been with the company for a year without any infractions, and you wish to dismiss me just like that? That's right. Please provide my compensation, and we shall proceed according to the law. Shall we?" "What?" At this moment, not just Manager Wu and Director Wang were taken aback. Even the colleagues around them seemed to view Zhou in a new light. If yesterday he had merely argued with Director Wang, it could be dismissed as a loud dispute. But today he had transformed into a subtle force, speaking softly yet with undeniable logic. However, Manager Wu, being seasoned, quickly regained his composure and retorted, "Legal provisions? Who stipulated your compensation? Go find them if you want it. I've already stated you were terminated, so what now? Indeed, this is our company, and we kindly request you to leave." Director Wang chimed in. Yet, Zhou remained composed and steady. The pinhole camera he had hidden was already operational. Following Fong Dazhuang's advice, he understood the importance of safeguarding himself while out in the world. Evidence is something one can never have too much of. For instance, many newcomers to the workforce often fail to leave traces of their work. The IT may seem simple, but regardless of who assigns a task, insisting on signatures is non-negotiable, that if he is unwilling to sign, why should you take on his work? If you perform well, that's one thing, but if you falter, you'll bear the brunt of the blame. When the time comes, they might simply say, "Who asked you to do it?" And you'll have no recourse to defend yourself. Thus, Zhou is currently in high spirits, declaring, "You two need not intimidate me. I am timid and aware that merely uttering the word dismissal holds no weight, that I have not signed anything. Thus I remain an employee here. If you wish to expel me, I shall call the police." Manager Wu glanced around. The other employees in the company were observing the scene. After a moment's thought, he said, "President Wang, let us take our leave." Initially, they had presumed that this fresh graduate was naive, yet they were taken aback by his shrewdness. Of course, they could never anticipate that someone had already sought legal counsel due to yesterday's altercation. As the two departed, Zhou chose to ignore them, sitting idly at his computer. "It is not that I am disinclined to work. Rather, you have not assigned me any tasks, leaving me without options. Right? Perfectly. I can also enjoy the tea and snacks here, that I in the ensuing days. Joey comfortably remained in the company, leaving promptly at the end of the workday without a moment's delay. Naturally, he was also continuously gathering evidence through his own channels and keeping in touch with lawyer Fong. Fong surmised that the company would soon provide the necessary paperwork. After all, the tactic of verbal dismissal, compelling employees to abandon their posts, is merely a ruse that cannot deceive the astute. If they cannot fool you, they must adhere to proper procedures. As it turned out, Fong's intuition was correct that on Thursday afternoon, as Joey prepared to pack up for the day, Manager Wu and Director Wang arrived together. You wanted us to provide written documentation. It has already been arranged. All you need to do is sign, Manager Wu stated, placing a piece of paper before Joey. Joey picked up the document and scrutinized it carefully. The content was straightforward. Due to Joey's unexcused absence, violating specific company regulations, his employment was thus terminated. Joey felt a mixture of anger and amusement. He truly could not comprehend the company's rationale. The previous remarks had made it clear that he was no longer a legal novice, but had acquired some knowledge regarding labor laws. Yet, judging by the current situation, the company still regarded him as a fool. Unjustly labeled as absent. This was their justification for his dismissal, leaving him with no compensation. Manager Wu, are you jesting with me? Joey responded, I am absent from work. I leave for home after my shift. And what am my severance pay? As he spoke, the pinhole camera concealed in his chest began recording. According to legal stipulations, having been employed for a year, you are obligated to provide me with at least 1 month's salary. Upon hearing this, Manager Wu scoffed. Joey, what legal stipulations are you referring to? Who set these rules? You can go seek them out. I assure you, there are none here. Are you suggesting I invoke labor law? In this day and age, who adheres to labor law? If companies could dismiss employees at will without compensation, it would soon lead to chaos. As for the termination letter, it matters not whether you sign it. Merely receiving it suffices. You are no longer an employee of this company, so kindly vacate the premises. Manager Wu, Director Wang, this is a breach of decorum. Since it has come to this, there is nothing more to discuss. Let us meet in arbitration. Upon hearing this, Director Wang's expression twitched slightly, yet he replied, feel free to file your complaints wherever you wish. After years of operation, do you think we would be intimidated by your words? Furthermore, I must warn you, Joey, pursuing arbitration is no easy path. Should you proceed, be prepared to forfeit any future employment opportunities in Jingzhou City. Are you too threatening me? Joey chuckled. One must admit, lawyer Fong is quite astute. Indeed, Manager Wu and Director Wang have revealed their true colors, caught in the act. Although many companies today operate without regard for fairness, such practices are merely unwritten rules. Once exposed to the light of day, they become uncomfortable realities. Their demeanor and expressions betrayed a complete disregard for any semblance of legality. Quite remarkable. Very well, since the company has chosen this course, I have nothing further to say. Please return my contract, which was supposed to be kept in your custody. Joey reiterated. Pursuing litigation, this contract would be crucial. Upon hearing this, Director Wang's expression shifted, and he exchanged a glance with Manager Wu before stating, what contract? We know nothing of it. Will you leave on your own, or shall we escort you out? What? They want to even return the contract. Just moments ago, they claimed not to fear any legal action. As Joey contemplated his next words, he noticed several security personnel approaching, forcibly taking his belongings and unceremoniously ushering him out. This left him at a loss. He had previously heard tales of employees being removed from their companies by security. Yet he never imagined he would find himself in such a predicament. Why wouldn't they return his contract? Could it be that the contract had vanished? Joey hurriedly relayed this new development to lawyer Fong, voicing his concerns. What? No signed contract. Wait, do you possess any evidence proving your employment, such as pay stubs, attendance records, or other relevant documents? Lawyer Fong inquired urgently, a hint of excitement in his tone. Joey was unaware that he had inadvertently struck a chord with Fong, but he replied, I certainly have those. They are readily available on my phone and computer. At this revelation, Fong was elated. Zhou Yi, this is a double blessing. What do you mean by that? Zhou Yi was thoroughly perplexed. No signed labor contract. Yet you have evidence of employment. This entitles you to double compensation. Zhou Yi, XX, is there such a silver lining? In Zhou Yi's previous workplace, Manager Wu and Director Wang had dismissed him as inconsequential. They had encountered many like him who upon dismissal would shout about their plans to seek legal recourse. Yet in reality, pursuing one's rights, especially in labor disputes, typically begins with arbitration. If one party is dissatisfied, litigation ensues, leading to prolonged court proceedings and eventual enforcement. In essence, the lengthy process often tempers the initial fury of many naive individuals, for in many instances, the compensation won in court scarcely covers the legal expenses incurred. Furthermore, the warning issued by Manager Wu was not mere bluster. Future employers often inquire about an applicant's previous job experiences, especially within the same city and social circles. Given all these considerations, and the fact that Zhou Yi was merely a recent university graduate, there was little cause for concern. Zhou Yi had already resolved to entrust lawyer Fong with his case, to be frank. Fong's fees were quite substantial, yet being subjected to such mistreatment warranted a tenacious response. He simply could not abide the disdainful attitudes of those individuals, particularly Manager Wu. As a stakeholder, Director Wang held some authority. Yet Manager Wu was just another employee. It would be prudent to focus on tomorrow's mediation. Having been dismissed, he would not require a day off. Fortunately, he had captured ample footage. Once the system tasks were completed, he could also create a video addressing labor disputes. How delightful. Chapter 20. Are you Zhou Yi? By 8 in the morning, the entrance of the Jingzhou City Guangming District Court was already bustling with people. Although it is often said that seeking justice through the courts is a lengthy and costly endeavor, the sheer population ensures that many individuals do indeed pursue legal action. At this moment, Lu Jiangwo and Zhou Chun stood by, glancing around anxiously, unable to contain themselves any longer. Lawyer Wang, do you think Zhou Yi will show up? It is a pity that during this time, Lu Jiangwo and Zhou Chun had exhausted themselves in efforts to assist their son, yet were thwarted by the procedural nature of criminal litigation. Lawyer Wang, also known as Old Wang, was lending his support, but they had come to realize that their only path forward was to secure a letter of understanding. This meant that unless Zhou Yi provided this letter, they would have no recourse and could only argue for a lighter sentence based on the lack of malice. Moreover, they could assess the account in question, as it was well understood that the funds invested could not be equated to the total value of the account. Everyone knew that virtual assets inevitably depreciate. Nevertheless, the sum involved was alarming, making it essential for Old Wang to obtain that letter of understanding. Initially, he had not intended for Lu Jiangwo and Zhou Chun to accompany him. In Old Wang's seasoned view, they were truly the most inept of allies. Normally, to obtain a letter of understanding, one should not be begging the victim for it. That is standard procedure. After all, it is their son who has committed the crime. However, throughout their interactions, Old Wang had come to understand that, in their eyes, Zhou Yi was entirely at fault. Not only did they not report the incident, but they were also unable to even secure a meeting with him. Old Wang was genuinely perplexed as to why these two individuals held such distorted views. It seemed as though their mere presence demanded that others furnish a letter of understanding, as if the entire world owed them something. To make matters worse, because Old Wang had failed to secure this letter of understanding in the past few days, these two had begun to harbor grievances against him. This left Old Wang utterly speechless. When he initially signed the contract, he had clearly stated that cases of this nature were to be approached with utmost effort. In criminal matters, which lawyer would dare guarantee a specific outcome? If that were the case, one might as well report it. Anything else would be either boasting or deceit. Yet here they were, placing blame upon him. At times, Old Wang contemplated simply giving up, thinking, let whatever happens, happen. Given the circumstances, it was evident that if the final outcome did not align with their expectations, they would surely seek to hold him accountable. What a misfortune! Consequently, today he had brought these two along, thinking, if I am inadequate, then you may speak for yourselves, communicate with the opposing party, and see if they acquiesced out of course, he noted. I understand that Zhou Yi has other matters to attend to at court today, so you may rest assured. Lu Jingwo and his wife nodded in agreement, having already prepared themselves to confront Joey. The moment he arrived, they would commence their lamentations, vociferously announcing to those around them that it was the opposing party who was utterly malicious. For a mere account had led to their well-behaved child being incarcerated. Unbeknownst to old Wang and the Lu couple, standing nearby were General Sun of the cat company, his secretary, and a legal assistant. General Sun had risen early, but the thought of what Chairman Lu Qingyuan had assigned him made his head throb. Initially, the company had planned to remain passive. After all, even if they were to compensate as per the contract, it amounted to merely 1,500 yuan. Even if the opposing party were dissatisfied, the costs would not be substantial. The company's trading platform was among the leading ones in the industry, so such a sum was trivial. However, upon viewing the video, Chairman Lu became irate. Why did their company wish to mediate? It was not merely for the sake of harmony, but rather to protect the platform's reputation, though it had already diminished significantly. Yet that individual had audaciously filmed a video and posted it on Bilibili. Despite the primary focus being on the individual seeking the account's retrieval, the platform was mentioned repeatedly. Most critically, it was stated that they had purchased the guaranteed recovery service, only to be met with a proposal for negotiation from the platform. This directly tarnished the platform's reputation. The foundation of any trading platform lies in its credibility. However, the realm of game account trading exists in a shadowy area. It is not illegal per se, but many gaming companies do not endorse such transactions. Thus, it often exploits loopholes, relying on resources, and once one possesses account resources, the platform gains leverage that in a sense. Such account trading platforms operate like intermediaries, connecting sellers and buyers. Therefore, it becomes clear why these platforms claim guaranteed recovery, yet remain unresponsive. Many intermediaries extol virtues before payment, but once money changes hands, their demeanor shifts dramatically. Returning to the matter at hand, Chairman Lu felt discomfort. Since he sought mediation to preserve the company's reputation, how could he continue to negotiate when the opposing party had already damaged it through a video? Thus, he instructed General Sun to demand the removal of the video and a public apology on Bilibili. Otherwise, they would pursue legal action relentlessly. Not only that, but they would also sue for defamation. If the opposing party refused, they might even consider notifying the authorities based on the video's viewership. Hence, General Sun had to prepare diligently. Hoping that the young man named Zhou Yi would not be overly impetuous, he was ready to intercept Zhou Yi upon his arrival and engage him in a serious discussion. For once mediation commenced, certain topics would be off limits. Intimidation was inevitable. Many young individuals are bold, yet they can also be easily intimidated. Both sides awaited the encounter, and under such circumstances, Zhou Yi and the lawyer Fong finally approached. Zhou, blissfully unaware that two groups awaited him to discuss matters, yawned and remarked, "Fong, I think your presence suffices. Perhaps I need not be here." The somewhat thinning-haired but spirited Fong scoffed. "How is it that you, a young man, appear less energetic than I, not to mention that you lack a girlfriend? One must at least meet the opposing party. Refusing mediation requires justification, does it not?" Zhou Yi replied wearily. He was truly exhausted. Heaven knows that last night, Sister Yuan had suddenly gone live, and he had only watched for a brief moment, resulting in him being late upon arriving at the courthouse. General Sun had already spotted Zhou Yi, who resembled the photograph perfectly. As Zhou approached, General Sun cleared his throat and said, "You must be Zhou Yi. I am from the cat company." However, his attempt at composure was abruptly overshadowed by a piercing shout from a nearby woman. "You are Zhou Yi? You are the one who caused my child to be imprisoned over an account. He is still so young. How can you be so cruel?" In an instant, Zhou Yi was jolted into clarity, staring blankly at the two factions before him, utterly bewildered. Chapter 21. Reported. I'm tired. A gentleman surnamed Lu once remarked that in disputes, the combat prowess of a woman could be unparalleled. Now, fueled by the notion of for the sake of children, the intensity of Zhou Chun's indignation surged to new heights. The crux of the matter was singular. Why was Zhou Yi's heart so callous? Their child was unjustly facing imprisonment. Meanwhile, a crowd had begun to gather outside the courthouse, drawn by the commotion. Do not misunderstand. The tendency to spectate is universal. One might say that human beings often exhibit similar behaviors in certain situations. As the audience swelled, Zhou Chun's fervor intensified. Listen, everyone. Just because of a trivial matter online, over the recovery of a game account, this person has reported my son and caused him to be imprisoned. He has just been accepted into a good university. All is ruined. My wife and I have painstakingly raised him. Now we have no hopes left. We seek a letter of understanding from this person. Yet he won't even show his face. Tell us, what grievance did our Xiao Su cause you that you would act in such a manner? I tell you, the heavens are watching. Your actions will bring about retribution. Zhou Chun's words were laced with fervor, as if he were unleashing all the pressures and indignities he had faced during this period upon Zhou. However, Zhou finally recognized their identities. This familiar voice belonged to the parents of Lu Su, the individual who had previously contacted him. That in all honesty, Zhou did not believe himself to be a villain. He simply felt that one must adhere to reason. He had purchased the account, diligently cultivated it, and yet they sought to reclaim it at a moment's notice. When he tried to reach out, they not only ignored his calls, but even blocked him. Was this what one called reason? Why did it now seem as if he were in the wrong? Meanwhile, old Wang maintained an impassive expression, seemingly accustomed to such confrontations. Before bringing the couple, he had anticipated this very scenario, that he had even advised them to speak thoughtfully. Yet here they were. Thankfully, after over 20 years in the profession, old Wang had encountered all manner of clients. He could tolerate such behavior, but he recalled a previous case where their family member had been involved in a drunk driving incident. Yet they still demanded a letter of understanding from the other party. That it was always the same. They would act as though failing to provide such a letter was a grave offense. How absurd! It was they who had erred, and old Wang found his temper flaring. Otherwise, he would have long lost his composure. He simply could not fathom why there existed individuals so devoid of clarity, perpetually presenting themselves as though the world owed them a debt. Are you truly trying to save your son? It feels more like you were selling him. It is a classic case of maternal love and filial piety. At that moment, a cigarette found its way into old Wang's mouth, and he turned to see Fong producing a lighter. Lighting it, he took a deep drag, finding a measure of tranquility. Are you still taking on such trivial cases? Alas, it's simply that the remuneration is substantial. Once Zhou regained his composure, he could hardly be bothered to engage with them and began to walk away. However, upon seeing this, the couple panicked. Lu Jiangwo rushed forward and seized Zhou. Why do not leave? I must tell you that unless there is a resolution today, you cannot walk away. This left Zhou befuddled as he grasped Lu Jiangwo's arm. What is the meaning of this? Are you threatening me? Facing the young man, Lu Jiangwo took a step back, albeit he asserted, No, you cannot leave. There must be an explanation regarding my child's situation today. An explanation? Zhou surveyed the crowd before addressing Lu Jiangwo. You wish to demand an explanation from me. Your son has committed a crime. Do you understand what crime is? Would you like me to explain it to you? Had you foreseen this outcome, would you have acted differently? You request a letter of understanding, yet you approach me as if you were merely asking for a favor. People are watching, and I must say, your son has committed that act. There's no need to fear imprisonment. Furthermore, do you really think that if I do not provide a letter of understanding, he should be executed? Is that the case? Let me tell you now, I do not forgive now, and I will never forgive in the future. Did I ask that clear enough? I have business to attend to at the courthouse. If you obstruct me any further, I will call the police. Do not pull or tug at me. I must inform you that I have a congenital heart condition. If I were to collapse here because of you, then you would indeed have the opportunity to see your son. With that, Zhou turned and left, exemplifying the adage that the upbringing of a child reflects the character of the parents. Zhou felt that these parents were utterly oblivious to the essence of parenthood, as they themselves were beset with profound issues. It is a pity that the vocation of parenthood is one from which one cannot resign or undergo an internship. As Zhou departed, Lu Jiangwo and his wife dared not intervene any further. However, Zhou Chun found it peculiar that the surrounding individuals were not rallying to her aid. It is worth noting that in Qingshan County, when something occurs, many people typically come forward to lend their support, especially since the child had just entered university with a promising future ahead. It would be a great shame if such a trivial matter were to hinder that. Thus, Zhou Chun could not help but address an elderly woman nearby. Tell me, How can someone want to imprison my child yet refuse to issue a letter of understanding? Such a person exists? I have already offered to compensate. However, the elderly woman merely chuckled. What nonsense is this? Your son's imprisonment is a matter of state judgment, and it has nothing to do with that young man. As for the letter of understanding, did you not hear? He does not forgive. With that, the elderly woman turned and walked away, leaving Lu Jiangwo and Zhou Chun utterly dumbfounded. They had initially thought to leverage the moral persuasion of those around them to compel Zhou Yi to acquiesce, only to discover that the bystanders were not on their side, but rather began to criticize their actions. What could be the reason for this? At that moment, Lu Jiangwo and his wife overlooked a crucial detail. They were at the courthouse, where the individuals present were either knowledgeable of the law or seeking to uphold their own rights through legal means. At this juncture, reason was paramount. Lawyer Wang, are you simply going to observe? What do we do about my son? You initially assured us. Before old Wang could finish his cigarette, he was bombarded with complaints from the side, drawing the attention of many colleagues nearby. Old Wang, however, leisurely finished his smoke before responding. Enough. Teacher Zhou, I never said I could guarantee a favorable outcome. I merely stated I would do my utmost. Today, it is your distrust that has led you to seek resolution independently. And now, it appears that negotiation has concluded. Indeed, it has concluded. No, Lawyer Wang, how can you be like this? We have employed your services. If you do nothing, we will report you to the Bar Association. Old Wang interjected once more. Stop right there. Both of you, did I believe it is best to terminate our contract? My establishment is too small to accommodate both of your grand expectations. You would be better off seeking assistance elsewhere. Rest assured, I will bear the responsibility for any breach of contract, that I will not withhold a single cent of the required compensation. Everything will proceed according to our agreement, and I shall transfer the damages and all my documentation to you. Trust me, I'm a professional. With that, old Wang turned and departed without a trace of hesitation, but he realized his error. Should he encounter such a situation again, no matter the compensation offered, he would remain resolute. And now, it was simply how it was. They had threatened to report him, so let them do so. Exhausted, Zhou Chun and Lu Jingwo stood in stunned silence, unable to utter a word as they watched old Wang depart with nonchalance. Though it was summer, a sudden chill enveloped them. President Sun exerted considerable effort to extricate himself from the spectator-esque role, suddenly realizing that this young man, Zhou Yi, possessed remarkable tenacity. It seemed today's mediation would not unfold smoothly. Chapter 22. There are still many good people. This can be considered Zhou Yi's first visit to the courthouse. Prior to making that choice, he had never imagined he would find himself dealing with such governmental departments. They had already been ushered into the mediation room, yet the representatives from the trading platform had yet to arrive. So, Zhou Yi, have you thought of any excuses? Inquired Lawyer Fong. Zhou Yi shook his head. You mentioned that the other party is determined to come to a settlement, considering our compensation, which at most amounts to 1,500 for such a large company. It should be a simple matter. If you cannot think of a good excuse, how can I, an ordinary person, manage? How about we demand a public apology? Lawyer Fong shook his head. You had a contract in place. Even if we were to litigate, we would have to adhere to the terms outlined within it. The contract only stipulates breach compensation, although we could potentially claim some interest. However, I personally believe that would be futile. In truth, he wanted to convey to Zhou Yi that if the other party apologized during mediation and agreed to triple the compensation, they would accept it. After all, he, Fong Shujing, preferred to speak facts and reason rather than indulge in nonsensical arguments. Since the lawsuit would yield only this outcome, it was unreasonable to reject it. However, he was assisting Zhou Yi pro bono. If he were to voice this, it might give the impression that he was reluctant to help further. Zhou Yi was equally troubled. Based on his experience, the success of the entire affair hinged on Lu Su, as the trading platform was merely a distraction. Should he simply agree to their terms? Yet it felt infuriating. When I contacted you earlier, you were so arrogant. Why not show some of that demeanor now? Just as the two were musing, the court mediator, accompanied by President Sun and the others, entered the room. Zhou Yi recognized them immediately. Were they not the same three people he had seen earlier? Why had they taken so long? He did not dwell on it, quickly taking a seat upon seeing the court staff. Ready for the mediation to commence, he would simply counter their arguments as necessary. The trio of President Sun took their seats, but Sun's mood was far from pleasant. There was no avoiding it, just moments ago. The company's chairman Liu had called him specifically to convey that if the other party did not agree to delete the video and restore their reputation, they would absolutely not accept any mediation. Moreover, they were to inform the opposing side that they would file a lawsuit at the drop of a hat. Chairman Liu also mentioned that the video captured by that Zhou had become exceedingly popular, albeit only on Bilibili, not yet having reached a broader audience. However, due to the numerous gamers on that platform, many began to form groups to flood their app with negative reviews. Additionally, the customer service was inundated with complaints. Such behavior could not be classified as good or bad. It merely revealed that, through the internet, many individuals became emboldened, capable of expressing opinions they would shy away from in person. Consequently, Chairman Liu was infuriated upon witnessing this. President Sun began contemplating how to address the opposing side, whether through threats or some other means. A plan was necessary. Meanwhile, the court mediator, the presiding judge of the case, leashes, spoke up. "All right, since both parties are present, let us commence. I am the presiding judge for this case. To my left is the defendant, Mr. Sun Linyuan, vice president of the Xiaomao Company, and to my right is the plaintiff, Mr. Zhou, along with his attorney, lawyer Feng Shujing. In my view, this case does not require a trial. It is merely a straightforward contract dispute. Today, let us discuss and see how we can resolve the matter amicably. Therefore, Mr. Sun, what is your company's position? According to the current contract, you are obligated to provide compensation, which I believe is not a significant amount for your company." Facing the mediator, President Sun considered his response before speaking. "Comrade, I must inform you that it is not our company's unwillingness to compensate. Rather, one must conduct an investigation first. Consider this. Our trading platform handles countless transactions daily. If every individual were to approach us like this, demanding immediate answers, our customer service would be overwhelmed. Thus, we must conduct an investigation. Yet this gentleman is unwilling to wait even for that. He is prepared to sue at once. What are we to do? Customers are always right, and as a disadvantaged party, we truly have no recourse. Wouldn't you agree?" Although Zhou was aware that companies seldom utter words of reason, he couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. They were the disadvantaged party, and he was the one in power. Quite the amusing jest, akin to a penguin claiming to be a game company. Meanwhile, as President Sun spoke, he was acutely aware of his own fabrications. Initially, their customer service had indeed advised him to negotiate. The chat records would serve as irrefutable evidence. But what of it? One must speak as one wishes. After all, if everyone were to adhere to reason, acknowledging all their actions and words, what need would there be for police or courts? Right. In his mind, he anticipated that the individual opposite would erupt in anger. The youth, having encountered a multitude of experiences, particularly those affluent and brash individuals, often possess a temperament that is less than amiable. When faced with the nonsensical ramblings of others, they are prone to impulsive reactions. Once the opposing party becomes agitated and begins to engage in a fact-based and reasoned discourse, it becomes possible to gradually unfold subsequent plans. However, as 10 minutes elapsed, Mr. Sun had already spoken until his throat was parched, yet the individual across from him, Zhou, remained resolutely silent, displaying little to no expression, as though Mr. Sun's words were mere drivel. This situation was decidedly amiss. Unable to continue the discussion, Mr. Sun finally revealed his true intentions. Therefore, our company is open to mediation, provided that the other party concedes to our terms. With such a breach of contract, they dare to impose conditions. However, Judge Li, seasoned and knowledgeable, nodded slightly, inquiring, "What conditions are you proposing?" Beside Mr. Sun, the legal counsel addressed Zhou, stating, "Mr. Zhou has previously posted a video on Bilibili, wherein he engaged in actions that defamed our company's reputation. Therefore, should he wish for us to accept mediation, he must delete the video and issue a public apology, among other means, to restore our reputation." At this, Zhou was rendered speechless, regardless of the specifics. If he were to consider Mr. Sun's insinuations, it seemed as though he himself was the cause of this matter escalating to court. And now, A condition was being proposed. Judge Lee turned to Zhou. Mr. Zhou, what are your thoughts on this? Zhou glanced at his attorney, Fong, and replied, Hello, I would like to confirm. If I do not accept your terms, what actions will you take? This time, there was no need for Mr. Sun to respond. The legal counsel maintained her formal demeanor, stating, Should Mr. Zhou refuse our conditions, we will decline mediation and pursue our legal rights through litigation. However, before she could finish her statement regarding legal rights, Zhou abruptly interrupted. He exchanged a glance with Fong, and to their astonishment, their expressions were those of delight. Goodness! Judge Lee was taken aback. If they refused mediation, they would have to proceed to court, potentially facing prolonged litigation that might extend through multiple hearings. Why, then, did they appear so exhilarated? Zhou remarked, There truly are many good people in this world. Fong nodded in agreement. Indeed, indeed. Let us be on our way. At this, Judge Lee could no longer contain himself. Wait a moment, gentlemen. Our mediation is not yet concluded. Where are you going? Zhou turned back, his face reflecting confusion. Comrade, is it not concluded? Did they not state that if we do not accept their terms, they will refuse mediation? Then there is nothing further to discuss. We shall simply proceed to court. Mr. Sun, legal counsel, should not the subsequent process involve bargaining between both parties? This scenario was decidedly unexpected. Rest assured, all documentation and evidence have already been submitted to the Labor Arbitration Office. We can await the outcome. Understood. Chapter 23. We must not be intimidated. Zhou and Fong departed without hesitation, leaving Mr. Sun in a state of bewilderment as he looked at Judge Lee, uttering, What is the current situation? Judge Lee shrugged. There is no situation. Mediation has failed, and the plaintiff has declined to engage in further discussion. I suggest you prepare for court. This was a straightforward case, requiring no further investigation by the court, and could be directly processed under simplified procedures. Judge Lee was inclined to express his frustration. The mediation had initially been progressing well, yet had devolved into chaos. However, he refrained from commenting further and promptly exited. Mr. Sun and his companions exchanged glances, particularly the legal counsel, who was still processing the earlier events. Helpless, Mr. Sun exited the mediation room and began making phone calls. What? They were delighted, claiming there are many good people in the world, and then they outright rejected mediation. Are they not concerned about us suing them? On the other end, Chairman Liu was utterly speechless. Furthermore, he was perplexed as to why those two individuals had reacted with such joy. What on earth had transpired to elicit such a response? Their reaction was so bewildering that Chairman Liu began to suspect the court was somehow affiliated with them. In this day and age, aside from the peculiar group of lawyers, very few individuals relish the prospect of litigation. For many, lawsuits are an arduous process, fraught with expenses, and most critically, they consume an inordinate amount of time and energy, often leading to mental exhaustion. Even those who habitually engage in legal disputes typically do so as a last resort. Chairman Liu had never witnessed such a reaction before. So, Chairman Liu, shall we proceed with the lawsuit? Mr. Sun inquired. Let us put that aside for now. You should return, that we will discuss this further upon your return. After hanging up, Mr. Sun felt somewhat resigned. Based on his years of collaboration with Chairman Liu, he surmised that the latter was likely reconsidering the prospect of pursuing a defamation lawsuit. That Mr. Sun's intuition was correct. Liu Qingyun indeed wished to avoid escalating the matter. Firstly, such lawsuits often devolve into lengthy disputes, as evidenced by numerous celebrities embroiled in defamation cases, where verdicts may surface years later due to protracted legal battles. It is not uncommon for such cases to span a year or two. Secondly, he was acutely aware of his own actions. He has infringed upon my company's reputation, resulting in significant losses. Oh, how did he infringe upon your company's reputation? He merely recounted our company's actions. These words were so predictable that he could envision them without needing to read them. Given the circumstances, that individual would undoubtedly produce another video reiterating these claims. Even if the company emerged victorious in court, its reputation would still be tarnished, although it already was. The crux of the matter was that this individual was wealthy and tenacious. Strangely, Chairman Liu recalled a phrase. In this world, One must acknowledge their mistakes and stand firm when facing consequences. Joey, unbeknownst to him, had inadvertently impacted his former company. In truth, many employees are acutely aware that within a company, each position is filled with a specific individual. As long as someone is deemed sufficient, the company will not hire an additional employee. If a company suddenly begins recruiting, it is a clear indication that they have resolved to lay off a batch of employees. After all, 5 individuals are already managing the workload meant for 10. Joey did not resign of his own volition, but was abruptly terminated, leaving no time for transition. In cases of formal dismissal, preparations are typically made in advance. Given the current circumstances, regardless of how experienced a replacement might be, they cannot instantaneously assume the previous responsibilities without a period of adjustment. Consequently, Director Wong was tasked with handling the workload. After all, it was his decision to terminate the employee. Moreover, Joey had previously been exceptionally diligent, often working overtime and burning the midnight oil. With such a significant gap now, it was imperative to compensate for the shortfall. Just as Director Wong was fully occupied, there was a knock at the office door. "Come in, Director Wong. The chairman requests your presence. He has matters to discuss with you." It was the chairman's secretary who entered. "Understood. I will head there immediately." Director Wong set aside his work and made his way to the chairman's office on the upper floor, entering without knocking. "Brother-in-law, what is it that requires your summons?" The chairman of the company, Zhao Yud, looked up from his desk, somewhat exasperated by the presence of his brother-in-law. While his brother-in-law was not entirely incompetent and genuinely cared for the company, his methods of handling matters often left much to be desired. Nevertheless, as family, Zhao Yud felt it inappropriate to voice his grievances. "There is a matter. Take a look at this," Zhao Yud said, handing over some documents. Director Wong took the materials and glanced at them. "Ah, Manager Wu is here as well." Manager Wu, who was nearby, nodded. "Director Wong, please review the documents in your hands." Zhou has indeed approached the arbitration committee. "What?" Director Wong was taken aback. "Is he truly intending to sue us?" With astonishment, Director Wong examined the materials, which confirmed his suspicions. Notifications from the Guangming District Labor Arbitration Committee regarding case acceptance, evidence submission, and hearing notifications, among other documents. Now, Director Wong felt a surge of anxiety. His brother-in-law's company had been operational for a decade, a span not insignificant. Over the years, they had encountered numerous individuals who had been dismissed abruptly. Many of these individuals had expressed fury and vowed to pursue legal action. Yet in the end, none had followed through. The rationale behind labor law exists similarly to that of consumer rights protection law. It is fundamentally about addressing the inherent inequality between workers and employers, just as there is an imbalance in the relationship between consumers and sellers. Thus, specific legislation is necessary for protection. Naturally, there are occasional challenges in its implementation. Having reviewed the documents, what do you propose? Shall we proceed with litigation or settle? Chairman Zhao Yud inquired. Director Wong set down the stack of notifications, a hint of derision gracing his features as he remarked, "Brother-in-law, there's no need for hesitation. That lad merely seeks to intimidate us with such tactics. Since he wishes to pursue legal action, let him do so. Arbitration. First instance, second instance. Once it's all over, we can delay enforcement. I'm not suggesting anything, brother-in-law, but look at those other companies. They have myriad ways to deal with such individuals, ensuring they fall in line. Moreover, even if we were to lose this lawsuit and face compensation, we would accept it that we must not be intimidated. Otherwise, how can we continue? Others will certainly follow suit." This approach is commonplace among many companies. They are well aware of their obligation to provide compensation, yet choose to withhold it, compelling you to resort to litigation. "Very well, then, let us proceed as necessary." Zhao Yud decisively declared, and no one cares about a dismissed employee. In the worst-case scenario, they merely pay a bit of money, which is hardly a concern. Back at home, Joey had finally edited the majority of the content for his second video. The IT primarily detailed his interactions with the platform's customer service, as well as his lawyer's advice to file a direct lawsuit and seek mediation. With several segments flowing seamlessly together, as for the derogatory remarks from Lu Su's parents, Joey contemplated including them in the third video, alongside the judgment, believing it would create a striking contrast. With everything prepared, he awaited the hearings for both cases, though he hesitated upon glancing at another folder on his computer. This contained footage regarding his labor dispute, serving as a test of the system. The outcome was evident. Perhaps due to the first incident still being unresolved, there was currently no activity. Were it not for the glaring event and progress that could be monitored, Joey might have thought the system had ceased to function. Just as he was about to retire for the night, his phone rang. Lu Su's case is set for hearing the day after tomorrow. Oh dear, plans never keep up with changes. This meant the second video could encompass everything. Chapter 24. The account was recovered in the morning, and the individual was apprehended in the afternoon. Upon witnessing this event, Joey had already prepared himself for a prolonged wait. After all, this was no jest. It was a serious matter requiring education. And even if the individual was caught swiftly, various procedures must be followed before a court ruling could be reached. Thus, when the first video was released, Joey remained composed despite being labeled the donkey of the production team and the pigeon destined for the pot by viewers on the minor platform. The rationale was simple. This video must yield results, and a judgment is the most direct and impactful outcome. Until a ruling is made, he could not possibly release the video. Hence, he had initially intended to temporarily substitute it with the case involving the trading platform. Yet he never anticipated it would progress so swiftly, from apprehension to prosecution, and now ready for trial in no time. Of course, Joey had not considered that, although this case sounded significant. The facts were exceedingly straightforward. All evidence was readily available, forming a complete chain without much need for integration. Crucially, there were precedents for such matters. Although our country does not employ case law, it can still serve as a reference. During this period, the individual known as Idle Cloud Wild Crane had been particularly vocal, taking advantage of Joey's delay in releasing follow-up content to voice various claims. As a result, he even garnered supporters who fancied themselves well-versed in society, having seen much. Their rhetoric incessantly attempted to impart their so-called wisdom. Furthermore, discussions regarding his antics proliferated across other forums, though they had not gained significant traction. After skimming through the comments, Joey observed that the individual had begun to taunt. "Welcome, uploader, to confront me." Joey felt he could no longer afford to wait. Such demands bore a striking resemblance to those once made by a certain lawyer. Fong. Although the trial had yet to commence and the video remained unfinished, it did not hinder Mr. Zhou from updating everyone on the progress. With this thought, he hesitated not, crafting a brief message before hitting send. "I've been quite busy lately and forgot to inform everyone that." After reporting the incident, the recovery agent was apprehended in less than a day. "I was just notified that the hearing will be held the day after tomorrow. I will post the entire process afterward. Also, regarding the trading platform, I have already filed a lawsuit against them, and I will share the results." The entirety of his statement contained no distractions, merely updating on progress. Yet, this simple message sent those following the matter into a frenzy. In Guang City, Sister Yuan was on the verge of madness. For someone with her obsessive tendencies, it was imperative that she find the next video as soon as she glimpsed the previous. One of spending an entire day scouring the internet was a small price to pay. The audacity of certain uploaders to release only half a video was akin to authors who leave chapters unfinished, or viewers who fail to leave a trace of their existence. The key was that this individual had released the first half of the incident, stirring emotions and leaving the audience desperate to know the fate of the recovered dog. It was not solely the emotional investment at play. The comment section and other forums were rife with ridicule. Initially, there had been some concern when others shared this video, but now the taunts were relentless, leaving her unsure whether those individuals were genuinely foolish or merely feigning ignorance. Consequently, her live stream and the video comment section became inundated with remarks, accusing her of having accepted payment for her assistance. Truly, if she knew the identities of these online critics, Sister Yuan would have relished the opportunity for a real-life showdown. Their words were infuriating. Moreover, she had sent several private messages to the uploader, yet received no response whatsoever. At that moment, Sister Yuan was truly taken aback. Was it that she lacked stature, or he lacked manhood? Alas, no matter how much she raged, it was futile, as she only knew him as A.E., with no further information. Today, however, Sister Yuan habitually clicked on Joey's account, prepared for a lack of updates, but to her astonishment, The individual had actually posted an update. Though not a video, merely a status, it nonetheless signified some progress. After glancing at the content of the update, Sister Yuan felt an urge to invite this uploader to Guang City, that he might experience her enthusiasm. If she recalled correctly, the previous video included details about filing a police report, and the very next day, the perpetrator was apprehended. Yet he said nothing, while it was his prerogative whether to share information. It was undeniably frustrating. Scanning the comments below, the atmosphere had transformed into a jubilant sea of joy. Namo Gatling Bodhisattva, Idle Cloud Wild Crane. Where are you? Come out quickly. Didn't you say the uploader should confront you? I possess the ambition of Mengda. The account was recovered in the morning. The police were notified at noon, and the individual was apprehended in the afternoon. Night 10 times. Holy crap, they really caught him. I thought the uploader was just joking. Seeing such comments made Sister Yuan laugh. There were countless similar sentiments in the comment section. As many believed the uploader was merely engaging in jest. As if recovering an account and imprisonment should have no correlation, that it was akin to many individuals boasting online, conversing animatedly with various ladies from the exchanges. One might assume them to be seasoned Casanovas. Yet in reality, when face-to-face, they lacked the courage to utter a word of course. The primary reason for this disbelief was that many uploaders had begun to adopt personas akin to celebrities, engaging in all manner of deceptive practices and clickbait. Sister Yuan felt that the titles employed by the uploaders on the minor platform had reached a new level. What might simply be a scraped knee was presented in a manner suggesting amputation. This led to widespread skepticism. Yet upon witnessing the current developments, no one harbored doubts. The impending court hearing would yield an official judgment, an undeniable fact that could not be fabricated and was accessible to all. Thus, a host of individuals began tagging Idle Cloud Wild Crane, eager to ascertain his views on the situation. However, no matter how they tagged him, he remained unresponsive, as if oblivious. This was yet another advantage of the internet, when one buries their head in the sand like an ostrich. They believe they have emerged victorious. As a multitude of onlookers found themselves unable to tag Idle Cloud Wild Crane, they rushed to engage in discussions across various forums and message boards. Finally, they could express their pent-up frustrations. Particularly those who had purchased accounts that were subsequently recovered found immense satisfaction in witnessing others face consequences. This sentiment extended beyond the realm of a single game, although they could not punish the account recoverers. Seeing one apprehended provided immense gratification, not to mention the uploader's audacity in suing the trading platform. This was tantamount to stepping on the collective prostate of the masses. For years, various trading platforms had swindled countless individuals. Yet few had dared to take legal action. Every time such an event occurred, those who took their principles seriously found joy in witnessing the accountability of others. This is how it should be. Chapter 25. The judgment is delivered. The comment section beneath Zhou Yi's update had transformed into a joyous ocean, radiating an atmosphere of elation. It appears that everyone here has discovered a means to vent their frustrations, unleashing an array of grievances directed at game operators, trading platforms, and recovery agents alike. Naturally, the name Xianyan Yeha frequently surfaces amidst the discourse. Various terms such as Lu Ti and Kong Ti continually emerge. The shopkeeper, removing the pink board, suddenly remarked that Xianyan Yeha has not appeared for quite some time. He still owes 19 coins. Come the Dragon Boat Festival of the following year, he reiterated that Xianyan Yeha still owes 19 coins, and as mid-autumn and the new year approached, Xianyan Yeha remained elusive. Perhaps Xianyan Yeha has indeed perished. However, it seems that the words of the crowd have been somewhat excessive, as eventually, Xianyan Yeha emerged to respond. Is it truly the case that mere words can substitute for evidence? The content creator claims someone has been apprehended, and thus it must be true, is what he asserts to be taken at face value. In this digital age, can a few utterances serve as substantiation? Once he spoke, a ripple of outrage ensued. The content creator at least has his initial video, and surely once the verdict is announced, he will release a follow-up. How can one simply cast doubt without evidence? Indeed, you assert that the creator lacks evidence, yet it seems you possess none either. These days, assertions are made without substantiation. A flurry of netizens began to reply, And soon the comment section became a towering edifice of discourse that in a household in Jingzhou City, Zhou, after posting his update, naturally perused the comment section, eager to discern what the individual known as Xianyan Yeha might articulate. Upon encountering the responses, he found himself both amused and enraged, feeling that engaging with such individuals was a sheer waste of breath. These were the epitome of petty individuals. Compelling such a person to concede was a formidable challenge, for the petty always find myriad excuses to counter any argument to sway them. Your reasoning or evidence must be impeccably sound and devoid of any ambiguity, accompanied by comprehensive documentation that forms a flawless chain of evidence to be thrust before their eyes, thereby forcing an acknowledgement of their missteps. That to elicit an admission of fault from such individuals is akin to scaling a mountain. Indeed, one could argue that even if the entire world decried their errors, they would still proclaim their righteousness online, that in reality, few dare to provoke public ire, as a fist to the face results in swelling and disfigurement. Yet Zhou felt profoundly unsettled, as if the system's emergence had awakened a deep-seated propensity for meticulousness within him. He felt compelled to bend this individual to his will. Thus, Zhou directly replied with his primary account. You seek evidence. Do you? Very well. In 2 days, once the verdict is rendered, I shall create and upload a video. I hope you want to shrink away then. After delivering his retort, he disregarded the other response. Whoever shrinks is a dog, and cast aside his phone. Encountering such individuals online truly left an unsettling impression. Nevertheless, all matters must proceed in an orderly fashion. The labor arbitration with Fang Dezhuang was underway. Victory was assured, yet everyone understood that the opposing party would likely not comply with the arbitration outcome. So Fang Dezhuang had prepared for a counter-response. Zhou remained at home, diligently editing videos, as recent events had been rather eventful, allowing him to recuperate that he also received a call from another lawyer. Reportedly a legal aid attorney from Jingzhou City, who was now handling Lu Su's case with a singular objective, to obtain a letter of understanding. Zhou, indifferent, promptly hung up. 2 days later, Zhou exited the courthouse, where he encountered Lu Su, the young man who had sought to recover his account. The latter wept profusely in court, filled with regret. Of course, those on the brink of judgment often express remorse. However, as the saying goes, we are all adults, and one must take responsibility for their actions. If regret could resolve issues, what need would there be for the law? Moreover, the defense's claim that Zhou had acted with intent to imprison him was evidently ineffective in court. After Zhou had replenished the funds, Lu Su accessed the account and beheld a plethora of transaction records, along with those game coins. Yet he did nothing, instead claiming them as his own. While many might view this as inconsequential, theft is theft. Stealing a substantial sum of cash and being apprehended shortly thereafter, with the money returned intact, is still theft. The severity of consequences is irrelevant. The standard for determining criminality is the amount involved. However, considering the lack of significant malicious intent, the sentence was not excessively severe. Furthermore, Lu Su's parents seemed to have finally grasped reality, declaring their intention not to appeal. As for their reasoning, Zhou remained unaware. He only knew that following the verdict, his progress in the matter surged to 89%. This outcome brought Zhou immense joy, yet it was perplexing why his 2 cases were scheduled for the same day. Thus, in the afternoon, Zhou set out once more for the courthouse, ready to participate in his litigation against the trading platform. Upon arrival, he was intercepted by Fang Dezhuang. Zhou, the opposing party, just expressed a desire for mediation. What? Zhou, taken aback, attempted to speak, but was promptly interrupted by Fang Dezhuang. They are willing to compensate threefold and offer an apology on the platform regarding the customer service's attitude at the time. Do you find this acceptable? Fang Dezhuang seemed to anticipate Zhou forthcoming remarks and hurriedly added. Zhou, now astonished, replied, but even if we win the lawsuit, we did not request an apology in our claim. Why are they offering one now? Fang Dezhuang shook his head. Who knows? Though it likely relates to your video. Zhou pondered. If the opposing party was indeed willing to apologize, it seemed acceptable, as his primary intent was to ensure the trading platform recognized its errors in simpler terms. They had backed down that he had hoped for this outcome previously, yet was met with resistance. As for their internal thoughts, he could not concern himself with that, as long as they displayed contrition before the public. If that is the case, I accept, but I must first review their apology. If it is unsatisfactory, I will require a revised version. This was essential, for the public relations tactics of such companies were notoriously adept at obfuscation. Upon encountering General Sun, Zhou noted the latter's beaming countenance, treating the freshly graduated young man with utmost courtesy, as if the previous unpleasantness in the mediation room had never transpired. Zhou, he could only concede. Truly, he is a businessman. Both parties reached an agreement, and soon the mediation document was finalized. Zhou perceived that General Sun even sighed in relief upon receiving the document. However, Zhou paid little heed to this. His current priority was to swiftly complete the video. For the individual known as Xianyun Yehe, along with those who persistently questioned the situation, whether due to ignorance or malice, needed to be shown the truth. Chapter 26. Walking the Path of the Petty. Leaving the petty with no retreat. In a hurry, Zhou returned home, organized the judgment and mediation documents, and prepared the edited materials that he commenced the production of his second video. Dear viewers, it has been some time since the release of my previous video, and I imagine you have been eagerly awaiting the next installment. However, legal proceedings must unfold step by step, and fortunately, we now have a conclusion. As you can see, the judgment has been rendered. The individual who sought to recover my account is, predictably, undergoing rehabilitation, though it is a pity that I could not capture his tearful visage. Next, I will recount the subsequent events. Zhou began detailing everything that transpired following his report, including Lu Su's immediate arrest and the process by which Lu Su's parents and lawyers sought a letter of understanding. Lawyer Wang, a good man, permitted Zhou to include his voice in the video after obtaining consent. However, the primary focus remained on the footage of Lu Su's parents. Now observe this segment. It occurred at the courthouse entrance, where I happened to be present when the account recovery agent's parents confronted me, and their faces have been pixelated. Simply listen to their voices. You can see how they implored me for a letter of understanding. Although the footage he recorded was brief, it sufficed. The combination of Lu Su's parents' words and Zhou's commentary yielded exceptional results. And now regarding the gaming platform, I would advise everyone to never compromise in such situations. Litigation is the appropriate course of action, as they often capitulate more swiftly than one might imagine. This time, the trading platform conceded, offering threefold compensation along with an apology on major platforms. Here is the mediation document. Sometimes, we need to be a bit more tenacious. Zhou was aware that his words might come across as somewhat grandiose. Discussing litigation is far easier than undertaking it. Realistically, unless absolutely necessary, who desires to engage in legal battles? After reviewing the video for any issues, Zhou uploaded it and monitored his phone for approval. Once it cleared, he tagged Xianyun Yehe. What do you think? My evidence has surfaced. Now, what do you have to say? Of course, I anticipate you will claim this material is fabricated. Feel free to message me for the address, and I shall deliver the evidence to you. Or you may visit me, and I will cover your accommodations. How does that sound? He had encountered numerous individuals of that ilk, those who would preemptively obstruct your path, leaving you with no avenue of escape. Following the release of Zhou's video, those who had long been waiting with bated breath, such as Sister Yuan, could hardly contain their eagerness to click on the video. Without preamble, the screen prominently displayed the judgment and mediation documents. And at that moment, Sister Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Simultaneously, a flurry of comments streamed across the video, exclaiming, "This is indeed satisfying." Many have been feeling quite unsettled during this period. The retrieval of accounts was nauseating. It was hardly a significant matter unless one was a heavy spender. Even if an account was retrieved, the economic repercussions were not as grave as presumed. The primary issue was discomfort, akin to a thorn in one's throat. Now, at last, witnessing the retrieval perpetrator being sentenced, albeit minimally, was quite gratifying. Someone in the comments remarked, "Finally, a retrieval scammer has been punished. An MY account was perfectly fine when I purchased it, and I was promised it wouldn't be retrieved. Yet it was snatched back in an instant. With them even daring to provoke me into reporting them, they ought to be dealt with accordingly." Continuing to peruse the comments, upon witnessing the moment when the perpetrator's parents requested a letter of understanding. Sister Yuan was genuinely taken aback. It reminded her of the classic saying. It felt as though that mother wanted her son to endure a few more days of hardship. Eagerly scrolling through the comments below, she found that many others shared the sentiment. This situation, do you know what is going on at the third level? On the surface, it appears as though they want the uploader to provide a letter of understanding. But in reality, they have no intention of doing so. They merely wish for their son to receive a few more days of education. I can't continue this narrative. Indeed, the world is vast. And so is the variety of characters within it. I am genuinely curious as to where in the world one might find both a Wulong and a Fengshu. Do they not comprehend the meaning of the term understanding? As the narrative unfolded, it transitioned to the trading platform. To be candid, many individuals were more incensed by the trading platform than by the retrieval scammer. Why has the notion arisen that purchasing an account equates to renting one? The reason lies in the fact that the third-party trading platform has neglected its duties. Having accepted payment, they ought to ensure security. However, just as Zhou Yi experienced when an account was retrieved, they did not assist in contacting the other party and instead left Zhou Yi to negotiate on his own. Yet upon witnessing the other party obediently compensating and apologizing, Sister Yuan found it difficult to voice any objections. The contract was explicit. Even if the uploader pressed the issue, it was futile unless everyone collectively pursued legal action against the platform, which proved exceedingly challenging. Nevertheless, the uploader had finally concluded the matter. And frankly, individuals with such tenacity are a rarity in this day and age. More importantly, the other party had tagged an individual known as Idle Cloud and Wild Crane. And astonishingly, they had effectively blocked off all avenues for escape. Thus, the onlookers were thoroughly engrossed. Where is that person? The uploader has presented irrefutable evidence right before you. Yes, if you believe it to be false, speak up. There is no need for the uploader to bear the costs. We can pool together for your transportation. Guarantee you the one who was so audacious before. Where are you now? At that moment, in a modest dormitory of a local college in Ning City, Zhao He sat before his computer, lost in thought. He was, in fact, Idle Cloud and Wild Crane. The progression of events had taken him by surprise. Initially, he had merely uttered a thoughtless remark that it was simply his habit to contradict others in conversation to showcase his insight. After all, it was the internet. One cannot easily admit fault. Yet here he was. Having escalated the situation to such a degree, it felt as if the uploader had gone to great lengths, and these individuals were relentlessly pursuing him for answers. Moreover, he had indeed planned to discredit whatever the uploader presented as false. After all, it was all online. You say it's true, I say it's false. Who can prove it? However, he never anticipated that the other party would be so adept, effectively cornering him, that he truly found himself at a loss for words. If it were anyone else, they might have continued with their bravado, spouting off about how they could easily go and that they could demand a substantial sum in return for engagement. But in the face of this uploader, he felt he could not take such risks. That individual was willing to invest $1 million simply for account retrieval. If he were to speak up, what if money was actually transferred? He would find himself trapped in a dead end. Thus, after a moment of hesitation, Zhao Yi clicked to deactivate his account. It was a futile endeavor to confront someone so doggedly persistent. Meanwhile, on the other side, a throng of onlookers on the small platform soon discovered his actions. This user has deactivated their account. I thought they would continue to hold their ground. They were so arrogant before, dismissing any possibility of wrongdoing. Yet now, with evidence at hand, they dare not admit their error. Such characters are rampant online. Getting them to confess is akin to climbing a mountain. Zhou Yi, of course, noticed the commotion, but he had little time to dwell on it. As various internet users shared his video across forums, the event's completion rate continued to rise, ultimately reaching 100%. Event name: account retrieval, followed by $1 million recharge. Event requirement: to educate the individual who maliciously retrieved the account by augmenting the account's value. Current event completion rate: 100 completed. Host has been detected to have completed the event. Rewards have been issued. Please check. Zhou Yi rubbed his hands together, glancing over, and was momentarily stunned. After a while, he exclaimed, "Wow, this system is impressive." Chapter 27. Still playing ball late at night. In the beginning, Joey had fantasized about the rewards the system might bestow. Perhaps something akin to a Lamborghini Veneno or a luxurious mansion in a prime location. Though he did not reside in the metropolis that in Jing City, he was offered a modest apartment. This was the reward bestowed by the system. Not a grand mansion or an extravagant sports car, but rather a simple dwelling. However, in truth, it was anything but ordinary, for it was located in Jing City, as the capital of Handong Province, while the housing prices in Jing City were certainly lower than those in Shanghai or Kyoto. For an average person, especially those who had migrated to Jing City to pursue their dreams, acquiring such a property would require a lifetime of toil. In reality, Zhou was also uncertain as to why this was the case. Perhaps it was because many individuals had grown accustomed to reading stories about the wealthy, where grand villas were the norm, and thus they could hardly appreciate a modest home that required exhausting one's savings for purchase. Yet for Zhou, this represented a monumental leap in his life. He was not a local of Jing City, but rather hailing from Lin City in Handong Province, that he attended university in Jing City, where he pursued an ordinary undergraduate degree. Upon graduation, he failed to secure a spot in graduate school or the civil service, ultimately settling for a random job that turned out to be a dead end. Indeed, many graduates shared Zhou experience, particularly during graduation season when anxiety was rampant. Watching peers either gain admission into graduate programs, land civil service positions, or secure impressive jobs while facing pressure from their parents induced genuine anxiety. The rush to achieve everything often led to obtaining nothing. Fortunately, he now had a home, and with that, a sense of stability washed over him. Even if the uploader's profession could not sustain him, he believed that with the reward from the system, he could still lead a modestly comfortable life. Having received the rewards, the property title and keys were now in his possession. Without further ado, it was time to move. However, before that, he needed to inform his landlord that he would not be renewing the lease next month, allowing them ample time to find a new tenant that in the world outside. Maintaining amicable relations is often beneficial, a small detail Zhou had long understood. After notifying the landlord, he hailed a taxi and headed straight to the UFU community. Upon arriving, he surveyed the surroundings. The community was exquisite, featuring top-notch amenities like basketball courts and table tennis areas, truly delightful. He then began searching for his apartment, located at Unit 1602, Building 2, on the 16th floor. The moment Zhou opened the door, he was rendered speechless at a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment, fully furnished at 140 square meters. Even accounting for the frustratingly high shared space, it felt remarkably spacious. At that moment, he cared little for the aesthetics of the decor. All that occupied his mind was the thought, I actually own a house. I cannot speak for conditions abroad, but in the domestic context, for a young person to possess their own home is a feeling beyond compare. The apartment was not only beautifully decorated, but also furnished with nearly all essential items. He would merely need to purchase some bedding to move in immediately. Moving in was a no-brainer. However, it was already late, and he would have to wait until the next day. The following morning, Zhou began to pack. As a single man, he had little to organize, just a few articles of clothing. A blanket and his computer. He summoned a moving service, and a truck arrived promptly. Even with minimal belongings, it took the entire day to settle everything, and by the time he finished, night had fallen. Zhou sat on a chair on the balcony, gazing at the twinkling lights of the city, feeling as if he had reached the pinnacle of life. It felt like a dream, or perhaps one could say such wonders do not even occur in dreams. If only he could complete a few more system events. However, just as Mr. Zhou was lost in reverie, the ringing of his phone shattered the illusion, but he picked it up to find it was his mother calling. Hello, Mom, what is up? Is there something on your mind? In the presence of parents, there was no need for formality. Such conversations were casual. On the other end of the line, Zhou mother, Wang Fengxia, immediately began to shout. What's wrong? Am I not allowed to call you if I'm fine? Didn't you only call home when you were short on money during your university days? This? Zhou racked his brain, but couldn't fathom the logical connection between calling home for financial assistance and his mother calling without any particular reason. However, when parents start lecturing you, it is best to remain silent, for any resistance will extend their preaching from a mere 3 minutes to 3 hours. That don't ask me how I know. Finally, once the other party had finished speaking, Zhou, accustomed to this routine, replied, So, Mom, What is it that you want to discuss? The preceding exchange was merely the opening dialogue between mother and son. Zhou, tell me, have you been fired from your company? At this, Zhou Yi's expression shifted. Mom, how did you find out? Has this news spread all the way to lynching? Stop deflecting. I'm asking you what happened. They said you frequently skipped work, that you were inconsistent, right? What? Zhou, he was utterly stunned. So it was true that his former company had contacted his family. Although he had filled out a form upon joining, providing his parents' names and contact information under the guise of emergency contacts, it was still shocking that they would reach out to his family after his dismissal. Was this intended to exert pressure on him? Such a notion was beyond Zhou Yi's comprehension. He had spent a year in that company, working countless overtime hours, yet he was unaware of how they handled matters after an employee's departure. But to involve his family was rather excessive, wasn't it? They dismissed him, and now he was considering labor arbitration, and yet they contacted his family, accusing him of absenteeism? Mom, did the company contact you about me skipping work? Yes. Wang, your manager, called me that he was quite polite, stating that although you had certain issues, as long as you returned to work, everything prior could be overlooked. Wang, the manager Wang Pingrue, wanted him to return to work. Had the sun risen in the west? It was he who had told Zhou Yi not to come in the next day. Could this be a moment of conscience? No, Zhou Yi would rather believe in the man's deceitful words than entertain the idea that a capitalist could have a conscience. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yi replied, Mom, you don't understand what happened. This so-called Wang, the one who told me to leave, is the reason I don't intend to return. As for his call, it's probably related to my lawsuit against them. They dismissed me without a penny. After briefly explaining the situation, Wang Chunxiao on the other end remained silent for a while before finally saying, Forget it. Mom won't pry into your affairs any further. Since you've graduated, you should make your own decisions. However, could you share your plans with me? Have you considered looking for a job? Or do you plan to continue taking civil service exams? Zhou Yi glanced at the house before responding, Mom, I don't intend to look for a job. I want to become a content creator. Zhou Yi's mother exclaimed, What? What kind of job is that? Are you planning to slaughter pigs? Zhou Yi, after much effort, he finally managed to clarify this profession. A freelancer, making money by creating videos. Before his mother could utter the phrase, that doesn't sound like a legitimate job, Zhou Yi declared, Mom, I've already purchased a house in Jingzhou with this profession. Paid in full. I always said my son was clever from a young age. This is the perfect career for him. After hanging up, Zhou Yi truly felt that discussing matters with his mother was more exhausting than recharging $1 million. Nonetheless, those people at the company were a bit excessive. After all, they were adults. Why would they contact his parents? Coincidentally, Fang Dezhuang informed him that the arbitration court would convene in 2 days, and Zhou Yi planned to meet the opposing party, that he wanted to see if he could activate the situation through this means. As he juggled the phone call and his thoughts, time slipped away, and he casually ordered takeout to fill his stomach. Zhou Yi was about to embark on his single life in his new home. Just as he lay on his 2-meter-wide bed, contemplating whether he was wasting space, a sudden commotion erupted from upstairs. Bang, bang, various sounds echoed, resembling someone dribbling a basketball above. What was going on? Who plays basketball at home this late at night? Chapter 28. Zhou Yi felt like hitting someone. Many might not understand why some people wake up irritable. Yet, countless individuals can relate to the experience of being abruptly awakened after finally drifting off to sleep due to poor rest. It is safe to say that a harmonious society has spared those who disturb others from the consequences. Imagine this, you, a person who struggles with sleep, finally on the verge of slumber after battling insomnia. Your mind slightly foggy and ready to embark on a delightful journey with Morpheus. But just then, a cacophony of noise jolts you awake, your heart racing. What thoughts would cross your mind? Zhou Yi was feeling exceptionally irritable. Intensely so. His sleep was not terribly poor. After all, he was a young man. However, anyone would become irritated when awoken by such a raucous disturbance just as they were about to fall asleep. The thumping from above truly sounded like someone incessantly bouncing a ball. This was absurd. Zhou Yi, in a daze, picked up his phone to check the time. It was 12:30. What were they doing? Playing ball at this hour? Shouldn't this be the time for lying in bed? With dissatisfaction, Joey lay back down, attempting to force himself to close his eyes and sleep, but the noise from above seemed perfectly timed. Every time he felt drowsy, it would erupt again, banishing any sleepiness. Is this even conducive to sleep? Joey lay there wide-eyed, feeling utterly helpless. Perhaps he had chosen the wrong time to move in. After all, moving does involve some superstition, and one ought to pick an auspicious day that he truly could not sleep. Joey's sleep was already light, and even minor sounds made it difficult, let alone the loud commotion from upstairs. Unable to do anything else, Joey attributed his misfortune to sheer bad luck, perhaps coinciding with a particularly unique day. However, he still opened his phone to record a video aimed at the ceiling. A piece of advice he had received from Feng Dejuan. Regardless of the circumstances or how it might or might not serve him in the future, one must always remember to preserve evidence. And among all forms of evidence, let us not even discuss its legal validity. From the most straightforward perspective, video and audio recordings hold substantial weight. Thus, although Joey did not overthink it, he felt it prudent to have some material on hand. The thumping from above continued, and finally, after 1 o'clock, just as Joey felt he could no longer bear it, the noise ceased, and at last he could sleep. This was the only thought on Joey's mind as he drifted into a foggy slumber. However, the next day, he woke up right on time. Damn that biological clock. At that hour, he was unable to fall back asleep. The community had many virtues, but sleeping well was not one of them. Thankfully, his new home lacked sufficient food, so Joey decided to explore the commercial facilities surrounding the area, as this would be his home moving forward. With no job and the labor arbitration yet to commence, he felt somewhat at a loss. Nevertheless, Joey made an effort to adapt. He would have to get used to this lifestyle. Interestingly, his latest video had gone viral, unlike the previous one, which had only gained traction within a niche audience thanks to the fans of Sister Yuan. Now, the second video, coupled with the apology letter from the cat company, had detonated like a massive bomb. The views, coins, collections, and comments surged dramatically as more and more people flocked to view the video. The previously harmonious comment section, which had been filled with carefree banter, began to devolve into chaos once more. Some viewers felt Joey had gone too far. They argued that since the account had merely been restored, a punitive measure would suffice. Why not issue a letter of understanding, having been apprehended once? Surely they had learned their lesson. Yet clearly, many believed such actions were justified. Repay kindness with kindness. How should one repay evil? It was evident that the one who sought the account's restoration had erred. So why could he not retaliate? If I retaliate and then refuse to forgive, does that make me in the wrong? Notre Dame is still in need of a bell ringer, with nothing better to do. Joey found amusement in reading these absurd comments that he also began to sift through his private messages, which had exploded during his busy period, leaving him no time to manage them. Now, with some spare time, he aimed to find inspiration for his next video or contemplate potential events to trigger. The frequency of video updates resembled that of web novels. If the updates lagged too long, viewers would naturally lose interest, as they were not seeking torture. However, while scrolling through, Joey stumbled upon several unusual private messages. They were unusual because they were sent by Sister Yuan. Had she actually messaged him before? Upon reviewing the content of the private message, it initially inquired about the release date of the subsequent video. However, as he noticed the lack of response, frustration began to mount. Observing the perplexing statement, "You have the audacity to post videos but not to reply to my messages?" Joey found himself caught in a mix of amusement and exasperation. After careful consideration, he decided to respond. "Dear Sister Yuan, I sincerely apologize for not noticing your message earlier. Thank you for promoting my video. I truly appreciate it." Once he finished writing, he scrutinized the message and found no faults. He clicked send and hastily exited the conversation. Joey was uncertain as to why he felt this way. After sending a message, he dreaded an immediate reply from the other party, as he would be at a loss for what to say next. Unsure of how to respond, he felt it would be impolite not to reply, creating an awkward situation amid this flurry of thoughts. The evening arrived once more. This time, it was only 10 o'clock, and Joey, determined to get a good night's sleep, retreated to bed. Not even the King of Heaven could prevent him from slumbering soundly tonight. 2 hours later, bang, bang, bang. What is wrong with you? Are you not going to let anyone sleep? Joe bolted upright in bed, letting out a loud shout towards the ceiling. It seemed the occupants above had heard his call. As the noise ceased, it actually worked. Had he known it would be effective, he would have yelled earlier. However, just as Joe prepared to lie down and continue sleeping, the sounds resumed. He felt an overwhelming urge to lash out. Yet he couldn't shake off the strange feeling that something was amiss. Surely, with so many residents above and below him, he couldn't be the only one disturbed by the noise that at worst he assumed his perception of the noise was the loudest. But surely others, like his neighbors and those living above, must also be affected. Joe resolved that he must inquire about the situation tomorrow. Chapter 29. Do not say I did not warn you. After enduring a night of discomfort with cotton balls stuffed in his ears, Joe rose the following morning, quickly tidied himself, had a bite to eat, and set off to speak with the tenants above. He believed it was essential to communicate with them as neighbors. Even if today's communal living did not echo the sentiment of distant relatives cannot compare to close neighbors, communication was still necessary. Perhaps the neighbor was unaware that their actions had been disruptive to others. With these thoughts in mind, Joey ascended to the 17th floor, located the appropriate door, and began knocking. No response. Could they have gone out? He checked the time. It was still just past 8 o'clock, too early for anyone to be awake. After knocking a few more times with still no answer, Joey felt uncertain about what to do next. He had come specifically to communicate and resolve the issue, but if the occupants were absent, he would have to return later. However, since he was already there, he decided to inquire with the neighboring unit. Joey approached and knocked on the adjacent door. This time, he did not wait long before someone opened it. To his surprise, it was an elderly lady with completely white hair. "Young man, who are you looking for?" The old lady appeared somewhat bemused upon seeing Joey. He quickly replied, "Excuse me, ma'am, I am looking for this household. There seems to be a bit of a situation. May I ask if they have gone out?" "Oh, they should be out at this hour." "Is there something you need from them?" the elderly woman inquired. "Indeed, there is a matter. You see, I'm a resident from downstairs, having just moved in a couple of days ago. This family tends to be quite loud every night, right above my apartment. The noise is too much, and as I am a light sleeper, I wish to speak with them about it." Joey explained, carefully choosing his words, unsure of the relationship the elderly lady had with the neighbors. So he refrained from being too blunt. However, upon hearing his concern, the elderly lady laughed heartily. "I thought I heard all sorts of commotion from downstairs yesterday. Turns out it was you who moved in. All right, young man, come in and have a seat." Invited by the elderly lady, Joey obliged and stepped inside, sensing that she might have some insight into the situation. "It's just me and my husband at home. He went out to buy groceries." "Please make yourself comfortable," she said as she led the way. Once seated, the elderly lady busied herself pouring tea and washing fruit, which made Joe a bit uneasy that he understood that older generations often exhibited warmth towards their neighbors, reminiscent of his late grandfather, who was similarly hospitable. Ma'am, please don't trouble yourself. I've just eaten," he insisted, ultimately persuading her to set aside the fruit, which she was about to slice open, after a few moments of small talk. Joe learned that her surname was Liu. She had been a teacher and had lived there since her retirement. She had a son who had worked tirelessly to send him abroad for studies, only for him to settle there with a family of his own. While she felt proud of her son's success, she had declined his invitation to join them abroad, preferring the familiarity of her friends and the comfort of her home. After some idle chatter, Mrs. Liu finally remarked, "So you've purchased that apartment? Huh. Truth be told, you really didn't make the best choice." "What do you mean, ma'am?" Joey asked, puzzled. Shaking her head, she explained, "Do you know why the previous owner sold that apartment?" Joey chuckled. "I have no idea." "Wait, are you implying it's because of that family?" From her words, he sensed something was off, yet he truly did not know about the apartment's history, as it had all been arranged by the system. "Yes, it is indeed because of that family. You have no idea, young man. They are quite notorious." Mrs. Liu began to elaborate, and Joe listened intently. According to her, the family in question was the Zus, a couple in their 50s who primarily cared for their energetic grandson. The child had reached an age where he was particularly unruly, and every evening, the house was filled with chaos as he ran about and played, generating a cacophony of sounds. The previous tenant had suffered greatly, having reported the issue to the property management, the community, and even the police, yet to no avail. Eventually, they had no choice but to sell and move away. Joey could easily discern the helplessness in her words, as if it were the plight of an honest person confronted by a deceitful one, that they thought reason could prevail, yet the other side had no intention of engaging in rational discourse. When every avenue had been exhausted, only two paths remained: to endure or to relocate. That in these times, with families to support, few would choose confrontation. Thus, moving away became the only option. After learning all this, Joey could only shake his head, realizing that in this day and age, there truly existed all manner of peculiarities. Most of their neighbors were elderly, and thus the disturbance seemed less impactful. Furthermore, as people age, they generally prefer to avoid conflicts. This family, they are simply unreasonable, especially that woman. Let me tell you, young man, you must not provoke her. She can be quite the handful. Therefore, young man, do your best to avoid them, the elderly lady advised earnestly. Joey shook his head in response. Ma'am, it's not a matter of wanting to provoke them. It's that they are preventing me from getting any sleep. You needn't worry. I'll think of a solution, he assured her. After exchanging a few more pleasantries and politely declining Mrs. Liu's invitation to stay for a meal, Joey stepped outside and began contemplating a course of action. The system had remained ominously silent, as if it had ceased to function. Thus, Joey resolved to draft a notice to inform the family above that a new tenant had moved in and that their behavior was affecting him. He returned home, opened his computer, and within moments had composed a message. After printing it at a local shop, he affixed it to the door of the upstairs unit. The tone was courteous, yet its essence could be distilled into a few words. Do not say I did not warn you. Once the notice was posted, Joey resumed his activities. Shortly thereafter, Su Yufeng, the upstairs neighbor, emerged from the elevator. After her morning dance routine, she hurried home to prepare a meal for her treasured grandson, ensuring he would not go hungry. However, upon reaching her door, Su Yufeng noticed a new piece of paper had appeared. Curiosity piqued, she approached to read the notice from the new downstairs neighbor, requesting that her household keep the noise down in the evenings. Upon reading it, Su Yufeng's mood soured. Her precious grandson was at kindergarten during the day. The only time they could spend together was in the evening. What was wrong with letting him play a little? Why should it disturb anyone? She promptly tore the notice to shreds and returned home to prepare dinner, dismissing the matter as trivial childish play. Time passed in this manner, and throughout the day, Joey awaited communication from his upstairs neighbors, but none came. He remained unfazed, as he had already delivered the notice and captured all necessary footage. If the disturbances persisted that evening, Joey's thoughts were abruptly interrupted. It was only 8 o'clock, and the noises from above had already commenced. Unlike the rhythmic sound of a bouncing ball, this time it was the sound of glass marbles cascading to the floor, clattering against one another. This was utterly intolerable. Joey flung open the door, ready to storm upstairs. Today, not even the King of Heaven could deter him. However, just then, familiar lines of text materialized before him once more. Chapter 30. A late-night morning. Once again, that familiar sensation enveloped me. 3 lines of text emerged as if bound to my very soul, materializing before my eyes. However, in contrast to the initial encounter, these lines appeared somewhat blurred, rendering the precise content indecipherable. What, then, was the situation? The system had seemingly issued a choice, yet it also felt as if nothing had been released. Joey found himself at a loss, unable to comprehend the system's intentions. Nevertheless, for his present self, any change was a positive development. Setting aside other considerations, the prospect of freelancing seemed quite appealing, offering both freedom and financial gain, allowing one to pursue any endeavor at will. Yet, in truth, since abandoning his job, Joey had felt an overwhelming pressure. Now that the system had finally stirred, he felt compelled to analyze the underlying reasons from a rational standpoint. The last time the system had presented 3 options was not when his account had been retrieved. It had occurred after he had attempted to contact the recoverer, reached out to customer service, and sought advice from various online acquaintances, all to no avail. Thus, could be inferred that he had yet to fulfill the conditions necessary for the task to be issued. What requirements must be met to achieve this? With no results from the recoverer or customer service, realization dawned on Joey. He concluded that he first needed to approach the neighbor upstairs, then seek assistance from those in authority. Only after exhausting these avenues would the task be fully activated. This reasoning seemed sound. If someone were to intervene, it would imply that there was no issue to address, thereby negating the need for the system. Reflecting on the words of Grandma Lou, Joey shrugged. Who was he looking down upon? The upstairs family had such formidable power that they could drive an entire household away. One could only imagine how strong they must truly be. Resolute, he intended to ascend the stairs, for now that he had a lead, he was determined to put it to the test. However, the hour was still early. Thus, he decided to wait a bit longer. It would be unwise to approach too early, as it was not yet bedtime, but waiting too long could also hinder communication. That AT just past 9 o'clock. He finally opened the door and ascended the stairs. Of course, before leaving, he took care to prepare the video he had recorded on his phone, as this incident could serve as excellent material for his next video. After all, it was prudent to be prepared. Yet, before stepping out, he felt the need to equip himself with a pinhole camera, a lesson imparted by Fong De that in this day and age, one must be prepared for all contingencies. If his phone were to be destroyed during filming, he would still have alternative recording devices at his disposal. Once adequately equipped, he made his way upstairs. Upon reaching the door, he noticed that the notice he had posted, reading, "Do not say I did not warn you," had vanished. Just as he was about to knock, Grandma Lou appeared as if she had been waiting nearby. "Oh, Xiaozhou, what brings you here?" "Grandma Lou, I'm here to discuss something with the family upstairs that be by the way. Do you happen to know what happened to that paper I posted?" Zhou Yi inquired, turning to her. After a moment of hesitation, Grandma Lou replied, "They saw the notice you put up and tore it down." "Xiaozhou, heed my advice. Do not provoke them." Zhou Yi chuckled lightly. "It's fine, Grandma Lou. I know my limits, that I merely wish to communicate with them. I'm not here to quarrel, am I?" Having reassured Grandma Lou with a warm smile, he turned and proceeded to knock forcefully on the door, an emphatic rapping that echoed through the hallway. Zhou Yi's temperament had always been such that he reciprocated respect with respect, while he treated Grandma Lou with courtesy. He felt no obligation to extend the same to the family above. The concept of etiquette had existed since time immemorial, and the Zhou rites were renowned, with Confucius himself holding them in high esteem. While it was indeed important to treat others with courtesy, why should he be obliged to be polite when others acted unscrupulously? Such a notion struck him as profoundly unfair. So I am a university student, raised with good manners, and this means I should be bullied. Should a good person be threatened? No, Zhou Yi believed this was fundamentally wrong. Thus, he felt no need for politeness. His loud knocking was a manifestation of his inner turmoil. Within, the Su family was gathered in a lively atmosphere. Su Yufeng and her husband, their son and daughter-in-law, along with their grandson, making for a jovial household. The grandson dashed about, playing with a glass marble that clinked merrily as it struck the floor. Su Yufeng encouraged him, exclaiming, "Look at my little darling, having such fun." Meanwhile, her son Zhao Sun chimed in, "Mom, why did you buy him marbles? Just look at him. He can't even take a moment to eat." "Ah, it's fine. Let the child play a little, that he's so young. Why be so strict?" Zhao Sun could only nod in resignation, realizing the age-old truth that grandchildren often receive more leniency. The grandson was not just playing with marbles. He had also brought out a ball and a variety of toys, creating quite the ruckus at 7 or 8 years old. Children possess an almost inexhaustible energy, far surpassing that of many adults. They can wake up in the morning and run around all day without feeling fatigued. Suddenly, amidst this cheerful chaos, a loud knocking reverberated through the door. No, it was not merely a knock. It was as though someone were battering the door down. To Su Yufeng, momentarily incensed, rose to open the door, calling out, "Who is it? Are you out of your mind, banging on my door at this hour?" As she swung the door open, she was met by a young man standing outside, with Grandma Lou watching from the side. "Who are you? It's late at night. Are you here to lament?" It became evident that some people possess an innate talent for inciting anger with mere words. Even Zhou Yi, who had anticipated a hostile reception, could hardly fathom the extent of her rudeness. "What are you talking about? I am the neighbor from downstairs, newly moved, and I came to speak with your family, but no matter how I knocked, I couldn't get a response. That I merely applied a bit of force. Your words are quite harsh." "Huh, Grandma Lu's expression morphed into one of bewilderment. She could hardly believe her ears. The Han Xiao Zhou just said he would knock before launching into this confrontation. Initially irritated by the loud knocking, upon learning that it was a neighbor from below, Su Yufeng retorted, "What's wrong with my words? What's wrong with my words? Where's the rudeness? You're the one who put up a notice in front of my door. Are you out of your mind? I'll tell you, if you're crazy, you need treatment. You put up a notice notifying me, and what's the issue? My grandson is just playing at home. Did he disturb your sleep? What? Why is it that everyone else is fine, but you have an issue? Why is it that you think you're so special?" Zhou Yi stood there, utterly dumbfounded as he listened to her tirade. Chapter 31. Community and Property Management. Poor Zhou Yi had once believed himself to be quite formidable, able to hold his own against Lu Su's parents, but now he found himself utterly outmatched. He felt like Fong Tangjing facing the wrath of Bao Longxing after a night at the brothel. His dignity shattered. The phrase, "Why is it that everyone else is fine, but you have an issue?" resonated painfully. Akin to the sentiments of, "It takes two to tango," or, "Why is it that he only picks on you?" Had one been unaware of the true circumstances, they might have assumed Zhou Yi had committed some grave offense. Especially as Su Yufeng's family had begun to emerge from their apartment, emboldened by their numbers. Her ire only intensified. "It's but a trivial matter. Why do you feel so superior? You can't sleep. I tell you, only those with petty minds can't sleep. You deserve to be sleepless. I'm baffled. Is it not just a bit of noise? Are you all mute at home?" If Zhou Yi had arrived with the intention of negotiating the conditions for the system's task issuance, he had long since abandoned that notion in the face of this verbal onslaught. All he wanted was to engage in a fierce battle of words. However, he managed to retain a semblance of composure. Keeping his phone at the ready to record at this moment, engaging in a shouting match would not be prudent. "Fine, I cannot argue with you. Let us involve someone who can mediate." With that, Zhou Yi promptly dialed the property management office. "Hello, I'm a resident of Building 2, Unit 1602. Ever since I moved in, the family upstairs has been causing disturbances every night, preventing me from sleeping. Can you do something about it?" Given the late hour, only a few staff remained on duty at the property management office, and the response was rather dismissive. "For disturbances, you should contact the community. This is beyond our jurisdiction." Well, the first call had already met with a dead end. Zhou Yi pressed on. "Are you certain you can't help? I can inform you that I have been recording this conversation. Record all you like. That's your business. I can assure you, you need to speak with someone else. This matter does not fall under our purview." With that, the line went dead. Before hanging up the phone, Zhou Yi seemed to hear the other party cursing, saying it was absurd to be so disturbed at night. Well, it appears that the ones unable to sleep at night are not them. When Zhou Yi was on the phone with the property management, Su Yufeng on the other end shouted even louder. "Still calling the property management? Go ahead, why don't you just call the police instead? I've never seen anyone like you if you're so delicate. Why live here? Go live in a villa where no one will disturb you." Zhou Yi gritted his teeth and called the community service. And by sheer coincidence, someone from the community happened to live nearby and said they would arrive shortly. After hanging up, Zhou Yi said, "The community representatives will be here soon. We shall let them adjudicate this matter. No issue is greater than reason. Come on, I'll tell you, go ahead." The community staff arrived swiftly. A woman who appeared to be in her 40s, wearing glasses, accompanied by a young lady with a delicate appearance. "What is going on?" "Su Yufeng. Oh, and Grandma Lu is here too. Why aren't you all behaving properly at this hour? What is all this shouting about?" Zhou Yi's neighbor, Grandma Lu, introduced the community committee member, Tian Shuangfen, and the new grid worker, Li Xiaoli. Finally, someone who could mediate had arrived. Zhou Yi stepped forward and said, "Aunt Tian, here is the situation. I just moved into this building a few days ago." He then recounted the events of the past 2 days, keeping it straightforward as there was no need for exaggeration. "So, Aunt Tian, I specifically posted a notice to inform their household, yet they tore it down and claimed I was being special. Could you please adjudicate this?" Before Director Tian could respond, Su Yufeng interjected loudly. "What are you saying? Are you not the one being special? For years no one has complained about us until you moved in. Tell me, are you not special?" Nearby, Her son Zhao Sun tried to calm Su Yufeng down, then turned to Zhou Yi, saying, "Wait, I think I understand now that you're saying our noise kept you from sleeping well. Young man, you ought to speak with some integrity that we haven't bothered you, have we? Is it really that unreasonable? It's just my son playing at home. How does that prevent you from sleeping? In this day and age, our country touts the rule of law. You can't just come in here and say whatever you like." Finally, Director Tian grasped the situation and addressed Zhou Yi. "Young man, you see, they have a point that if you claim they're disturbing you, there must be some proof, right? You can't just say whatever you want." Behind Director Tian, Li Xiaoli looked curiously at Zhou Yi. Though she had only recently joined the community, she was already aware of the complexities of grassroots work that Su Yufeng sneered. "Exactly, what evidence do you have?" Nowadays, everything is about evidence. Mere words hold no weight. Zhou Yi had been waiting for this moment. He pulled out his phone, found the video he had recorded earlier, and said, "Aunt Tian, look, this is the video I recorded when I was disturbed. You can check the time." What time was it? Their noise was still so loud. Who could possibly sleep through that? Did he really have evidence? Director Tian had lost hope. Having worked in the community for so many years, she knew well what kind of situation Su Yufeng's family was in. To her surprise, this young man truly had evidence. Upon watching the video, it was indeed past midnight, and the noise from their home was deafening. "Su Yufeng, what is going on? Your house is indeed disturbing the peace." Director Tian turned back to her. Su Yufeng was momentarily taken aback, not expecting them to have proof, but she quickly retorted, "What is wrong, Director Tian? Is this against the law? So my grandson can't play at night without being labeled a nuisance? Are you all conspiring to bully my family?" Facing such absurdity, Director Tian felt a headache coming on. "Su Yufeng, no one wants to bully your family. You must understand that you are indeed disturbing the peace. Please keep the noise down at night." Being the community committee director, her word held weight, and soon Su Yufeng's son and daughter-in-law began to persuade her, finally leading to a promise. "Director, don't worry. We will ensure we won't disturb anyone again." With their assurance, Director Tian turned back to Zhou Yi and said, "All right, young man, there is nothing more to discuss. You can go home and sleep peacefully. But what if they disturb me again?" Zhou Yi intimidate. "Young man, there is only so much we can do. The community has no enforcement power. Well then, we shall take our leave." With that, Director Tian hurried away, leaving Zhou Yi in a state of confusion. Was that it? Why did it feel as though he was the one seeking trouble? Clearly, the fault lay with them. Yet because they were the loud ones, everyone was trying to placate her. Meanwhile, the one who hadn't slept for 2 days, received no comfort whatsoever. Now, he contemplated checking on his task, which remained in a state of ambiguity, still not refreshed. After a moment's thought, Zhou Yi turned and headed downstairs, deciding to get a good night's sleep first. Perhaps Director Tian's influence had some effect, for the night passed without incident. However, just as Zhou Yi was enjoying a deep slumber, suddenly a cacophony of alarm bells rang out. What on earth was happening? Zhou Yi groggily awoke, glancing at the time. It was still before 5, and he had no recollection of setting an alarm. Wait, upon listening closely, the ringing was clearly coming from the kitchen. Upon checking the kitchen, there was no need to look further. The sound emanated from the drain, unmistakably from the upper floor. Zhou Yi felt his anger boiling over. These people were truly deranged. It had to be intentional. Chapter 32. If you have the guts, go ahead and sue me. Director Tian might have had some influence, but it turned out her clout only held sway for one night. Moreover, they had not caused a ruckus at night, but had instead chosen to do so in the early morning hours. They used an alarm clock. Even if he reported it, it would be difficult to articulate. Yet Zhou Yi could no longer endure it. Tasks aside, he simply could not fathom why they would act in such a manner. This behavior brought them no benefit. Were they merely deriving pleasure from his discomfort? Without hesitation, he took out his phone to begin recording a video, ensuring he preserved evidence. Zhou Yi then found a pair of earplugs to block out the noise. He was utterly exhausted, and without a proper rest, he simply lacked the energy to argue. After a brief nap, around 8 o'clock, Zhou Yi finally dragged himself out of bed, tidied up, stowed his phone, and equipped himself before heading upstairs. At the entrance of the building, he began making phone calls. This time, the property management's response was equally straightforward. They had no jurisdiction and suggested he contact the community. When he reached the community, a man on the line informed him that they too had no authority and advised him to call the police. Having been kept awake for 3 days without cause, Joey decided to report it to the police. As this was not his first experience, that he dialed the number, and the police had no choice but to respond to the call. After filing the report, Joey proceeded to knock on their door, albeit with a bit more force. After a few knocks, the door swung open, revealing Zhao Sun, who paused momentarily upon seeing Joey, but quickly said, "Aren't you that guy from last night? What are you doing here? There was no noise coming from our house last night." "No noise? What about this morning? Before 5 o'clock, you started blaring alarms. Right at the kitchen drain? Are you really that unreasonable? So now we can't even use an alarm clock in the morning. You can't get up on your own and now blame us for disturbing your sleep? Come on, we need to be reasonable here." At that moment, Su Yufeng and her family emerged, with Su Yufeng's loud voice already rising. "Is it that guy from downstairs again? Is he intent on hounding us?" Seeing them come out, Joey took a step back, holding his phone in front of him to record. "Say whatever you want. I've already called the police." At this, Zhao Sun's expression darkened. "You called the police? Good. Let us have the officers sort this out and see who is truly causing trouble. That we've lived here for 10 years, and no one has complained. How come it's you now?" Joey chuckled. "Go ahead. Keep talking that I can't be bothered to argue. But let me tell you, I'm recording here, and tomorrow I could easily post your words online for a bit of exposure." Joey was indeed fired up. He wanted to argue more than anyone. Yet he understood that arguing wouldn't resolve the issue. People like them needed to feel some pain for it to make an impact. Otherwise, merely exchanging heated words would lead nowhere. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Sun, who had been standing back, rushed forward and struck Zhou Yi's phone with a violent swipe. The phone was knocked from his hand, crashing to the ground and shattering completely. This sudden aggression left Zhou Yi stunned. Even Su Yufeng was momentarily taken aback. "Sun Yu." Zhao Sun's expression was grim as he said, "Mom, we can't let him record freely. People like him are the worst. Who knows what he might do with it later?" Zhou Yi finally regained his composure, a look of astonishment gracing his face as he exclaimed, "Is it too much to ask for you not to film me speaking? Do you realize that you have already shattered my phone screen? This constitutes damage to someone else's property, and you must compensate me." Su Yufeng, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh. "Ah, the fox's tail finally shows. If you wanted us to pay, you should have said so earlier instead of disturbing my sleep. You were the one who filmed us first. My son had no choice but to act as he did, and you expect my family to compensate you? Dream on." Zhou Yi's temper was nearing its breaking point. He was ready to throw a punch when, at that moment, a police officer emerged from the elevator. Sensing that a physical altercation was imminent, Officer Lee hurriedly intervened. "Stop right there. Let us talk this over calmly. There is no need for violence. If you dare to lay a hand on each other, I will take you both in." Being a police officer, his authority held considerable weight, and with a commanding voice, he managed to separate the two parties. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Officer Lee, as the local precinct officer, was familiar with the community, especially families like Su Yufeng's, who frequently called the police over trivial disputes. Each month, they would report petty conflicts, which were often not within police jurisdiction. Yet the residents would insist on involving law enforcement. Since they had called, the officers were obliged to respond, which often led Officer Lee to jest that he was becoming akin to a neighborhood committee matron. "Who called the police? What is going on?" Officer Lee inquired. Joey quickly replied, "Officer, I'm Joey, and I called the police." Here is what happened. He briefly explained the situation, primarily focusing on how his phone had been broken. Officer Lee listened quietly, as these trivial matters were usually straightforward. The reason for the continual bickering was simple. Some individuals were difficult to handle. After listening, Officer Lee suddenly asked, "Wait, did you say your name is Joey?" Joey nodded, puzzled as to why the officer was asking. Officer Lee certainly wouldn't disclose that Joey had become somewhat of a local celebrity within the police system due to his rather peculiar reputation. Turning to Su Yufeng's family, Officer Lee said, "Su Yufeng, is that correct? Please explain. Is this true? You were asked not to disturb the neighbors, and yet you went and broke their phone." "Officer, We have lived here for so long. Ever since he moved in, he has found fault with everything we do, claiming we disturb the peace, while we didn't even dare make a sound last night. Then this morning, when the alarm went off, he came looking for trouble. It's clear he's just bullying us. He filmed us with his phone, claiming he would post it online to make us infamous. My son merely tried to retrieve the phone to delete the video. And in a moment of carelessness, the screen broke. Officer Lee remained silent. Even if he didn't know the family's true nature, he would have been inclined to believe their story. It was truly a headache. Police authority was diminishing, and dealing with such matters was indeed challenging because they were not within their jurisdiction. Their role was merely to maintain order, as long as neither party resorted to violence. They were not involved. However, regulations were regulations, and if a formal complaint was filed, it would lead to a plethora of complications. Thus, Officer Lee reluctantly addressed Joey, while your phone screen is indeed broken. Its value is negligible and does not meet the threshold for filing a case. Furthermore, they claim it was unintentional, which complicates matters. For the disturbance claim, my suggestion is to seek legal recourse. Faced with such a difficult situation, he couldn't provide any better advice. He looked up at Officer Lee and asked, "So, are you saying I can only sue them?" However, before Joey could finish speaking, Su Yufeng interjected, "If you have the guts, go ahead and sue. Don't just talk, please do it. The police have already advised you." Officer Lee could only sigh in silence. He was attempting to pacify both sides. Yet Su Yufeng seemed intent on stoking the flames. Unexpectedly, Joey nodded and replied, "All right, thank you for your suggestion, officer." Officer Lee was taken aback. His advice was typically met with resistance before he could utter another word. Joey had already turned to leave that moment. Three thoughts crystallized in Joey's mind. First, they were neighbors and would inevitably cross paths, so it was best to endure. Second, should a physical confrontation occur, a punch to the face would silence him. Third, to countersue and rent out all surrounding properties, creating a harmonious and comfortable living environment for neighbors, not out of malice, but simply to observe how happy the neighbors would be amidst the cacophony of catchy tunes and relentless advertisements. Chapter 33. In the game, promises must be kept. Options 1 and 2 were selectively ignored. Endurance was impossible. There was no way he could endure this for a lifetime. Thus, there was no need for hesitation. Option 3 it was. He was resolute. If he said he would sue, then he would undoubtedly follow through without a second thought. Choose 3. The system's mechanical voice echoed, 1 million yuan has been credited to your virtual account. Finally, he had money, although the system had previously stated that funds in the virtual account could only be used for system tasks. The mere possession of money felt fundamentally different. The system was efficient, yet it lacked the comforting explanations often found in novels, like threats of dire consequences for failing to complete tasks on time. Joey was left bewildered, uncertain if the 1 million was a reward after spending on tasks or if it was just that amount. Nevertheless, he remembered that to file a lawsuit, he first needed to contact attorney Fong. Meanwhile, upstairs, Officer Lee glanced at Su Yufeng and then at the stairwell, uncertain of what to say in his daily interactions. He often advised people to seek legal routes. However, many became even more incensed upon hearing this, feeling that calling the police was futile, as officers would not intervene meaningfully. Just moments ago, Officer Lee had prepared himself to calm Joey down if he lost his temper, given his youth. Many trivial matters could escalate into serious conflicts if not handled properly, and Officer Lee was striving to find a solution. Yet, to his astonishment, Joey nodded in agreement and expressed gratitude before departing. This was utterly unexpected. Not only was Officer Lee surprised, but Su Yufeng and her family exchanged bewildered glances, especially Su Yufeng, who had been ready for another confrontation. To her surprise, after her remark, the other parties simply walked away. But it mattered little. They were leaving, and soon it would be time for her to dance in the square, which she couldn't afford to miss for the idea of suing. It had never crossed Su Yufeng's mind. The reason was simple. In previous disputes, she often uttered similar phrases, such as "if you're capable, then sue," or "the country advocates for rule of law. Why don't you go ahead and sue?" There were even harsher remarks like "if you don't sue, you're a coward." However, it was evident that no one had ever truly followed through. It was merely talk as of now. Su Yufeng didn't even know which way the courthouse faced with the other party leaving. It was certain that no fight would ensue, making this outing a success for the precinct officer. This was the reality of grassroots work. With limited personnel, it was impossible to address every issue thoroughly. They could only prioritize matters by importance. Just then, Officer Lee's police device chimed, prompting him to say, "All right, Su Yufeng, please keep it down. Your family too. Try not to be so loud." He quickly departed, unaware of another call for assistance that Su Yufeng's family dismissed the incident, believing it had been resolved. After all, one young man couldn't pose much of a threat. Officer Lee didn't dwell on it, as he was too busy to remember the details. The property management also paid little heed. While community leader Tian Shuangfen vaguely recalled the situation, knowing the Su family's reputation, she planned to gather both parties for a discussion, but was too occupied to find a suitable time. As for Zhou Yi, he stepped outside and immediately contacted attorney Fong, not providing specifics, merely stating he had another case. Fong was understandably irked. As a renowned attorney in Jingzhou City, he couldn't possibly cater solely to Zhou Yi. Yet upon hearing, "I'll pay on time, and this case seems intriguing," Fong instantly replied, "Same place, I'll be there." He was not motivated by money alone. He genuinely enjoyed interesting cases. Around 10 o'clock. They met again at the CAF, where Zhou Yi and attorney Fong sat across from each other. Following the usual ritual, Fong took a sip of his drink and began timing on his phone before asking, "All right, tell me, what's this new case about? Regarding that labor arbitration issue. Remember, we need to go tomorrow morning. I've sent you the address. And at that time, hold on." Zhou Yi interjected, "Attorney Fong, let us discuss the current case first. The wisdom of the working people is truly boundless. Fong Dazhuang's ability to craft words about water is no different than that of a fellow named Jiu Jian, whose prowess is simply extraordinary, a true madness for water. In truth, I am also bewildered by this uncanny coincidence. Fong Dazhuang, you must have read some cultivation novels, for I find myself akin to the protagonists within those tales. Encountering troubles wherever I go. Just upon moving in, I have already encountered such neighbors. Naturally, Zhou Yi has ceased to let his imagination run wild, for with the emergence of systems like this, the situation remains a mystery he dares not speculate upon." After outlining the general circumstances, he concluded, "Look, Fong Dazhuang, they have already stated that if one possesses the ability, they should sue him. Moreover, they insisted that one should not hesitate to do so, that I must comply with their request." Initially, Fong Dazhuang dismissed it, but as he listened, his eyes gleamed with excitement. This case, splendid, truly splendid. Fong Dazhuang relished the idea of someone being compelled to sue him. "So, Fong Dazhuang, how should we proceed with this case? I will fully cooperate. After all, I am merely idle at the moment." Zhou Yi took a sip of coffee. Yet Fong Dazhuang waved his hand, saying, "What do you mean by this case? Zhou Yi, you need to understand that this is not one case. It's two." "Huh?" Zhou Yi was taken aback. "Have you lost your wits? Your neighbor's noise disturbance constitutes one case, allowing you to sue for the cessation of harm. And you can even claim that the nightly disturbances have severely impacted your health and concentration. Seeking compensation. As for the shattered phone screen, that is an entirely separate case, requiring an independent lawsuit. Since your good neighbor is so keen on having you sue him, let him enjoy it to the fullest. You can inundate him with lawsuits." Fong Dazhuang spoke eloquently, displaying a level of expertise that initially made Zhou Yi grasp the discussion, but as various technical terms emerged, he became utterly confused. After a while, once Fong Dazhuang finally paused for breath, Zhou Yi hesitated before saying, "Old Fong, given our friendship, tell me honestly, do you wish to profit from this?" Fong Dazhuang remained silent, pondering why all parties involved seemed to have so many questions. Chapter 3-4, no wonder it's challenging, though they bantered. Zhou Yi certainly wouldn't contest the legal fees with Fong Dazhuang, considering that the previous individual had generously assisted him in court for free, and this time the system was footing the bill. "Fong Dazhuang, let us proceed as you suggested. I will send you the evidence I have gathered for the lawsuit promptly," Zhou Yi declared. Fong Dazhuang nodded. "No problem. I'll organize it as soon as I return. However, to determine the likelihood of winning, I must review your evidence thoroughly, as this is not a labor dispute. Evidence for such cases can be difficult to establish. Prepare yourself mentally." Furthermore, if you wish to seek compensation, you must obtain a medical report indicating neurosis or similar issues. Of course, if you have prior medical records from before moving in, that would be ideal, but I suspect you do not. Now it was Zhou Yi's turn to be perplexed. Fang Dazhuang. I have videos of the disturbances. Why is that not sufficient? And ISNT compensation contingent upon proving I suffered from neurosis. Fang Dazhuang nodded. Despite his expertise, he couldn't fabricate evidence. The law has specific standards for noise disturbances, outlining permissible decibel levels during the day and night. Only surpassing those thresholds constitutes a nuisance. Moreover, simply recording with a phone is inadequate. Professional equipment is necessary for accurate measurement. Additionally, one must prove that the noise originates from the upstairs neighbor and not elsewhere. Though Fang Dazhuang felt confident in this aspect, as the sound of a ball or glass is distinct from other noises. So, Zhou Yi, do you understand why such cases rarely see lawsuits? The difficulty in gathering evidence is no mere saying. Fang Dazhuang chuckled. Even if we win and compel the neighbor to cease the disturbance, enforcing that order is quite challenging. What happens if they stop making noise for a time, only to resume later? Should we keep suing indefinitely? Considering all these challenges, even as a meticulous individual, Fang Dazhuang held Zhou Yi in high esteem. Zhou Yi gaped, realizing that such matters are genuinely complex. When faced with such situations in life, there are typically only two options, either to resist or to relocate. However, Zhou Yi now had an advantage. It was merely a matter of acquiring professional measuring equipment, which he could purchase, and obtaining a medical certificate for his neurosis, as he had indeed been sleeping poorly lately. As for the enforcement difficulties, it became clear why the system suggested he rent out the surrounding properties to create a harmonious living environment for his neighbors. Initially, he had contemplated the idea of retaliation and lawsuits, worried that the neighbors might turn around and sue him. In retrospect, pursuing such actions would be akin to recharging $1 million. No one would act so recklessly. Fang Dazhuang, you need not concern yourself with the enforcement issues. Once I finish, I will purchase the measuring equipment. Given today's circumstances, I anticipate that the family above will undoubtedly make more noise tonight. Therefore, I am confident of collecting perfect evidence this evening. You need not worry about anything else. My demands are simply for the neighbors to compensate me somewhat, offer an apology, and cease their disturbances. Clearly, Zhou Yi was serious, and Fang Dazhuang nodded. That is no problem. Truth be told, this is my first time handling such a case, and it's rather intriguing. After a pause, Fang Dazhuang added, Zhou Yi, I knew from the moment I first laid eyes on you that you were my confidant, a true kindred spirit. Indeed, a kindred spirit. How could it be otherwise, after all? How many cases had transpired in such a short time? They parted ways, with Zhou Yi leaving the legal matters in Fang Dazhuang's capable hands, for he was a competent ally. Now he had several tasks to tackle: purchasing professional measuring equipment, obtaining a medical certificate for neurosis, and devising a plan to temporarily relocate Granny Lu's family. Acquiring the measuring equipment and medical certificate would be straightforward, but arranging the rental would require careful consideration. The UFU community consists of 2 households per floor. So in his unit on the 3rd floor, there are only 6 families, excluding himself and the family above, leaving 4 households. According to Granny Lu, most of the neighbors in the building are elderly. So to persuade them to move out, he must first secure suitable accommodations for them. Otherwise, why would they willingly vacate their homes? Nevertheless, this should be manageable. He could first discuss it with Granny Lu to gauge her thoughts, such as places she might like to visit or even a luxurious hotel for a stay. Plus, he could offer compensation, considering the system had provided ample funds, and it was likely to replenish afterward. Then he could have Granny Lu introduce him to the neighbors for some friendly discussions. In essence, the goal was to ensure these neighbors were happily relocated for a period of at least a month. Zhou Yi doubted any family could endure such disturbances for that long. If a month proved insufficient, they could extend it further. After all, financial capability allows for such indulgences. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was noon after a hasty meal of fried sauce noodles. He set to work. First, he purchased a new phone, as his previous one had a shattered screen, which he had given to Fang Dazhuang as evidence, then attended to other matters. Approximately 3 hours later, He had secured the measuring equipment and a medical certificate indicating neurosis. Indeed, he could confirm that he had been experiencing some neurosis lately. Perhaps the recent events had been overwhelming, leading him to feel a bit unwell. Carrying all his purchases home, he meticulously set up the most expensive measuring device he could find in Jingzhou, according to the instructions before heading upstairs, carrying a selection of fruits and milk as gifts. Preparing to have a chat with Granny L. Iu, as the old saying goes. One should not be stingy with gifts. Granny Lu was indeed warm and welcoming, exuding a friendly demeanor. However, Zhou Yi knew this was not an opportunity to act on a whim. After all, suddenly asking someone to move out of their comfortable home, even with money, requires a considerate approach, especially since Zhou Yi intended to continue residing there. Ascending the stairs with his gifts, he knocked on the door, which opened promptly. Granny Lu stood at the entrance, eyeing Zhou Yi, who was laden with items, and asked with a hint of confusion, "Xiao Zhou, what brings you here?" "Granny, after our quarrel last night, I realized it may have disturbed your rest. So I thought I'd drop by today to apologize and offer a token of my regret." Zhou Yi replied with a smile. Clearly, the art of gift-giving is a nuanced skill, while Zhou Yi had not directly experienced it. He had observed enough to understand that showing up uninvited with gifts could be ill-received. However, framing it as a gesture of goodwill makes the exchange much more palatable. Just as many people present gifts, they often emphasize that it is not for the recipient but rather for someone else, who would dare claim it as a gift for them. Granny Lu waved her hand, saying, "Oh, Xiao Zhou, there's no need for all this. You really don't have to. Just take it back. You young folks tend to be so lavish with your money." As she spoke, Zhou Yi had already stepped inside, placing the items in a corner, and cheerfully remarked, "It's nothing." "Granny Lu, coincidentally, I have something I'd like your assistance with." Chapter 3:5. Did I ask this young man, truly lacking sense? "You need my help?" Upon hearing this, Grandma Lu chuckled and said, "We are neighbors, dear. Just call me Grandma if you need anything. There's no need for such formality." "Ah, but that is not quite how it works," Zhou Yi replied with a smile. "This is a token of my apology to you." "Very well, Xiao Zhou. Please take a seat while I fetch you a cup of water." Before long, a cup of tea was placed on the table, and Grandma Lu cheerfully said, "Now speak up, Xiao Zhou. What assistance do you seek? I know all the eligible young ladies in this neighborhood. Do you have anyone in mind?" Cough, cough. Zhou Yi quickly cleared his throat, wondering if Grandma Lu possessed some extraordinary insight. How could she tell at a glance that he was single? It was quite alarming. "No, Grandma, that is not it at all. The truth is, I came to ask for your help in renting your apartment." Zhou Yi promptly expressed his intentions. With someone as warm-hearted as Grandma Lu, there was no need for pretense. He should state his desires plainly. Grandma Lu was genuinely surprised. Initially, she thought Zhou Yi was seeking her help in finding a partner, but instead, he wished to rent her apartment. "Xiao Zhou, haven't you already purchased an apartment downstairs? Why would you want to rent mine?" Grandma Lu inquired, perplexed. Zhou Yi replied, "Grandma, I'm not just looking to rent your apartment, that I intend to rent all the units on the 16th, 17th, and 18th floors. Except for yours." Grandma Lu's expression was one of confusion. "Xiao Zhou, you're just one person. Why would you need so many apartments? It's not like—" "Wait a moment, are you suggesting—" Though aged, Grandma Lu was quick-witted and soon realized that if Zhou Yi were to rent all 3 floors, it would mean that their neighbors would be entirely absent. After a brief moment of hesitation, she said, "Xiao Zhou, perhaps this isn't necessary. We are all neighbors, and besides, you have already reported the disturbances today." The officer mentioned that they should cease their disruptive behavior, so, upon hearing this, Zhou Yi smiled. Grandma Lu was the quintessential good-hearted neighbor, always eager to assist others, but also quite soft-hearted. "Grandma, since I've already called you that, let us speak candidly, that you've been neighbors with the Su family for quite some time. You know better than I do what kind of people they are. You were the one who told me that they are quite a troublesome lot. Do you truly believe that just because the officer spoke to them, they will stop? I don't think so. They are vindictive. They will seek revenge from dawn till dusk that I've embarrassed them by calling the police. And they certainly won't let me off easily. Therefore, to resolve this matter, we must take decisive action." Grandma Lu was at a loss for words. She knew Zhou Yi spoke the truth. The Su family had a reputation for being troublesome. Yet sometimes such individuals are inexplicably sensitive to their pride that if Zhou Yi had the audacity to diminish their standing, they might retaliate. Yet if she allowed Zhou Yi to rent her apartment, seeing Grandma Lu hesitate, Zhou Yi quickly pressed on. Grandma, you needn't worry about anything else. You and your husband can enjoy your leisure time wherever you please. And if you prefer not to go out, I will find a place for you to stay. We have well-known hotels in Jingzhou City or any other location you fancy. I will cover the costs. If that is not sufficient, I can offer you extra money that in short, I simply do not wish for them to have it easy. At this point, Grandma Lu found it difficult to refuse. She could see that Zhou Yi was genuinely earnest. Not only would he pay rent for their apartment, but he would also ensure they had a place to stay while moving out. Moreover, he was even willing to offer additional funds. Although money cannot wholly represent sincerity, when the amount is substantial, it certainly conveys a great deal of earnestness. Once again, Grandma Lu's kind-hearted nature made it challenging for her to refuse. Xiao Zhou, since you put it that way, I find it hard to decline. Very well, just as you said, we are indeed quite free. However, I will need to speak to the neighbors above and below us. You must be prepared for the possibility that they may not take kindly to relocating all at once. It could be quite a task. No problem, Grandma Lu. Just guide me in speaking with them, as I am still new here and not well acquainted with anyone. With everything settled, later that evening, Grandma Lu took Zhou Yi door to door, persuading the neighbors one by one, even though it was Grandma Lu leading the effort. The implications were quite different. If Zhou Yi approached them alone, he might be perceived as a fraud, potentially using their apartments for illicit activities. However, with Grandma Lu by his side, her long-standing reputation for warmth and kindness served as a guarantee. Thus, the discussions with the neighbors downstairs proceeded smoothly, and the elderly couple readily agreed. The first family on the 18th floor, a young couple, was also accommodating. Upon hearing that Zhou Yi could finance their travels, they agreed almost immediately, fearing he might change his mind. However, when they reached the second family on the 18th floor, complications arose. Grandma Lu, is this young man perhaps a bit misguided? Just because the Su family has caused him sleepless nights, he intends to take over their apartments? The man of the household pulled Grandma Lu aside to ask. Grandma Lu nodded. Not exactly. This young man is quite kind-hearted, albeit a bit overly serious. The man was at a loss for words. Overly serious? That's an understatement. Young man, as you can see, we have a large household and are reluctant to move. What do you suggest? The man continued, addressing Zhou Yi. Indeed, their family was numerous. 2 elderly individuals, the couple, and 2 children, creating a truly multi-generational household. Moving would be quite a hassle, and finding a suitable new place was uncertain. However, the man felt that his comments might undermine the elderly lady's standing. So he hastily added, it is not that I want to take advantage that my children need to attend school, so we cannot be too far from here. There is a 5-star hotel nearby with some suites that could accommodate my family. At this point, the woman beside him, his wife, shot him a disapproving glance, clearly disapproving of his intentions. However, before the man could finish his sentence, Zhou Yi interjected. Are you referring to the Huaiyue Grand Hotel as presidential suite? No problem at all. Whatever you request, I will accommodate. Your family can move in there immediately. For the duration of my lease, your family can stay there, and I will cover the rent. Indeed, Zhou Yi was unafraid of requests. He merely feared a lack of them. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. Was it really necessary to go to such lengths over a little disturbance? This would cost a fortune. With that money, wouldn't it be easier to rent another place or simply stay at a hotel? He was truly baffled. The man was at a loss for words, while his wife kept giving him subtle signals to agree. After all, they had never stayed in such a luxurious hotel. Zhou Yi glanced at Grandma Lu and smiled discreetly. See, Grandma Lu, some matters are not as complicated as they seem. This is all coming together quite well. Now, they merely awaited the evening, wondering if the Su family would stir up any more trouble. Chapter 36. Director Wang. I'm not angry for the Su family. This evening was remarkably harmonious, no different from any other. The only addition was a grandson. Their daughter and son-in-law had errands to attend to, so they temporarily left their child in the care of the grandparents, clearly enhancing the sense of family unity. It was already late, past midnight. Aside from night owls, Many had long since retired for the night. Yet, the Sue household remained oblivious to such norms. With one grandson and one granddaughter, there was constant play, quarrels, laughter, and cries echoing throughout the home. Indeed, Joey found it rather peculiar how indulgent the Sue family was towards their grandchildren. Seemingly oblivious to the hour. Children require ample sleep, after all. Moreover, Su Yufeng was like a woman possessed, creating incessant noise as she cleaned, clattering furniture against the floor. Finally, it seemed that her daughter-in-law, Lu Jia, could no longer bear it and softly suggested, "Mom, should we let Xian Xian and the others sleep? After all, the police officer did mention earlier today. And that person downstairs." At this, Su Yufeng glared. "What is the problem? How have we disturbed the peace? Just because the children are a bit loud." I haven't T even complained. Yet he had the audacity to call the police. He making me lose face. I'd be lucky to have a noise machine. Lu Jia felt a bit embarrassed. She was well aware of her mother-in-law's domineering nature and decided to remain silent. As for the possibility of being sued, was that even a concern these days? In summary, just as Zhou had anticipated, the Su family, aside from Lu Jia's slight worry, brushed the matter aside. They had all grown accustomed to Su Yufeng's strong personality and seemed uninterested in considering the potential severity of the situation. Time passed. Was it 12:30, or perhaps later? As silence finally enveloped the floor above. Zhou couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Although aware that this family would undoubtedly cause trouble after the events of the day, he never anticipated the extent of their antics. He could confidently assert that the noise generated by this family tonight was significantly louder than in the previous 2 days, that it was truly an exasperating cacophony, particularly the sounds of chairs and tables being moved. And the friction against the floor, akin to the piercing sound of chalk scraping against a blackboard during childhood, such a shrill noise that it was particularly distressing. Zhou could envision that if he were to attempt to sleep, as usual tonight, he would undoubtedly be driven to the brink of neurosis by the clamor. Fortunately, he had prepared coffee during the day, intending to wage a prolonged battle through the night, at the very least. The evidence he had gathered was already quite substantial. According to the regulations outlined in the second category standards, noise exceeding 50 decibels at night constitutes a disturbance. Professional measurements had confirmed that the noise produced by this family had long surpassed that threshold. Satisfied, Zhou nestled in a bed, determined that even with systemic advantages, it would not be so easily managed. When he awoke, it was already 5 in the morning. Let there be no misunderstanding. It was 5 in the morning, and the alarm clock above had begun its customary ringing. Zhou, sporting dark circles under his eyes, sat up with a mind full of curses. It took him 3 minutes to suppress the considerable anger boiling within him before he rose to prepare. Today, he not only needed to present his evidence to Attorney Fong, but also had to attend a labor arbitration hearing. Of course, in most cases, personal attendance at either labor arbitration or court proceedings is unnecessary. Having a lawyer suffices. However, Zhou wished to have a conversation with the company representatives to ascertain their stance. After preparing, he set off directly from the community, hailing a taxi to the Labor Arbitration Committee in Guangming District, where the hearing was to take place. Upon arrival, Attorney Fong was already waiting there. "You're here. Let us go in together," he greeted Zhou. "Don't worry. We're guaranteed to win this arbitration." "Wait a moment. What's this? You really purchased a measuring device to gather evidence. Impressive. Once the arbitration is concluded, I will proceed with the lawsuit." The two chatted amiably as they entered the arbitration committee. Arriving just on time, they were quickly ushered into a room. Upon entering, they saw Director Wang and a young man seated on one side. Zhou recognized the young man as a legal representative from the company. He was somewhat taken aback that Director Wang had personally come for such a minor labor dispute involving him. However, he refrained from voicing his surprise and simply followed Attorney Fong, taking a seat. As the arbitration committee members had yet to arrive, neither side could speak, and they sat in silence at that moment. Director Wang suddenly addressed Zhou. "Xiao Zhou, are you certain you don't want to return to work? Our company has reduced overtime significantly. Come back. The company has invested in your development." Huh. This left Zhou bewildered. He glanced at Attorney Fong, unsure why the director seemed so intent on persuading him to return that he was well aware of his own worth. the company would not collapse without him. So where lay the issue? Nevertheless, despite his confusion, Zhou Yi quickly replied with a smile, "No need. Director Wang, that I fear that if I continue working, I might end up in a life-or-death struggle with you one day." Director Wang's expression darkened at these words. Yet he remained silent. His desire for Zhou Yi to return stemmed from a simple reason. Zhou Yi had previously managed a client whose design plans had deeply satisfied them, and this time, the client insisted on Zhou Yi's direct involvement. This was not to suggest Zhou Yi possessed extraordinary capabilities, but rather that he uniquely resonated with the client. In today's world, designers are painfully aware that everything hinges on the client's requirements. Even if most clients are utterly nonsensical and fail to articulate specific demands, such as the bewildering request for an array of vibrant reds. Regardless, the essence of design ultimately resides in client approval. Even if the outcome resembles a pile of refuse, if the client finds it appealing and is willing to pay for it, who could ever contest that, right? Thus, at this critical juncture, unable to locate Zhou Yi, the client desired to speak with him face-to-face, believing only he could grasp their brilliant vision. In summary, Director Wang had been thoroughly reprimanded by his brother-in-law, the chairman, and instructed to do everything possible to bring Zhou Yi back. At the very least, until this project was completed, and then he could be dismissed. Consequently, Director Wang had attempted to contact Zhou Yi's parents and various others, but to no avail. "Xiao Zhou, we're all in Jingzhou. We see each other often. You will still be working in this field, right? Our company ISNT small in Jingzhou. Come back, we're like family, aren't we?" Director Wang felt he had spoken with great emotion. Yet the response he received was, "Director Wang, have you been drinking?" Director Wang, "I am not angry, not at all." Chapter 37. The First Encounter, Supplement. The arbitrators arrived, marking Zhou Yi's inaugural experience with labor arbitration proceedings. As per protocol, the arbitrator inquired whether both parties wished to mediate. This is a procedure that typically precedes all civil disputes and can be considered an exceedingly significant, even core, aspect of our judicial practice. It permeates the entirety of civil litigation, from mediation prior to filing a lawsuit, to post-filing mediation, to pre-trial mediation, and even after the trial begins, the presiding judge routinely asks whether both parties are willing to mediate. Furthermore, even if the initial trial concludes, should one party appeal, the second trial will also inquire about the willingness to mediate. On this occasion, before Zhou Yi could respond, Director Wang had already spoken up. "Comrade, we accept mediation. We simply need the opposing party to return to work. Moreover, as long as the opposing party is willing to return to work, our company can provide a bonus equivalent to the compensation amount." This left the arbitrator utterly bewildered. "Do not assume I am unfamiliar with the case files. Clearly, it was your company that first terminated this employee without providing a single penny. The individual felt aggrieved, prompting them to pursue arbitration, and now you wish for them to return? What is going on here?" Nonetheless, considering someone was willing to mediate, the arbitrator turned to Zhou Yi and asked, "Young man, what is your stance?" The arbitrator's reasoning was quite reasonable. Since this young man had been unjustly dismissed, it implied he had no immediate job prospects. Therefore, returning to work would undoubtedly be favorable. However, Zhou Yi simply shook his head and replied, "I'm sorry. I refuse to mediate." The arbitrator was left with an expression of confusion. "May I ask why?" "Young man, finding a job these days is no easy feat," this statement, however, was somewhat misleading. It was not that finding a job was inherently difficult, but rather securing one that truly satisfies oneself is quite the challenge. After all, one could always find work in factories tightening screws or on construction sites mixing cement. But comparatively, many prefer the comfort of an office, enjoying the air conditioning that makes one restless, while engaging in the laborious grind of a 996 work schedule. What? You claim to be from a 985 or 211 university. Yet here you are, laboring in construction? Oh, that is no issue then. It's quite simple, comrade. I simply cannot endure the company's overtime. I fear for my life if I continue. Zoyidipit. Providing a solid rationale. Ultimately, it is a matter of choosing between a 996 work schedule or an ICU stay, and this does not require further elaboration. The arbitrator nodded, glancing at Director Wang, who could not find the words. They were at the Labor Arbitration Committee, which ostensibly dealt with violations of labor laws. However, this matter could not simply be ignored, resulting in an awkward situation. Director Wang noted the look the arbitrator shot him. He truly did not wish to speak further. As a company leader, when had he ever bowed his head to a mere employee? If Zhou Yi chose not to return, then so be it. Without him, would he still be unable to eat? Coming from a rural area, Lin City, did he truly believe hiring a lawyer would make a difference? Since the plaintiff refuses to mediate, let us proceed to trial. Everything commenced in an orderly fashion, despite having undergone a mediation attempt. Zhou Yi still found certain aspects rather glaring. During the last mediation with Xiaomao Company, they had spoken blatant lies, and this time was no different. Many might assume that courtroom proceedings entail sharp exchanges of wit, with lively debates back and forth. But in reality, those who have watched trial videos or attended court sessions understand that no matter how eloquent one's arguments, everything must be substantiated with evidence. One could even assert that in smaller cases, after the pre-trial exchange of evidence, the situation is often clear. For instance, at this moment, the opposing party readily claimed that Zhou Yi had been absent without leave, failed to perform his duties, and openly insulted others within the company, violating countless company policies. Ultimately, the company had no choice but to terminate his employment. Indeed, a lengthy tirade, yet the evidence was scant. Most critically, there was no employment contract. Conversely, Attorney Fong had established an impressively comprehensive evidence chain, including Zhou Yi's payroll records, attendance records, and even meticulously documented overtime that Zhou Yi had previously dismissed. Indeed, let us speak of Zhou Yi and Director Wang, along with the personnel manager and the daily conversations with colleagues, as well as Zhou Yi's work records, all of which can attest to the numerous days of overtime he has endured in the past. This overtime was not voluntary, but rather mandated by the company. Without digressing, Zhou Yi was left utterly astounded. This is what one would call professionalism. Well, I have spoken my piece, esteemed arbitrator. Fong Dazhuang leisurely seated himself, while Zhou Yi hurriedly presented him with water. It must be said, a skilled lawyer's defense possesses a certain vigor that is undeniably pleasing to behold. Relishing Zhou Yi's attentiveness, Fong Dazhuang squinted his eyes in satisfaction, reveling in the moment. Undoubtedly, this victory was resounding. The arbitrator promptly announced the outcome: double wages and compensation for overtime. There was no doubt about it. According to Fong Dazhuang, it was fortunate that the period of time without a signed contract did not exceed 1 year. Otherwise, it could have resulted in a non-fixed-term labor contract. With the arbitration concluded, Director Wang stormed out with a dark expression, remaining silent. Zhou Yi, however, did not celebrate prematurely. It was only customary for the opposing party to file a lawsuit, likely claiming he had been absent from work without justification. This was not a cause for concern. The most significant issue in legal proceedings is never the law itself, but rather the time and costs involved. What Zhou Yi did not anticipate was that, once Director Wang departed, the legal aide across the room rushed over, grinning broadly. "Teacher Fong, oh, I did not expect to see you here. You nearly startled me just now," the young man exclaimed, his face alight with relief. "How do I know you?" Fong Dazhuang responded, taken aback. "Teacher Fong, you do not remember me. You once lectured at our school," the young man said eagerly, his gaze toward Fong Dazhuang filled with admiration. This was indeed a formidable figure, having previously practiced criminal defense before transitioning to civil matters due to personal temperament. "Oh," Fong Dazhuang drawled. "Well then, I hope you are unscathed. If all is well, we shall take our leave, for I have another case to attend to today." "Ah, all is well. Please feel free." While Zhou Yi was quite curious about Fong Dazhuang's past, he refrained from prying. Everything seemed to be progressing smoothly, allowing him to return to editing videos. Over the past few days, he had recorded quite a number of videos from the upstairs neighbor. Meanwhile, Fong Dazhuang took the evidence from Zhou Yi's hands and hurried to the courthouse. This was his first time handling such a minor case, yet Fong Dazhuang found it particularly intriguing, even believing that the Guangming District Court had rarely, if ever, encountered such a matter. As it turned out, Fong Dazhuang was quite right. 2 hours later, the young lady at the filing office of the Guangming District Court looked at Fong Dazhuang with an expression of utter bewilderment. "Teacher Fong, I must confess, this type of case, it is my first encounter." "Ah, all my materials are in order, yes? Everything is complete?" nothing is missing. Then let us proceed with the filing. Chapter 38. Do not rush. Everything will come, with matters outside in the capable hands of a top-tier professional like Fong Dazhuang. Joey need not worry. Instead, he focused on producing yet another video in his serious series. After securing the camera in place and pondering his script briefly, Joey began recording. Hello, dear friends. I is back with you. Many of you may be wondering why I've been silent lately. That is because I has moved. He then picked up the camera to briefly showcase his new home before setting it down and continuing. Of course, moving is not the crux of the matter. The real issue is, I have encountered a situation. I wonder if any of you have experienced disturbances from neighbors. I have unfortunately found myself in such a predicament. Ever since moving in, I have yet to enjoy a good night's sleep. After delivering this introductory segment, Joey began to splice in the various recordings of disturbances from the previous nights. Before proceeding to introduce the matter, this segment focused on Grandma Lou's complaints about the troublesome neighbors above, emphasizing that this was a universally acknowledged nuisance. I certainly did not believe such claims. Harmony among neighbors is paramount. Hence, I drafted a notice to the offenders, which was promptly torn down. I discovered this after being awakened once more in the night. While I could tolerate the tearing of the notice, the subsequent attitude of the neighbors truly elevated my blood pressure. Joey then began to play the video of his first confrontation with the neighbors that night, discreetly obscuring his face. Yet even so, the aggressive tone of the voice evoked a vivid image in one's mind. Frankly, although this was a personal experience, even he felt a surge of anger, astonished that such unreasonable individuals existed in the world. During this time, as you can see, I sought assistance from the property management, only to be informed that they could not intervene and advised me to contact the community. An attendant from the community eventually arrived, which finally brought a momentary reprieve. Yet this was not the end. The very next day, the disturbances resumed, leaving me with no choice but to call the property management and community again, ultimately leading me to involve the police, during which my phone screen was shattered. The police officer who arrived could only maintain order. He informed me that I could pursue legal action. Coincidentally, the neighbors had also been taunting me, suggesting that I should take them to court. Clearly, that day, I promptly hired a lawyer. These remarks accompanied footage from the previous morning, and the scene transitioned to him inviting Fong Dazhuang for coffee. After editing the content, Joey paused. This was by no means the conclusion. Only with Fong Dazhuang's lawsuit would the video achieve its pinnacle. Without that element, no matter how compelling the narrative, it would hold little weight. A lawyer's letter was hardly worth mentioning that in this initial video, Joey did not intend to delve into his rending circumstances, as it would only present contradictions. If neighborly noise was a nuisance, then one must first exhaust the legal avenues. Regardless of the lawsuit's efficacy or enforceability, those considerations could wait until later. However, he firmly believed that the troublesome neighbor above would not easily relent. Persevere, i.e., you are exceptional. The ensuing days were spent in video production, with Joey hardly stepping outside, engaging with online spectators while reminiscing about a certain carefree friend who had vanished. Days passed swiftly. Another radiant Monday dawned, nearing noon, as Su Yufeng and her husband busied themselves in the kitchen in the living room. Their son and daughter-in-law, along with their daughter and son-in-law, engaged in cheerful conversation. Today was the day the daughter and son-in-law had come to take their grandson home, coincidentally staying for a meal. Just then, Zhao Sun, the son, suddenly remarked, "Hey, did I hear a knock at the door?" The house fell silent, and sure enough, there came a knock. It wouldn't be that person from downstairs again, would it? Lu Jia, the daughter-in-law, expressed with a hint of skepticism. "Are you referring to the individual who reported us for disturbing the peace? This is absurd. Let me speak with him," the son-in-law declared. Rising to his feet, that he was tall and muscular from his time at the gym, quite imposing in appearance. Approaching the door, he opened it, followed closely by the others as soon as the door swung open. The son-in-law began, "What do you want now?" "Ah, comrade, you are..." Standing at the threshold was a young man clad in a police uniform. There was no need for further explanation. It was evident that he was not the troublesome neighbor below. "Hello. I am a judicial officer from the Guangming District Court. May I inquire if this is the residence of Mr. Zhao Sun?" "Is Mr. Zhao present?" the officer inquired. "Ah, brother, you are looking for him." Zhao Sun stepped forward, a look of confusion on his face. "Hello, comrade. I am Zhao Xu, did I ask there's something you need from me?" The young officer produced a document, stating, "Mr. Zhao, you previously shattered the phone screen of Mr. Zhou He due to your refusal to provide compensation. He has filed a lawsuit against you in the Guangming District Court. This is a copy of the lawsuit. Please sign the receipt here." What? Zhao Sun was left utterly dumbfounded, in a fit of anger. He had smashed the phone of the young man below, but that was a trivial matter he had long forgotten. After all, it was merely a phone screen, easily replaceable at minimal cost, and that phone was an outdated relic. Yet now, because of this incident, he was being sued. Despite his disbelief, the police officer was genuine, and the lawsuit was real. Indeed, he had been taken to court. This was simply absurd. What is going on? What is all this commotion? It was Su Yufeng, who had been cooking, concerned by the noise of her children at the door, rushing out to investigate. "Mom, that day I smashed that fellow's phone screen. And now he has sued me. Look at this. A normal person, encountering a lawsuit for the first time, would naturally feel anxious." "What?" Su Yufeng was equally bewildered. "How could this happen? It was just a phone screen. We could easily have it repaired." The police officer shook his head. "Ma'am, the other party claims that you refused to provide compensation, which has led them to pursue legal action. As for the rest, you may opt for mediation. I am merely here to deliver the lawsuit copy. You all have a few days to prepare. By the way, are you Mrs. Su Yufeng, the mother of Mr. Zhao?" Su Yufeng nodded slightly. "Ah, it's me, but comrade, it's just a trivial matter." However, her words were abruptly interrupted by the judicial officer. "That's exactly right, Ms. Su. Please don't be anxious. This is yours as well. You have also been sued by Mr. Zhou, who claims that the noise from your home at night has deprived him of sleep, leading to his nervous breakdown." Su Yufeng was utterly stunned, staring blankly at the copy of the lawsuit in her hand. How could it be that she too was being accused? Chapter 39. This is what we call a preemptive strike. Suddenly finding herself a defendant in not just one, but two cases, her family was rendered speechless. Their appetites for food completely lost amidst the confusion. Both Su Yufeng and Zhao Sun, as well as their burly son-in-law, felt an overwhelming urge to speak, yet found themselves at a loss for words, as the situation was simply too absurd, especially for Su Yufeng, who had often boasted to countless individuals, "If you have the capability, go ahead and sue, and not suing means you're a coward." In terms of inciting conflict, she truly was a formidable force. Yet, ironically, those who had once raged at her had never actually followed through with a lawsuit. Thus, it never crossed her mind that anyone would actually involve the courts for such trivial matters. Is this person out of their mind? Are they truly that fond of litigation? Su Yufeng exclaimed, "Let's go downstairs and inquire." With that, she led her family straight down. Upon reaching the ground floor, Su Yufeng wasted no time and began banging on the door. Yes, she was even louder than Zhou Yi, as she resorted to kicking the door. Bang, bang, bang. The sound echoed through the entire corridor, accompanied by her furious shouts. "Come out. You claim you can sue, yet you lack the courage to face us? What have we done to offend you to warrant this? Show yourself." "Exactly. It's just a broken phone screen. Is it really necessary to take it to court?" her son Zhao Sun shouted from behind. However, no matter how hard they knocked, there was no response from within. "Mom, is that guy not home?" the son-in-law asked as Su Yufeng too was perplexed. "I have no idea. I don't know what he's up to." Just as the group was at a loss, a voice called out from inside the room. "Who is it? What do you want?" To their surprise, he was indeed present. The son-in-law stepped forward, bellowing, "Come out! How dare you sue your neighbors, yet lack the courage to face us?" With that, he kicked the door with considerable force. His strength was significantly greater, and the sound of the kick reverberated loudly. Thankfully, the door was sturdy enough, or else they would have worried it might warp. The commotion drew neighbors from both upstairs and downstairs to investigate. Meanwhile, the nearby residents exchanged worried glances at Zhou Yi's household. They had already agreed to wait for Zhou Yi to signal them before moving. As he deemed the timing not yet right, Granny Lu approached, saying, "You all need to calm down. Can't we discuss this civilly? Why must you kick down someone else's door?" Su Yufeng shot a glance at Granny Lu and retorted, We need to speak with him. If he won't come out, can we not knock? We are neighbors. Finally, perhaps feeling that hiding away was not the best option, or for some other reason, the door swung open. Su Yufeng stepped forward. Oh, so you dare to come out now? Do you have the guts to act, but not to own up? Zhou Yi emerged, holding a camera so extravagant that even a digital novice would recognize its value, and responded, What do you mean by dare to come out? I can leave my house whenever I please. He added, and why should I own up to anything? Admit that you kicked my door like this. By the way, I'm still filming. Pausing, Zhou Yi turned to Zhao Sun. Sir, do you plan on doing this again? I must warn you, if this thing gets damaged, it won't just be a matter of compensation. Zhao Sun's expression darkened, but he dared not reach out. The camera appeared genuinely expensive. As for why I'm coming out now, it's because I was waiting for someone. Waiting. The Su family was now utterly baffled by Zhou Yi, unsure who he was expecting. Just then, the elevator doors opened, and the local officer, Old Li, stepped out, looking exasperated. And before he even approached, he remarked, What is going on now? Su Yufeng, stop that. Are you planning to break down someone's door? Truly, it was uncanny. Why was there so much chaos in this Yuetfu community? Old Li had hoped to steal a moment to eat, only to find himself entangled in yet another disturbance. For a community officer like him, no situation was too trivial, yet the incessant conflicts with certain individuals were indeed exhausting. Meanwhile, bystanders like Granny Lu were left utterly confused, as they still could not grasp what had provoked the Su family. Moreover, Zhou Yi had actually called the police. Zhou Yi looked at the dumbfounded Su Yufeng and smiled. This was what we call a preemptive strike. Today, by sheer coincidence, he had intended to visit Granny Lu. As the saying goes, distant relatives are not as valuable as close neighbors, especially in an old community like Yuetfu. However, upon ascending the stairs, he noticed that the judicial officer had come to Su Yufeng's home, likely to deliver the lawsuit papers, as informed by Mr. Fong. Given the notorious nature of this family, Zhou Yi easily surmised that upon receiving the two lawsuits, they would inevitably come to confront him. There was no doubt about it. Thus, he had promptly reported the incident to the authorities and awaited their arrival. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the family descended to kick down the door. And just as he anticipated, Old Li arrived shortly thereafter. Coming before the crowd, Old Li reiterated, Quickly explain what has happened this time. Who called the police? This time, it was Zhou Yi who spoke up. Ah, uncle, that would be me. Old Li's heart sank at the sight of Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi, why did you call the police again? Uncle, this truly isn't my fault. You see, when you left the other day, you advised me to pursue legal avenues for situations like this, correct? Zhou Yi replied, speaking as if he were aggrieved. Old Li nodded. He had indeed said so, and he often advised such things during his patrols. I had to heed your advice. I immediately sought out a lawyer and filed 2 lawsuits, one for the damage to my phone screen, and the other for their noise disturbance. Then, when I went upstairs and saw the judicial officer visiting their home, it was clear they knew about my lawsuit and came to confront me by kicking down my door. Just look at the state of my door now. I feel I deserve compensation. Before he could finish his sentence, Old Li interjected. Oh, I see. Just hold on a moment. 2 lawsuits? And this kid immediately filed them. It was no wonder he was known for his lack of common sense in Jingzhou City. And as for the door, just looking at it made Old Li's head ache. Why did he have to deal with such a stubborn individual? Turning to Su Yufeng, he asked, Is what he said true? Chapter 40. We've hired a lawyer too. In response to Old Li's inquiry, Su Yufeng expressed her displeasure. Comrade, you can't just listen to him, right? It's merely a phone screen. It's just a little noise from the children. Does it really warrant going to court? Even after years of service, Old Li's patience had worn thin. Does it warrant going to court? Su Yufeng, I was present at the scene, and I remember your family's behavior vividly. Did you compensate him for the broken phone screen? No. And regarding your noise disturbances at night, didn't I inform you that you shouldn't do that? Did you heed my advice? In the end, I suggested that this young man pursue legal action. And didn't you say, let him have the guts to sue? Why are you now questioning whether it's necessary? So, it seems you believe you are always in the right. In his jurisdiction, he had encountered many unreasonable individuals, but someone this irrational was indeed rare. Old Li was a police officer who generally mingled well with the community, Yet when he bore a stern expression, he commanded respect. The Sioux family was left speechless. Meanwhile, bystanders like Granny Lou were astonished, as they finally understood that he had indeed filed a lawsuit. But, comrade, for such a trivial matter, if he seeks compensation, can't we just pay him off and avoid court? The daughter attempted to argue, hoping to evade legal proceedings. Unfortunately, Old Lee was not swayed. Since legal proceedings have commenced, everything must follow the law that I cannot intervene. Moreover, you kicked down his door like this. Regardless, you must compensate him. This time, Old Lee had learned his lesson. He decided to lay out the facts first, fully confident that he would pursue this matter further. As expected, Joey immediately chimed in. Exactly. This police officer is correct. You have damaged my door and must compensate. Words may have been exchanged, but ultimately it is a robust security door. If it were to malfunction merely from a few careless kicks, one ought to directly confront the seller. Thus, after a thorough inspection revealed no apparent issues, Old Lee suggested that Su Yufeng's family either remove the footprints from the door or compensate a bit of money for someone else to do so. After settling on a small sum, the family returned upstairs, where Su Yufeng sat in silence, fuming and lacking the motivation to prepare dinner. What was initially intended as a dispute ended not only in defeat before the neighbors, who found the spectacle entertaining, but also with a financial loss. Most critically, the issue remained unresolved, with the lawsuit still pending. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Sun spoke up. There are still 2 lawsuits, Mom, but shouldn't we consult a lawyer? Whoever wishes to inquire may do so. But not I, Su Yufeng retorted, and we would have to pay the lawyer. That fellow downstairs is simply being malicious. Upon hearing this, her son-in-law interjected. All right, Mom, let's find out a friend of mine is a lawyer. This shouldn't be too difficult. I'll ask him for you. Su Yufeng remained silent, yet tacitly accepted the notion of merely asking. It's just a matter between friends, so surely no fees would be incurred. The son-in-law retrieved his phone and dialed. Hello. Is this lawyer Zhou Xinran? It's me, Kong Phone, to be by the way. Are you busy? I have a small matter to discuss. On the other end of the line, Zhou Xinran, who had just exited the courthouse, displayed a flicker of impatience. However, upon hearing her title, she replied, I happen to have a bit of time now. Please proceed with your inquiry. She was still a novice in the legal field, having graduated just over a year ago, and was currently situated at the very bottom of the profession. In truth, anyone with a modicum of understanding of the legal industry would be aware of the arduous and often disheartening journey faced by newcomers. Exhaustion was inevitable, with an unending list of menial tasks and explanations to provide. One would encounter a myriad of perplexing clients, some of whom were utterly unreasonable, leaving one's legal acumen impotent. The hardships were even more pronounced, with meager salaries that were often belittled by others who claimed lawyers earn high incomes. Each time Zhou Xinran heard such remarks, she would politely nod in acknowledgement. Yet, she often wondered why she was still struggling if high income were the case. For instance, she had just rushed out of the courthouse and received this call. Kong Feng, who she had met during dealings with a certain company, was not particularly familiar to her. Furthermore, she harbored a deep disdain for such so-called inquiries. Nevertheless, being a newcomer, she sometimes found it difficult to refuse others. This was a common predicament for many young professionals, eager to maintain good relations with everyone and readily offering assistance, only to realize later that while everyone else seemed unoccupied, they alone were overwhelmed with work. Moreover, when issues arose, they were invariably the ones held accountable for their actions. Lawyer Zhou, my wife's brother and my mother-in-law have been sued by the neighbors downstairs over some matters. Here's the situation. Kong Feng proceeded to outline the general circumstances, then inquired, So, Lawyer Zhou, how do you suggest we handle this? They have already filed a lawsuit, and the court has delivered the summons. Despite Kong Feng's embellishments, Zhou Xinran discerned the underlying truth. This family had clearly disturbed the peace and caused damage to the neighbor's phone screen, undoubtedly in a most egregious manner. After all, it was improbable that anyone would resort to litigation over a trivial matter without provocation. Nonetheless, she responded, these 2 cases, they are minor issues, really, when they reach court. The likelihood is that they will be mediated. You can simply compensate for the repair of the phone screen, and if the other party is experiencing insomnia due to the disturbances, a small monetary settlement should suffice. However, Gathering evidence for the noise complaint may not be so straightforward. You will need to assess the situation. Oh, it's difficult to collect evidence for the noise complaint, is it? Zhou Xinran noticed that Kong Feng seemed to ask a few more questions. Then continued, the other party only possesses a recorded video, capturing some sounds from our home around midnight. Does that count as evidence? Was it merely recorded on a phone? In that case, it likely does not qualify as evidence. To determine whether the noise levels exceed acceptable limits, one must use professional equipment to measure it, which most households do not possess and is rather expensive to procure. Really? That's good to know. However, if we are to proceed with a lawsuit, do you have any recommendations, Lawyer Zhou? Recommendations. Zhou Xinran thought to herself that she could indeed represent them in court. After all, this was merely a small case with a straightforward process and uncomplicated evidence that wouldn't require lengthy hearings. Moreover, for such minor cases, it was highly unlikely that the opposing party had retained legal counsel, and even if they had, it was likely another novice, given the fixed nature of evidence in such cases. Lawyer fees, even at their lowest, would still have a threshold, making it potentially unwise to pursue. For a newcomer like her, this was the ideal scenario. I have no specific recommendations. If you wish to proceed with the lawsuit, then do so. All right, Mr. Kong, I have other matters to attend to, so I must hang up. This was a subtle strategy. Generally, if someone truly intended to litigate, they would consult the lawyer they were already working with. Beep, beep, beep. Kong Feng listened to the dead air on the line, muttering a few words before putting his phone away. He relayed Zhou Xinran's advice to Su Yufeng, saying, so, there's nothing to worry about. Mom, just have my brother pay a bit for the phone screen repair. It won't be much.as for the noise complaint. Lawyer Zhou mentioned it won't be easy to establish. Moreover, the video the other party has cannot be considered evidence. They need professional measuring devices, which are quite costly, that we can pursue the lawsuit if you wish. Su Yufeng still did not want to speak. While she could usually raise her voice, she felt utterly at a loss in the face of such matters, especially upon learning that it would involve expenses. Zhao Sun, standing nearby, suggested, then we should proceed with the lawsuit. We cannot allow ourselves to be bullied, can we? That Lawyer Zhou seemed quite competent. Perhaps we should hire her. No problem. I'll call her right away. Downstairs, Zhou, he had already finished editing the first video, which, like the earlier one, was cut to reflect his countersuit, followed by the filing of his lawsuit. The title read, Neighbor Disturbing the Peace. Claims to have the guts to sue, countersued. He promptly uploaded the video. As mealtime approached, Zhou descended to grab a bowl of pig trotter rice, and for some inexplicable reason, he coincidentally encountered the eldest son of the family above. Zhou, right? You're suing us? I suppose you're looking for a settlement. Then I'll tell you. We've hired a lawyer as well. Let's South take this to court. Observing the other party's confident demeanor, Zhou felt somewhat bewildered. What difference did it make to simply hire a lawyer? Why did it seem like they were already victorious? Nevertheless, after a moment's contemplation, he pulled out his phone and called Fong Daswang. Chapter 41. I am just an ordinary person. The call had ended. Yet Zhou stood in the community, utterly perplexed that he harbored concerns about Fong Dashuang's mental state, for upon hearing that Zhou had also engaged a lawyer, and that the latter seemed rather reputable, Fong had erupted. Zhou distinctly remembered Fong's reaction, an exaggerated fit of laughter, accompanied by nonsensical remarks such as, now I have another kindred spirit, and let us engage in a thrilling showdown. The level of melodrama was striking. To those aware of his profession, it was clear he was a lawyer. To those unaware, he might have seemed like some warrior ready for a duel. The similarity in sound between warrior and lawyer was notable, but their meanings diverged significantly. Never mind, I shan't dwell on it. Pig trotter rice, here I come. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fong Daswang hung up the phone and began earnestly preparing for the noise complaint lawsuit. Initially, he had anticipated a mediation, but to his utter astonishment, the opposing party had indeed retained a very reputable lawyer. This was nothing short of a mark of respect. A well-known lawyer's fees were typically exorbitant. Their involvement in such a trivial case only suggested that the other party was indeed a kindred spirit. Should he fail to prepare thoroughly, it would be a disservice to them. In that moment, Fong Daswang felt as though he had returned to over 20 years ago, back to when he first encountered the law. He envisioned himself as a young student seated in a classroom, listening intently to a professor discussing a certain university project, with a stone-carved constitution below and a globe above, symbolizing profound meaning. Someone had remarked, "Hey, that constitution, what is it supporting?" The university promptly removed the globe, only for someone else to later exclaim, "Wait, why doesn't the constitution support anything anymore?" Whenever he recalled this, Fong Daswang would chuckle to himself, realizing it was a joke unique to those in the legal realm. The law is synonymous with justice, and the reason it is often the subject of ridicule is that it requires individuals to uphold it. It is not the grand cases, the criminal matters, where one can have absolute faith in our judicial institutions. Rather, it is the small matters that deeply affect the lives of ordinary citizens, seemingly trivial, yet profoundly significant. Fong Daswang was committed to addressing these small issues, safeguarding this cherished land. Thankfully, with Zhou Yi as a confidant, he believed that the circle of understanding would only continue to expand. Within the law firm, Zhou Xinran accepted the case, marking it as her inaugural independent practice. She sought counsel from her superior, feeling confident that it would pose no problems. The advantage was hers, amidst this undercurrent of tension. Zhou Yi's video received approval. Following the exposure of the previous two videos, a number of viewers had begun to take notice of Zhou Yi's account, recognizing a formidable presence on the platform, someone who was unwaveringly meticulous. Consequently, his follower count surged, although it was worth noting that this was merely the result of two videos going viral. Much like many content creators, a single viral video does not necessarily translate to a substantial fanbase. Consistency in updates and quality is essential for sustained success. However, no one can predict the nature of the videos that AI will produce, especially considering that events like account recovery are rare occurrences. Consequently, it wasn't long after Zhou Yi's video passed the review that it caught someone's attention. This individual was Namo Gatlin Bodhisattva, a devoted fan of Sister Yuan, a seasoned keyboard warrior who frequents various platforms such as the Bihu Forum and others. Ultimately, users across these platforms significantly overlap. Bihu users mock those from the broken site, while broken site users ridicule Bihu users as just landed from America. Yet, upon deeper reflection, one realizes that the divisions between these platforms are not as profound as they may seem. The lines have long since blurred, with users intermingling seamlessly. When Bodhisattva first laid eyes on the title of this video, he felt a jolt of recognition, as he too grapples with this issue in his everyday life. His neighbor happens to be a young lad skilled in playing the swana, who starts his daily performances at the crack of dawn, leaving Bodhisattva feeling as if he were attending a funeral. He has attempted to address the matter directly, but to no avail. The boy's mother insists that this is not noise, but rather music. Indeed, music it may be, but after a year of practice, it still sounds more like a lamentation than a celebration. It is evident that Bodhisattva has succumbed to frustration, though he is indeed a keyboard warrior. He must also attend to his job, lacking the time, energy, and financial means to pursue this matter further. Thus, upon viewing the title, Bodhisattva felt his very essence stirred. Yes, that was the sensation. He eagerly clicked to watch the video, where the content creator detailed not only the disturbances caused by the neighbor's children, but also the sheer exasperation of the child's grandmother. However, Bodhisattva's emotional response ran deeper than most, particularly resonating with the phrase, "just you being precious," which captured his sentiments perfectly. His own building mirrored this situation. He found himself unable to accept the disturbance, yet when he approached the neighbors, he was met with accusations of being overly demanding. Having reported the issue to property management and even the police, he was similarly advised to pursue legal channels. This was an experience that struck a chord with him. Had it not been for the plot discrepancies, he might have believed it was his own story unfolding on screen, especially the suggestion to seek legal recourse that as the video progressed, the content creator unhesitatingly opted to file a lawsuit, leading to a confrontation with the Su family, who sought trouble after being served. The creator spoke passionately in front of an audience, articulating thoughts he had long held but never dared to express. Bodhisattva felt a surge of exhilaration, nearly euphoric. After finishing the video, he quickly typed a comment. "What a thrill! This is how it should be done." If faced with a lawsuit, they simply wilt. Yet, feeling somewhat unfulfilled, he added, I've encountered similar issues, but alas, I am but an ordinary person, lacking the courage of the content creator. Indeed, he was merely an ordinary individual, engaging in political discourse online. While he wouldn't claim to be a paragon of virtue, he certainly wasn't malevolent either. When faced with challenges, he would reason with others, but if the argument turned against him, he might lose his temper, yet he would acknowledge his faults. He was simply a tad too ordinary. Initially, he had intended to watch a commonplace video and casually jot down a comment to vent his feelings. But as he wrote, he paused and gazed out the window. Ordinary people, after all, ought to learn to say no. Why should the virtuous be held at gunpoint? Having expressed his sentiments, he felt a sense of discord. Upon closer inspection, he noticed he had only typed up and decided he must reprimand the video creator. After all, why not release the entire video at once? Sister Yuan, who had just finished watching, wore a stoic expression, feeling a surge of frustration herself. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi, having been berated by various internet personalities, received a phone call regarding the 2 lawsuits he had filed, which were set to commence mediation. Chapter 42. No, I disagree. Let South go to court. The Su family arrived early for what they deemed a significant occasion, going to court. Upon meeting the novice lawyer, Zhou Xinran, her husband Kong Feng greeted her warmly as they entered together, due to the unique circumstances of the cases. Although there were 2 lawsuits, the parties involved were nearly identical, so they were combined for mediation. Once in the mediation room, Zhao Sun eagerly inquired, "So, Lawyer Zhou, we can definitely win our nuisance case against them, right?" The rookie lawyer furrowed her brow, attempting to project an air of confidence. "Until we exchange evidence, no one can say for certain. However, if what you claim is true and the other side lacks professional measurement results, we should have a good chance." Despite her efforts to sound seasoned, her first statement revealed her inexperience. Lawyers never guarantee a win. If one does, it's likely you've encountered a fraud. Moreover, many people tend to only heed the latter part of a lawyer's lengthy explanations. Thus, Zhao Sun felt reassured, believing there was nothing to worry about. Before long, the mediation room door swung open, and Feng Dezhuang entered with Zhou Yi. The moment Zhou Xinran laid eyes on him, she was struck dumb. She recognized his face all too well. In the past, during her school days, she had heard tales of this man and seen his photographs. But how could it be him? A top-tier expert in the field should be engaged in high-profile cases. Not a trivial lawsuit like this. The cost of hiring such a luminary must be astronomical. Even her mentor would struggle to afford his services. Most notably, as Feng Shujing entered, his piercing gaze fixated on her. Akin to a hawk hunting its prey, she could hardly remain seated. This was her first independent case. "Lawyer Zhou, what's the matter?" Zhao Sun asked, puzzled. He sensed something was off. The girl seemed too young, while the opposing counsel radiated strength. Just then, someone outside called out, and Feng Dezhuang led Zhou Yi out. Zhou Xinran turned to Zhao Sun and his family. "Why didn't you inform me that the opposing lawyer was this Feng?" "What Feng? We don't know him," Kong Feng replied, bewildered. "What is going on?" Zhou Xinran rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Yes, we're all lawyers, but that doesn't mean we're on the same level. The disparity between us is immense. I am a lawyer, but I have only just begun my career. Do you even know who he is?" Feng Shujing, the top-tier lawyer in the industry, that he was once a criminal defense attorney, and there's a legend surrounding him. The lawyer they had hired for a modest fee seemed somewhat out of her depth. Zhao Sun asked, "What legend?" Zhou Xinran elaborated. "The legend states that when Feng represents a case, if he performs poorly, the opposing counsel ends up in jail. If he performs adequately, the opposing counsel and their entire team go to jail. And if he exceeds expectations, even the judge is at risk. Though this is merely a legend, do you grasp what it implies? I am genuinely curious about what you did to your downstairs neighbor that warranted such an expert's involvement in this case. Do you have any idea how much it costs to secure the services of such a luminary?" 10 Zhou Zinrans would pale in comparison. The Su family, including Su Yufeng, stood frozen in disbelief. They might not understand the legal profession, but they certainly grasped the weight of that legend. "Wait, Lawyer Zhou, don't panic. We thought they wouldn't have any evidence." Zhao Sun hastily reassured her. "That's uncertain now," Zhou Xinran replied, her face filled with despair. Was this what it meant to suffer defeat before even starting? Why had she accepted this case in the first place? In truth, Zhou Xinran was becoming somewhat irrational, as Fang Dezhuang differed from other seasoned professionals that A.S. Zhou Yi and Fang Dezhuang took their seats. Fang Dezhuang noticed the young woman's sudden change in demeanor. Although he had never seen or heard of her before, he assumed she might be a disciple of a renowned lawyer, compelling him to give his all. The door swung open once more, and the presiding judge, Li Shuxing, entered, yawning. Having worked tirelessly the previous day, he was utterly exhausted as he surveyed the room. He was surprised to see Fang lawyer once again. Wait, that young man. Li Shuxing suddenly perked up. He had reviewed the case file previously, but hadn't paid attention to the name. Now, remembering, he exclaimed, Zhou Yi, you again? Zhou Yi, equally bewildered, recognized the judge as the one who had mediated his previous dispute with the Xiaomao company. Yes. It's me good to see you, he responded awkwardly, prompting the Su family to exchange glances, astonished that the judge was acquainted with their downstairs neighbor. Judge Li shook his head and said, Well, let us begin. Although you are presenting two cases, they can essentially be regarded as one. First, let us discuss the case concerning the shattered phone screen. Zhou Yi, your request is for the other party to compensate for the repair costs of the phone screen and to issue an apology. Correct? And what about you? It was a remarkably straightforward case, almost excessively simple. Zhao Sun cast a glance at Zhou Xinran and then spoke. I am willing to compensate and to apologize. This sum of money was insignificant. The other party's phone was quite inexpensive, and the repairs were indeed affordable. All right, since both parties have reached an agreement, I shall prepare a mediation document. Now, let us move on to the next case, the noise disturbance case. The plaintiff requests that the defendant cease the infringement and compensate for damages. What do you have to say? At this point, Su Yufeng had something to contribute. Although she was not well versed in the law, after listening to Zhou Xinran, she felt a newfound understanding, and one understood this noise disturbance case better than she did. Thus, she quickly said, We do not agree. We have not disturbed anyone at all. As for the disturbance, the volume requires professional measuring instruments for testing, which are quite expensive, and they surely do not possess such equipment. Zhou Xinran, who was about to speak, fell silent. If only I had money, Judge Li, blinking, asked defendant's attorney. Do you have any further comments? Zhou Xinran replied with a blank expression. None. We disagree. Let us proceed to court. Chapter 43. Let us wait and see. Under normal circumstances, attorneys as litigation representatives are expected to collaborate sincerely with their clients, fostering mutual cooperation and trust. However, the specialized nature of the legal profession often leads to instances of client distrust towards their lawyers. They might feel that despite the substantial fees paid, they still cannot win the case, leading to doubts about whether the attorney has exerted their utmost effort. This sentiment can also be seen in the medical profession. Many patients and their families believe that doctors are omnipotent, assuming that once they enter the hospital, their ailments must be cured. If they are not cured, then it is the doctor's negligence. Zhou Xinran felt that this family did not truly trust her. The issue of trust is not influenced by one's background, educational qualifications, or profession. Previously, when she accompanied her mentor on a case involving laborers seeking unpaid wages, those uneducated laborers had placed complete trust in her and her mentor. They would eagerly rush to them with any concerns, even inviting them out for meals. Though it was just a modest eatery, the gesture was filled with sincerity. Now, reflecting on the opposing attorney, Fang, Zhou Xinran felt an overwhelming urge to bang her head against the wall. The case was uncomplicated, suitable for expedited procedures, and the waiting period was relatively brief. It would not be long before it was scheduled. Zhou Xinran felt compelled to return and discuss matters with her mentor. Otherwise, she sensed that the outcome would be quite unfavorable. Given their lack of faith in her, if they were to lose the case, she could hardly fathom the consequences, considering she was merely a novice. On another front, Zhou Yi had already conferred with attorney Fang about the court. Your former company has contested the arbitration and has initiated litigation. Of course, you are already aware of this, so I'm just informing you that you may choose whether or not to appear in court. Moreover, be prepared. This lawsuit may take some time. Zhou Yi nodded. Everything was proceeding as it should. Lawsuits would be fought as necessary. That to be a meticulous individual, even with the system as assistance. Is no simple feat that I end the following days. Zhou transformed into a homebody, staying in to edit videos while awaiting the court hearing. Simultaneously, his follower count on the small platform was steadily rising. The reason was simple. This meticulousness resonated deeply with people. Many trivial matters in life can be quite irritating. The most frustrating part is that others can act against you. But if you retaliate, you are deemed at fault. Returning to the original point, should the good be held at gunpoint? In this context, the case involving noise disturbance commenced. This time, Zhou accompanied attorney Fong to the courthouse. Having previously only experienced mediation, this was his first encounter with a court trial. Judge Li took his seat at the head of the court and announced the commencement of proceedings, then proceeded according to protocol to inquire whether the parties were willing to mediate. If not, they would begin with the complaint and the answer, followed by evidence presentation and examination. Zhou Xinran sat beside Su Yufeng, but at that moment, Su Yufeng's demeanor was somewhat off, and Zhou Xinran's expression was particularly poor. After the exchange of evidence, Zhou Xinran had perused the materials and felt increasingly disheartened. The opposing party's evidence was not merely good, it was impeccable. She even questioned whether the individual named Zhou had acted in such a manner solely due to the noise complaints. The difficulty of such cases lay in the challenge of securing concrete evidence. Moreover, the opposing side had meticulously prepared all the necessary documentation, demonstrating a significant level of animosity. Although it was unfortunate, she still had to clearly communicate with her client, as the opposing party's evidence was indeed compelling, putting her side at a considerable disadvantage. This further exposed her inexperience. A seasoned attorney, even when aware that a case was almost certain to be lost, would not openly declare it. Instead, they would argue vigorously in court, some even resorting to slamming tables to emphasize their efforts. I did my best, but we still lost. This truly is not my fault. At this point, Su Yufeng's family erupted in outrage. You told us we could win, and now you say our chances are slim? Are you deceiving us, tricking us into paying? This is intentional. Poor Zhou Xinran, a novice attorney, found herself nearly brought to tears by the thunderous wrath of Aunt Su, whose voice could shatter the very cosmos. She struggled to explain that she had initially stated, if certain conditions are met, we should win, not that victory was guaranteed. However, Aunt Su's family would not listen. They adamantly insisted, you said we could win. Outside, they nearly erupted in another argument, and Zhou Xinran truly felt as though she had committed a grave sin by unwittingly taking on such a case. This altercation had a direct impact on her performance. Do you have any objections to the video evidence provided by the plaintiff, recorded at midnight? Judge Li inquired. The authenticity is not in dispute, but there are concerns regarding its probative value. The video merely indicates that there was noise at my client's residence, but it does not prove that it constituted a disturbing level of noise. Zhou Xinran replied, having prepared well with assistance from her mentor, allowing her to handle the situation. As for the noise measurement results taken at midnight using professional instruments provided by the plaintiff, do you have any objections? Authenticity is not disputed. However, the probative value is, what is this? Just because he used some cheap instrument to measure, it's considered valid. 2 children playing upstairs also qualifies as noise. How does that even make sense? In the midst of what should have been a straightforward evidence examination phase, Zhou Xinran was momentarily taken aback by such an outburst. Judge Li interjected, defendant, please maintain order in the courtroom. Speak only after conferring with your appointed counsel. Su Yufeng had been advised beforehand not to speak out of turn in court, yet she could not contain herself. What do you mean the authenticity is not in dispute? How can it be real? Who knows if that instrument is even legitimate? And besides, not only Zhou Xinran, but even Zhou, he was taken aback, aware that Aunt Su was formidable, but never anticipating her to be so audacious. This was a courthouse, a place where decorum was expected. How could she dare to stand and shout? Defendant, I must remind you once more to adhere to courtroom decorum. Once in court, we must discuss evidence and law, rather than let the loudest voice prevail. This is your second warning. If there is another outburst, you will be removed from the courtroom. Judge Li forcefully struck the gavel. Once Su Yufeng fell silent, he turned to Zhou Xinran. All right, please continue. Su Yufeng's face turned pale with fear. She recalled her own outburst during mediation. But Judge Lee had seemed quite amiable, which had lessened her apprehension. Therefore, she had begun to shout, but upon noticing the presence of court officers, she was suddenly cowed, with Su Yufeng no longer causing a disturbance. The trial proceedings continued. Concerning the evidence from Zhou Yi's side, there was little to contest. Although the evidence was limited, each piece was solid. With the evidence presentation and examination concluded, the court debate commenced. By this time, even if Zhou Yi did not fully grasp the law, he could sense that Attorney Zhou was being thoroughly overwhelmed. The two sides were simply not on the same level. Attorney Fong was eloquently articulating various legal statutes and explanations, seamlessly aligning with the case's specifics, creating an impression that it was undeniably so. Meanwhile, Zhou Xinran, despite initially being able to speak, soon found herself unable to keep pace. His own relative's plight was so dire that even Zhou Yi felt compelled to look away. Finally, after what seemed like a monotonous monologue, Attorney Fong paused, glancing at the pale-faced opponent and shaking his head, realizing he had misjudged the situation. Who claimed the opposing side was skilled? They were clearly novices. It was a pity he had exerted himself so thoroughly, considering every aspect, only to encounter such a lackluster performance that as the final statements were made, Zhou Yi could even detect a tremor in Zhou Xinran's voice. But such was society. Who hasn't he struggled through life's challenges? Weakness invites no sympathy in the professional world, though in reality, the notion of I am weak, therefore I am right is not an uncommon phenomenon. With the final statements concluded, Judge Lee turned to Zhou Yi. Does the plaintiff have anything further to add? Zhou Yi pondered for a moment before speaking. Since moving in, I have not enjoyed a single night of restful sleep. Thus I hope the judge will support my appeal. Does the defendant have anything to add? Su Yufeng pointed to herself. Should I speak? Very well, I shall. This young man is simply too precious that I have lived there for many years. And which neighbor has ever complained? It is he who causes trouble, finding all sorts of reasons to bother me, claiming I am disturbing the peace and making all sorts of accusations. What disturbances? They are hardly worth mentioning, and yet he dares to sue. 20 minutes passed, and Zhou Xinran sat there, contemplating that this Su matron seemed more suited to the role of a lawyer than herself. Finally, Judge Lee interjected. I asked the defendant to manage her speaking time. This was hardly a statement. It was a repetitive monologue without end, and the most critical aspect was her evident self-satisfaction. Once Judge Lee spoke, Su Yufeng had no choice but to cease her rambling, and at that moment, several individuals collectively exhaled in relief. The trial concluded, and after a brief recess, Judge Lee delivered the verdict in court, ruling in favor of Zhou Yi, ordering the other party to cease their infringement and to provide compensation for emotional distress. However, due to the brevity and insignificance of the matter, the compensation was minimal, only 1,000 yuan. Zhou Yi was quite content with this outcome, as even his lawyer, Fong De, initially doubted the court would side with them. Given the insufficient evidence, after the verdict was announced, the opposing party could appeal within 15 days. But Zhou Yi had no such intention, that he was just preparing to inquire of Judge Lee when he heard the sound of an argument. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Su matron had begun to roar again, and the lawyer beside her was turning pale from the onslaught. Such a scene unfolded in the courthouse, prompting Judge Lee to rush over to intervene, managing to persuade both parties to disperse. What has happened? Why is my neighbor acting so irrationally? It's not as if they won the lawsuit. Anyone would have lost. Zhou Yi remarked with curiosity. Fong De approached to inquire and returned with the information. Your neighbor claims that the lawyer assured her of victory. Yet they lost. Now she intends to appeal, but that requires additional funds, so she feels deceived by the lawyer. Pausing, Fong Da's expression grew serious. This lawsuit is unlikely to be appealed by the opposing party. But I must warn you, Zhou Yi, executing the judgment will be challenging, so prepare yourself mentally. At that moment, Su Yufeng strode over in a huff, exclaiming, Zhou, don't think that just because you won the lawsuit, you can do as you please. Mark my words, we shall see. Zhou Yi blinked in surprise as Su matron departed, but he recalled that Grandma Lu and the others had been preparing to move for several days, and he felt it was better if he spoke up himself. Chapter 44. No gifts for the holidays this year. Time is like a wild donkey, running without pause. Zhou finally began to grasp the difficulty of execution that Feng had mentioned. Perhaps to some, the court's ruling should be executed as mandated, but why is there such a thing as execution difficulties? This question is complex and cannot be succinctly addressed, so I shall refrain from elaborating. The opposing party accepted the judgment without appeal and paid the compensation, and the first 2 days were indeed quiet. This led Zhou to believe he had achieved success. However, the system's task progress indicated only 50%, suggesting that matters would not be so straightforward. By the third evening, starting around 7 or 8 o'clock, things took a peculiar turn as Zhou once again heard those familiar noises, the sounds of glass marbles, balls, and various toys crashing to the floor, the scraping of furniture across the floor. Nothing seemed different from before, but he had hoped that once bedtime arrived, the noise would cease. Yet once more, he found himself waiting until midnight, with the clamor from above unabated, unable to sleep, truly unable. Just as he began to feel drowsy, the noises would resume, almost as if the occupants above were aware of his sleep patterns. Once again donning his equipment, he ascended the stairs and knocked on the door. Within moments, someone emerged. "What is the meaning of this? Haven't you seen the court's ruling? Why are you still making such a racket?" Zhou demanded. Su Yufeng, however, wore a dismissive expression. "What is the matter? The court ruled, and I complied that I've compensated you, and my child, Rue, has been trying to play quietly at night. Isn't that sufficient? Aren't you the one who should clarify what you want from my family? Must my household be utterly ruined before you are satisfied? What do you mean, ruling? Come on, call the police. I dare you. My family operates as we see fit. Is that playing? The noise is unbearable throughout the night." Their argument escalated, the volume rising too high, and soon neighbors in the hallway were awakened. Grandma Lu and her companions were at a loss for words. Hadn't they discussed taking legal action previously? Why had they now resorted to shouting? Finally, someone could no longer tolerate the disturbance. After all, it was nearly midnight, and many had to rise early for work. After much coaxing, they managed to persuade both parties to cease their quarrel. Zhou endured a sleepless night, and the following day, he promptly contacted the court's enforcement personnel. They acknowledged the difficulty of enforcement, explaining that they could not monitor the situation daily, and since the opposing party had ceased their disturbances for the past 2 days, there was little they could do. After receiving this response, Zhou hung up, then called the property management and community, only to be met with similar sentiments. The property management bluntly advised him to stop seeking trouble, insisting that life would be much better if he simply coexisted peacefully rather than creating daily disturbances. Zhou was taken aback. If he could live peacefully, would he have to go through all this trouble? It seemed they were the ones who couldn't sleep at night. Thus, Zhou left behind but a single phrase. "Very well, since there is no other way, I shall employ my own methods." With that, Zhou gathered his recording equipment and headed upstairs to notify Grandma Lu and the others about their impending move. "Grandma Lu, Aunt Fan, Uncle Qian, everyone is watching. This is truly not about me. Zhou, it is they who do not wish for me to live in peace. So, I kindly ask for your assistance." In response, Grandma Lu quickly assured him, "No trouble at all, little Zhou. You are graciously helping us find a place to stay, even covering the rent, that we couldn't possibly be dissatisfied." After ensuring that Grandma Lu and her companions were settled and ready to leave, the day had grown late. Zhou prepared to initiate his plan. 5 high-powered speakers were already in position. His apartment and his neighbors were fitted with speakers affixed to the ceilings, while Grandma Lu's unit had speakers on the side walls, and the 2 units above were equipped below the floors. Moreover, although he had rented all the surrounding apartments, to prevent interference, he fashioned a horn-like structure around the speakers to better channel the sound. Thereafter, Zhou called upon the long-absent system, and soon the so-called system-grade vibration device appeared before him. At first glance, it bore no significant difference from the vibration devices available online, yet the system description revealed that this device would minimize disturbances to other residents in the building. After all, everyone is aware that once a vibration device is activated, it affects the entire structure, and over time, the residents would inevitably become intolerant, that if the residents were the type to speak without understanding the consequences. Zhou would gladly let them experience the sleeplessness firsthand. However, he had no desire to be cruel to those with whom he had no previous grievances. The vibration device was quickly sorted, and his portable recording equipment documented the entire process. Joey then picked up his camera and began recording. "Hello, friends. I am AY. In my last video, I decided to sue my upstairs neighbor. Now, the judgment has been delivered, and the opposing party has compensated me, but the peace was short-lived. After 2 days of quiet, the noise has resumed. As you can see, this was the situation last night. The noise was even louder than before. I consulted enforcement personnel and contacted property management, yet they claimed there was nothing they could do. Therefore, I have resolved to take matters into my own hands. I have rented 4 units on 3 floors above and below, encompassing my own apartment, effectively surrounding my troublesome neighbors that I have installed speakers and vibration devices in every room. They claimed I was the source of trouble, so let them experience the sensation of sleeplessness. As for me, I plan to stay elsewhere for the time being. I refuse to be defeated." The recording captured Joey articulating his thoughts, reflecting his true sentiments that we shall see how this unfolds. Now, let them witness the consequences that he promptly purchased several surveillance cameras, linking them to his mobile phone, curious if his troublesome neighbor would be pleased with the gift he had prepared. Once everything was set, Joey returned home to gather his belongings before heading straight to the already booked Guangming hotel. This could be considered a bug in the system, as the funds could only be used for tasks. And Joey's stay at the hotel was indeed to fulfill a task. No issue there, so he naturally opted for the most expensive option. After completing the check-in procedures, it was already quite late, and Joey collapsed onto the bed. Between helping Grandma Lu and the others move and setting up the speakers, along with his prior sleep deprivation, he simply did not wish to move again. He pulled out his phone to check the time. Indeed, it was approaching 11 o'clock. Without further ado, he reluctantly got up to wash up before collapsing into bed. He had already programmed the vibration devices and speakers to operate on schedule. Joey had fallen asleep soundly, while at this moment, in the UFO community, the upstairs remained lively. The little grandson was akin to a perpetual motion machine, running about and causing a racket even louder than in previous days. However, as time passed, a hint of fatigue began to appear on the little one's face. "Mother, let us also retire for the night. It is getting rather late, and as you can see, Rue has been playing all day," spoke Lu Jia. The daughter-in-law, Su Yufeng, nodded in agreement. "Oh, it is past midnight. Then let us sleep. I, too, am feeling quite fatigued, and they mentioned a new dance to be performed tomorrow, so we must rise early." Just then, her son Zhao Sun interjected. "Mother, Jia, do you not find it unusually quiet around us tonight?" "Huh." Su Yufeng and Lu Jia furrowed their brows simultaneously. It was true, they had not noticed until it was mentioned. Typically, there would be some ambient noise in their surroundings, but tonight, it was extraordinarily silent. However, they were both weary, and sleep took precedence that Su Yufeng yawned and made her way to bed, preparing for a restful slumber. Yet, just as she closed her eyes and succumbed to drowsiness, a loud voice pierced the silence. "This year, no gifts for the holidays, only brain platinum will do." Chapter 45. How many times has it been this month? This is a phrase that many people find familiar. Yet here, its familiarity could certainly be deemed pejorative. Its memorability stems from an exceedingly repetitive advertisement, which has become a quintessential example in the annals of modern marketing. It is well known that any slogan or song with a brainwashing effect tends to have a peculiar power. Once heard, it becomes involuntarily lodged in one's memory. Even those catchy tunes. One might find themselves humming along inexplicably. For instance, "The vast expanse of the sky is my love. Beneath the endless green mountains, flowers bloom." Naturally, Su Yufeng was not immune to this phenomenon, especially when she was already on the verge of slumber. Suddenly confronted with such a jarring sound, repeating ad nauseum, accompanied by that iconic jingle, the sensation was reminiscent of the interminable commercials from her childhood that made one want to smash the television. Now, it felt as if that experience had been magnified several times over. Su Yufeng shot upright in bed, exclaiming, "What sort of insanity is this, staying up in the middle of the night?" After venting her frustration, she pounded the wall in exasperation, though it was a futile effort. After all, the source was merely a speaker programmed with time and sound. Being abruptly awakened at such a late hour was already irksome. And combined with Su Yufeng's irritable temperament, she could not contain herself. She stormed into the living room, and before she could utter a word, she was met with a cacophony that seemed to emanate from all directions. All repeating the same phrase. What nonsense about gifts? Is it too much to ask for a good night's sleep? As she spoke, her son, daughter-in-law, and little grandson had all emerged from their respective rooms. Given the late hour, when the world was typically hushed, such noise was impossible to ignore, and in the living room stood a group of them, little Rui rubbing his eyes, despite being quite the handful during the day. He was usually a sound sleeper at night, yet in this instance, sleep eluded him. Grandma, the noise is too loud. I can't sleep. Zhao Sun, trying to suppress his irritation, began to survey the area, eventually reporting, Mother, it seems the noise is coming from all around us, above and below. It's everywhere. Su Yufeng reassured her grandson before declaring, Let us go outside and inquire what is happening at this late hour. Zhao Sun hesitated. But is it appropriate to disturb our neighbors at such a late hour? What do you mean, inappropriate? Su Zufeng zito. Her eyes narrowing. We are neighbors. With such a racket at this hour, how can anyone possibly sleep? Who will take responsibility for Rui's growth if we're all deprived of rest? With no further argument, Zhao Sun stepped outside to investigate, suggesting, Shall we first ask Grandma Lu? Su Yufeng remained silent, indicating her consent. There were many neighbors nearby, but Grandma Lu was undoubtedly the most amiable. She was known for her kindness and willingness to help others with any issues. Since she was easy to approach, it was only logical to seek her out. At least Grandma Lu would not become irate over a late-night knock at her door. Zhao Sun approached and knocked gently 3 times, waiting patiently for a response. Grandma Lu must be in a deep slumber. He mused as he knocked again, this time with greater force. Yet still, there was no answer. Under normal circumstances, a lack of response would indicate either an absence or a deep sleep, suggesting it would be best to move on. Unfortunately, Grandma Lu was known for her amiability, and Zhao Sun would not dare knock so forcefully on the doors of others at this hour. Seeing that there was still no reply, little Rui yawned again, prompting Su Yufeng to lose her patience. She stepped forward and began to pound on the door, calling out, Grandma Lu, could you please come out? The noise in your house is quite excessive. A minute passed, then 5, yet still no response. Could it be that Grandma Lu has gone out? Zhao Sun questioned, somewhat uncertain, given the ruckus his mother had just made. It was hard to believe even someone with a slight hearing impairment could have missed it. Let us go downstairs and check. If the most amicable neighbor was not home, they would have to confront someone less agreeable. If a quarrel was to occur, it would be better to engage with a rival. However, this time, Zhao Sun knocked so hard his hand turned red, yet still, there was no reaction from within. What is going on? Is that young man not home either? With no other choice, he proceeded to knock on other doors, quickly canvassing the floor above and below, but met with silence at every turn at this point. Su Yufeng was truly enraged. Connecting the dots of the noise surrounding their home, she thought, So, they have all conspired to torment us. Without a doubt, these neighbors were home, and surely all within earshot. What a coincidence that the noise would emanate from all sides simultaneously. While every neighbor remained unresponsive, Su Yufeng could not fathom any other explanation, such as the possibility of these families having suddenly relocated. Firstly, she had not witnessed anyone moving away, and secondly, these families were well known to her, especially Grandma Lu, who had no place to go. Grandma Lu's son resided abroad, and she had no relatives nearby. The elderly couple had lived here for decades. How could they suddenly vanish? Come out! What are you all doing? Why are you creating such a disturbance? We can't endure this. Come out, do not hide. Alas, despite Su Yufeng's tirade in the hallway, there was no response from within. Call someone, hurry and make a call, she urged. Zhao Sun retrieved his phone. Who should I call? Call anyone among the neighbors whose number you have. Zhao Sun shook his head. Mother, I don't have anyone's number. Being the younger generation, he had only exchanged pleasantries with the neighbors when they crossed paths. Upon hearing this, Su Yufeng felt compelled to speak further, yet refrained, as she too had no contacts. Previously, a family had moved away due to issues stemming from their household, and while they had maintained a facade of civility, Relations had soured significantly. Then call the property management or the community. They run swiftly when it's time to collect fees. Surely they can't ignore this. The property management. Zhao Sun dialed the number. But it was evident no one was answering. Ordinarily, there would be staff on duty at night, yet they were likely asleep in some corner. Mother, no one is picking up. What about the community? No answer there either. Given the late hour, it was now nearly 2 o'clock, far later than their previous encounter with Zhou Yi. How convenient that they are so eager to collect money, yet when there's an issue, no one could be bothered. I will go there tomorrow. You should call the police now. Zhao Sun paused. Mother, do we really need to involve the police? It's quite late. Perhaps we should just. I told you to call the police. They've banded together to bully our family, and you still wish to hesitate? Call them. Whether or not the police would respond was not a concern for Su Yufeng. Once the dispatcher confirmed the noise disturbance, they assured her that officers would be dispatched promptly. After a considerable wait, down at the community entrance, Officer Li, accompanied by his apprentice, surveyed the building above, his demeanor remarkably composed. How many times has it been this month? Chapter 46. I recommend pursuing legal avenues to resolve this matter. Master, what are you talking about? Inquired his apprentice, Lu Wei, who had only recently joined the force and was still acclimating to the job. He felt that accompanying his mentor on calls was rather frequent. Nothing much, it's just that there have been disputes between these two families upstairs. I've been here 3 times in recent weeks. Let us head up and see what is going on this time. 3 times? Lu Wei glanced upward, noting that this experience was a tad different from what he had envisioned. However, Lu Wei did not dwell on it, following his mentor up the stairs, upon exiting the elevator. Officer Li confidently entered, fully prepared to confront a multitude of individuals. Yet upon entry, he quickly realized something was amiss. Only Su Yufeng's family was present. Who called the police? What is going on? Su Yufeng, what is the matter this time? Upon seeing Officer Li, Su Yufeng exclaimed, Comrade, thank goodness you've arrived. If you had delayed any longer, I might have had to jump from the building. What? Is there talk of jumping? The expression on Lu Wei's face shifted immediately. Yet upon glancing toward his mentor, he noticed Officer Li remained unfazed. Officer Li was indeed unfazed. He often exaggerated situations upon arrival, as was Su Yufeng's custom. He has served as a neighborhood patrol officer for many years, encountering all manner of individuals. Yet it is only someone like Zhou Yi who can truly unsettle him, that in contrast, he has met countless individuals akin to Su Yufeng. Those who, at the slightest provocation, threaten to take drastic measures such as jumping into rivers or off buildings, or who wail at the slightest injury that if one were genuinely inclined to take their own life, they would confide in their closest friends or remain entirely silent. Moreover, when the police respond to a call, it is never merely based on hearsay. What seems to be the problem? Comrade, take a look at my home. You must come see for yourself. It is utterly unlivable. I cannot fathom what has caused this. Have I somehow offended them? As Su Yufeng spoke, she ushered Old Li into her home, where he was immediately greeted by the all-too-familiar jingle. Gifts are only accepted in the form of Neo-Bajan. It seems the vibrations of the floor are palpable. There must be a sound amplifier at work. Where is that sound coming from? Old Li wondered, slightly perplexed, as the noise seemed to emanate from all directions. It's coming from everywhere, Zhao Sun remarked beside him. Indeed, Old Li listened intently, realizing that the sound enveloped him, resonating from the ceiling above, the floor beneath, and the walls around him. See, comrade, I have no idea how I have offended them to provoke such malice. I even knocked on the doors earlier, but no one answered. Old Li glanced back at Su Yufeng, opening his mouth but finding no words. His position forbade him from voicing certain thoughts, yet he longed to ask, do you not understand how you might have wronged them? Zhou, he was merely adjusting to the neighborhood. But the silence of the other neighbors did not imply they had forgotten. So, comrade, what do you propose? Are they intent on making my family unable to live in peace? Su Yufeng cried out in frustration. It hasn't reached that extent yet. Let me knock on a few more doors. They may not be doing this on purpose. Perhaps they are simply not at home, Old Li replied. After saying this, he stepped outside to knock on doors one by one, yet received no response. I can't get anyone to answer. It seems your neighbors are all out. Old Lee turned to Su Yufeng. Comrade, if the doors won't open, can't you unlock them? They're making it impossible for us to sleep. You must take action. You are the police, Su Yufeng insisted once more. Old Lee turned back, saying, let me clarify. Issues of noise disturbances are a matter for you to resolve that I can assist in mediation. But I have no authority to enforce the law in such cases, understand? Unlock the doors. Do you think we are at your service? Do you recall the incident a few days ago when that young man from downstairs called the police? What did I advise then? I suggested pursuing legal avenues. Now, as I stand here, I similarly advise you to seek a legal resolution or alternatively, to proactively reach out to your neighbors for mediation, and I can assist you with that. Old Lee's expression was grave. It was easy to dismiss troubles that did not directly affect oneself. The last time he visited, Su Yufeng had insisted that her home was not the source of any noise. Even as Zhou, he had presented evidence to the contrary, yet she steadfastly refused to acknowledge it, claiming the other party was being unreasonable. Thus, his advice remained simple. Pursue legal means to address the issue. Fortunately, he was the one who had come, and the contrast between past and present was striking. Su Yufeng fell silent upon hearing this. The legal route taken by that young man from downstairs had yielded little. Merely 1,000 yuan in compensation. Who could truly intervene on her behalf? However, that had been someone else's problem. Now it was her own, and she could hardly bring herself to file a lawsuit, spending money to no avail. But Su Yufeng attempted to protest, yet Old Lee interjected, there is no but. Wait until tomorrow. You can contact your neighbors to discuss how to mediate this matter. Just then, as if on cue, the noise ceased altogether. See, the noise has stopped. You should try to get some sleep. I must continue my patrol. With that, he left, taking with him the perplexed Xiao Lu, who stood in silence. As long as disturbances did not escalate into a situation threatening stability, all was well. Mom, should we go to sleep now? Zhao Sun inquired from beside her. With the noise gone, it was indeed time to rest. Otherwise, they would surely struggle to awaken in the morning, in the dead of night. Su Yufeng had no choice but to retreat to bed. She had already resolved to rise early the next day to confront her neighbors. She could not believe that they had all suddenly moved away. Why would they leave in such haste, with nowhere else to go? Surely, the rooms would not simply remain vacant. Everyone was well aware of each other's circumstances. Such a wasteful decision was simply unfathomable. Upon returning home, exhaustion overtook her, and she fell asleep almost instantly. However, just as she began to drift into a deep slumber, a cacophony of music erupted once more. My trendy skate shoes, fashionable, the most fashionable. I cannot help but sing on my way home. With a start, Su Yufeng opened her eyes, glancing at the clock. It was 4 a.m. Her body felt heavy, and her mind was foggy. Being jolted awake from deep sleep left her with an inexplicable urge to lash out. The timing was impeccably irksome, as it was precisely how Zhou had once tormented her. Desperately covering her ears, she attempted to return to sleep, but rest eluded her. Reluctantly, she rose. The rest of her family had also awakened. Yet no one was willing to get up. With that noise, sleep was impossible. That Su Yufeng dragged a stool to the entrance, determined to see her neighbor's face when they finally opened the door. Yes, it was Granny Lu. What a so-called good person. After a lifetime of good deeds, one minor misstep could render one a villain, subject to scorn from all. Conversely, a lifelong wrongdoer could earn accolades for a single act of kindness. She waited for what felt like an eternity, occasionally dozing off, preparing meals, yet by 10 a.m., her son and daughter-in-law had long departed for work, and still, not a single neighbor had emerged. This was utterly baffling. Granny Lu always went out to buy groceries. And the family upstairs certainly had to take their child to school. What on earth was happening? Rising to her feet, Su Yufeng marched directly to the property management office, refusing to believe that in this day and age, she had nowhere to voice her grievances. Chapter 47. SCHR Dinger's Manager. The property management of the UFO community had been established since its inception, affiliated with the developers, and had remained unchanged since the area was delivered. Naturally, many residents held strong opinions regarding the management. In truth, numerous residents were aware that the property management overlooked many issues, hence the jest that they were indifferent to both this and that. However, there was a kernel of truth in the banter. At least the management was punctual in collecting the service fees. No delays permitted. At that moment, within the office, two clerks sat idly. Sister Ma, where did you buy that outfit? One clerk inquired. The clerk known as Sister Ma chuckled. Oh, I picked it up while traveling in America. Why do you ask, Lingling? Do you find it appealing? I think it's rather ordinary. Lingling, smiling, turned her head and pouted, having seen a similar garment at the clothing market before. Now it was a prized purchase from abroad. It's okay, Sister Ma. That outfit suits you quite well. If the fit was good, then it must not be visually appealing. Just then, as the atmosphere in the office grew increasingly awkward, the door swung open, and a person rushed in, breathless. Where's your manager? I need to speak with your manager. Who was this? Just as Lingling prepared to say something, Sister Ma interjected. Oh, isn't that Aunt Sue? What brings you to the property office today? Do you need to speak with the manager about something? Though the property management had a poor reputation, they treated individuals with respect, especially formidable residents like Aunt Sue, who had previously driven away a neighbor. Of course, courtesy does not imply a promise to resolve issues. Sister Ma's inquiry carried a deeper meaning. Please tell me why you seek the manager, and then I'll inform you if they are available. SCHR Dinger's cat, alive or dead, can only be determined when the box is opened. Until then, both possibilities coexist equally. Similarly, the presence of a property manager often depends on the nature of the request. If it is a favorable matter, the manager is typically in the office or nearby, and a simple phone call will summon them. Conversely, if the issue is unfavorable, then the manager is unfortunately unavailable, and their whereabouts remain a mystery. Such matters are beyond the purview of mere clerks. Su Yufeng was unaware of these nuances and stated directly, Of course I have a matter. I wish to inquire why my family is being bullied to the point of unbearable distress. Will you do something about it? A look of bewilderment crossed Sister Ma's face. She was well aware of the situation surrounding Aunt Sue. She had witnessed firsthand how Aunt Sue had compelled the downstairs neighbors to leave. However, it was not that the family below had been chased away. They simply chose to avoid trouble, as a cultured and moral individual would refrain from arguing with a dog that bit them in the street. Thus, they opted for the path of least resistance, moving away to evade complications. Nonetheless, this was sufficient evidence of Aunt Sue's formidable nature. Now she unexpectedly claims that someone is bullying her family, and that they are rendering her household unable to survive. Is that even possible? Snicker. Lingling beside her couldn't restrain her laughter. Malili turned around with a hint of reproach in her gaze, signaling her to stop laughing. Aunt Sue was not someone to be trifled with. Yet, the mere recollection of previous events combined with Aunt Sue's words made her want to laugh uncontrollably. Here she was, furious and seeking assistance from the property management, only to utter a single line and provoke laughter from them. Aunt Sue was utterly incensed. Are you laughing at me? Lingling hurriedly suppressed her laughter and replied, No. It's just that she bought a dress abroad, and it suits her very well. Aunt Sue, please continue. What exactly happened that made someone bully you? Malili also forced herself to stifle her laughter as she spoke. Well, last night I don't know what happened, but suddenly from all directions, my house was filled with all sorts of strange noises, along with a sensation of vibrations. It kept my whole family awake all night. The sounds were simply too loud. This is a case of noise disturbance. Snicker. Lingling once again couldn't hold back her laughter. She swore it wasn't out of disdain, but rather an inability to contain herself. The property management and community were well aware that Aunt Sue's household was notorious for disturbing the peace. Previously, the young man living beneath her had even approached the property management about it, only to be dismissed and told to seek assistance elsewhere. And now, she claimed she couldn't sleep due to disturbances in her own home. You've been laughing at me. I've tolerated you for far too long, you know, Aunt Sue shouted, pointing at Lingling. Where is your manager? Bring them out immediately. Malili composed herself and replied, Aunt Sue, we are trained staff, no matter how amusing it may be. We will not laugh. Indeed, unless we absolutely cannot help it. As for you, please refrain from calling for the manager just yet. Even if he were here, the matter you've mentioned is beyond our jurisdiction. You must seek assistance from those who can address it. This was the standard response whenever disturbances were reported. The property management claimed they had no authority. Unfortunately, Aunt Sue was not just anyone. Not here. I find that rather strange. Every time I come to the property management, he is never here. Where does he go? Call him back. Furthermore, what do you mean by saying you can't handle it? When it comes to collecting property fees, you never say that. Why is it that whenever an issue arises, you claim you can't handle it? No, you must take responsibility. A hint of difficulty crossed Malili's face as she replied, No, Aunt Sue, we genuinely cannot manage this. Perhaps you could inquire with the community for more information. No, I won't go to the community. You call and have someone from the community come here. Let's see who can resolve this matter, shouted Su Yufeng. Following that, it seemed she had an epiphany and charged towards the interior. Hey, Aunt Sue, what are you doing? Unfortunately, the two of them could not possibly restrain Su Yufeng. Her fighting spirit was not merely verbal. She stormed through to the inside and burst open the door to the manager's office, where she found the property manager engrossed in his work. Is Han Xi a fool? What are you people doing? Wait, who let you in? The latter question arose as the property manager looked up and recognized Su Yufeng, a hint of confusion gracing his face. Is this the manager you claimed wasn't here? I am telling you, I must find someone in charge today. If my family's issue isn't resolved, no one is leaving, Su Yufeng declared loudly from within. Chapter 48. Surely, no one would be that foolish. As the saying goes, the law brings daily woes, while the strong sing nightly songs, causing harm for personal gain, while the just and fair go hungry. Repairing bridges and roads is blind, while killing and arson abound. I asked the Buddha in the West, and he said, I have no solution either. This statement may be overly absolute, yet it does reflect certain issues. For instance, at present, Su Yufeng sat within the property office, where Manager Shui and community worker Li Xiaoli had already arrived. However, Manager Shui's expression was somewhat grim. Anyone encountering someone like Aunt Sue would surely find it troublesome that he stated that the property management could not handle the situation, yet she was relentless, vocally accusing them of merely collecting fees and doing nothing else. She claimed her home was bullied to such an extent, yet the property management barely acknowledged her. Attempts to have security remove her were futile, as she began shouting that the security is going to hit me. Leaving the guards unable to approach, Tio put it bluntly, she was a slippery character. Calling the police would be pointless, as she hadn't committed any crime. Yet ignoring her was equally challenging due to the sheer volume of her complaints. At that moment, Manager Shui genuinely felt the weight of being a marginalized group. In truth, this sentiment wasn't unfounded. Nowadays, aside from the common people, everyone else claimed to be a marginalized group that if you didn't say so, it seemed as though you weren't mature enough. Thus, with no other choice, Manager Shui had to make a call. And shortly thereafter, a community worker arrived. Coincidentally, it was Li Xiaoli, a newcomer to the job. Aunt Sue, let us first confirm. You say that all around your home, there are those disturbing noises? Are all the neighbors experiencing this? Manager Shui inquired. Yes. And I even woke up early this morning to wait for them to leave. Yet by 10 o'clock, there was still no sign of them. I have no idea what the situation is. Su Yufeng replied, a hint of grievance on her face. You all say that we are neighbors. Is there not a way to communicate properly instead of allowing it to escalate to this point? How bizarre was this? All around her, the neighbors were making noise, yet none of them had stepped outside. This was indeed peculiar. Curiously, Manager Shui asked, Aunt Sue, have you tried calling those neighbors? I haven't done that. I don't have their contact information, Su Yufeng stated matter-of-factly. Manager Shui. So, all those claims about neighbors were mere fabrications? Fine, I will reach out to inquire. By the way, let me check with that old lady. Ah, yes. Everyone's thought process was the same when encountering such matters. They sought out those who could communicate well. Manager Shui managed to obtain Granny Lu's contact information and promptly made the call. After a few rings, it connected, and Manager Shui spoke. Hello, is this Granny Lu? Hi there, I am Manager Shui from the property management. Oh yes, I am calling to discuss something with you. Are you home right now? Ah, not home. Where are you? What, Sonia? Su Yufeng was taken aback. Granny Lu had gone to Sonia? She had actually left, and here she was, knocking on her door all night. Manager Shui was equally stunned. Wait, Granny Lu, you've gone to Sonia for a trip? When did you leave? By the way, is your house vacant while you're away? Oh, it's been rented out. May I ask who you rented it to? Oh, it's Zhou E from downstairs. All right, thank you. I will hang up now. After hanging up, Manager Shui had yet to speak when Su Yufeng exclaimed, I knew it was him causing trouble. He rented the house and is playing those songs inside, preventing us from sleeping properly. Moreover, Granny Lu actually rented her house to him. How could she waste so many years of neighborly relations? Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoli couldn't help but interject. Aunt Su, your reasoning seems a bit flawed. He owns his house, so why would he rent it out and deliberately play songs to keep you awake? As she spoke, noticing the gazes of those around her, Li Xiaoli raised her voice further. Isn't that right, everyone? Renting a house incurs costs and effort. Why would he go through all that trouble? Furthermore, Aunt Su, you said the noise was coming from all directions. Granny Lu just mentioned that it was her house being rented. How could there be noise from other directions? Does that mean your downstairs neighbor would rent all the surrounding houses? Is that even possible? Absolutely not. If Zhou Yi were present, he would certainly commend Xiaoli for her words. This counterattack was aptly named using poison to combat poison, right? What about all the other residents above? Why would they not disturb others but only target her family? Su Yufeng felt her blood pressure rising. The crux of the matter was that she had no rebuttal, as no one would believe Zhou Yi would act in such a manner. That would be sheer folly, that if he had the money, he could simply move out. Manager Shui hesitated for a moment, but made another call, this time to the neighbor living above Su Yufeng. Oh, you're staying at a 5-star hotel. So wealthy. Zhou Yi arranged that. Why? He wanted to rent your house, but you weren't willing, so he paid for you to stay at a hotel and then rented your house. Isn't that absurd? The voice of the upstairs uncle conveyed a sense of bewilderment. I don't know. He just wants to rent it. You see, he's offering both rent and hotel accommodation. Who wouldn't agree to that? It's so comfortable here. Li Xiaoli's expression changed. She had never considered this angle, but now she felt that Zhou Yi had lost his mind. Could it be that he truly rented every single house? He was willing to pay such a hefty price just to rent a house and naively wished to prevent Aunt Su from sleeping well. Meanwhile, Manager Shui had begun to inquire. So your house was also rented by Zhou Yi. Do you know who else he is rented from? Units 2, 16, 17, and 18. Except for Su Yufeng's house, he has rented them all. And he arranged accommodation for all of you. What a shocking revelation. Manager Shui could not help but curse. How is it that he never encountered such individuals? He too desired to visit Sonia and stay in a 5-star hotel. After hanging up the phone, Manager Shui turned to the bewildered Su Yufeng, hesitating momentarily before saying, So, Aunt Su, please enlighten us about the incident with the neighbor downstairs that prompted such retaliatory measures. You must clarify the situation, otherwise, you may go wherever you please. Su Yufeng's complexion had long since turned pale, as she had never anticipated that Zhou Yi would resort to such actions. Nevertheless, she replied, You all are aware of the previous events, from the moment he moved in. He accused my family of disturbing the peace, claiming my grandson was too loud. What noise could a mere child possibly make? To my astonishment, he even went so far as to sue me. You see, I've already compensated him, and yet he continues to behave like this. I cannot endure this any longer. If you do not assist me, I will file a complaint. I intend to escalate this matter. I will take legal action against you. I cannot live like this. Witnessing Su Yufeng begin to weep, appearing utterly wronged, Manager Shui looked up at the ceiling. Was it too late to resign? On the other side, Zhou Yi received a phone call. What? You want me to stop playing music and disturbing Su Yufeng's family while they sleep? Chapter 49. So only by causing a ruckus can you resolve matters? Wait. You claim to be Manager Shui from the property management. Then allow me to clarify. First, I have not played music that disturbs Su Yufeng's family. Second, why is the property management contacting me? I recall that when I had trouble sleeping, I called the property management, and you made it very clear that noise disturbances were not within your purview. Zhou Yi stated rather bluntly. Therefore, could you kindly explain why? In the past, Zhou Yi might have simply admitted to his actions with an attitude of indifference. However, after spending considerable time with Lawyer Fong, he had learned that one must be thick-skinned in such situations, that if you assert that I am the culprit, then produce evidence, right? Why is it so challenging and costly to defend one's rights in everyday matters? I exerted significant effort to gather evidence for my lawsuit, and now you casually accuse me? Be careful, or I shall sue you for defamation. On the other end, Manager Xue had the speakerphone on, and upon hearing this, Su Yufeng could hardly contain herself, but she was restrained from speaking by Li Xiaoli beside her. Nevertheless, Manager Xue coolly replied, Mr. Zhou, our property management indeed lacks the authority to intervene. However, since you are both homeowners in the community, for the sake of neighborly harmony, we kindly ask that you refrain from such actions. Otherwise, if this continues, Mr. Zhou, you would be engaging in illegal behavior. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi chuckled. So you are Manager Xue. Given your current statements, I must remind you that I have not disturbed Su Yufeng's family while they sleep. As for your assertion that I have rented surrounding properties, I concede that point. However, what law in our country prohibits an individual from renting multiple properties? The agreement between landlords and tenants is mutually beneficial, and it should not inconvenience others. But to state that I have disturbed Su Yufeng's family is inaccurate. In the office, Manager Xue furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Yet he continued, but Su Yufeng has claimed that her home is filled with noise at night. However, before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Yi interrupted him. Manager Xue, which law in our country stipulates that a case can be determined solely based on one party's testimony? I may not be well read, but I remember that court rulings require evidence. Zhou Yi's tone remained casual. Yet he frequently invoked legal principles, his tone laced with sarcasm, causing Manager Xue's expression to darken. Mr. Zhou, I am attempting to communicate with you in a problem-solving manner, but your attitude complicates matters. Zhou Yi remained silent. He had no obligation to engage with such statements. Whether it was difficult for him or not was of no concern to him. Initially, when I sought your assistance during sleepless nights, you said you could not help. Now you claim it is difficult? Then don't bother at all. Perhaps realizing his words were somewhat harsh, Manager Xue added, Mr. Zhou, I understand you are feeling emotional. I am not emotional. Not at all. Upon hearing this, Manager Xue's expression turned grave. Mr. Zhou, could we refrain from causing trouble for the community? Just tell me how we can resolve these issues. There were already enough troublemakers in the community, and he had thought Zhou Yi would be more agreeable, considering that he had only called the property management once regarding Su Yufeng's disturbances and had not pursued the matter further. Now, however, he found that this individual was also a source of complications. Zhou Yi had initially intended to maintain his sarcastic demeanor throughout, but upon hearing this, he could no longer contain himself. Manager Xue, am I the one causing trouble? We must speak with integrity. Of course, if integrity is lacking, I have recordings that I have made numerous calls to both the property management and the community regarding the disturbances caused by Su Yufeng's household. But what was the outcome? You stated that the property management could not intervene, directing me to seek help elsewhere. Fine, I am always law-abiding. I sought assistance from others, yet there was no resolution, and I even filed a lawsuit. Yet they still disregarded the situation and continued as if nothing had happened. Now she claims she cannot sleep. Well, that is unfortunate, but it is not my concern. When I was sleepless, you all said it was not your responsibility. Why did you not mention neighborly harmony then? Why did you not approach Su Yufeng about her family's disturbances at that time? I find it quite strange. I always thought the Western world was a prime example of double standards. Yet it seems you all are equally guilty. In the office, Su Yufeng could no longer restrain herself. You are talking nonsense. You were the one making noise late at night, claiming that it was not your fault. I still have that phrase stuck in my head. And what about my skate shoes? Are you going to deny that you were the one responsible for that? Zhou Yi chuckled at this. Ah, Manager Xue, it seems Aunt Su is quite vocal on your end. Nevertheless, could you please answer my question? Why is it that when I sought your assistance, it was disregarded, yet others receive attention? I am genuinely curious. Manager Xue found himself at a loss for words. He certainly could not admit it was because Zhou Yi had not created a scene. He could only respond, Mr. Zhou, our work is indeed challenging. There are so many staff members in property management, working tirelessly from dawn till dusk, that we must avoid escalating conflicts between neighbors, and I hope you can understand. Did you not just say that I was the one causing trouble? Now you want me to understand your position? Mr. Zhou, do not call me again. Once I hang up, I will block your number. I am already on my way back home. I have not seen my parents in over a year, and I hope you can understand my situation. Thank you. After saying this, he hung up the phone. What double standards! He truly did not expect the property management to directly contact him. Did these people possess no sense of shame? He spoke the truth. He had indeed boarded the train back to Lynching, intending to visit his parents and alleviate their worries that I end the office. Manager Shui listened to the persistent dial tone, stupefied. Did he just hang up on me? He quickly attempted to call back, but the line was busy. He really blocked me, Manager Shui said helplessly. Onsu, we truly cannot intervene. Perhaps you should consider pursuing legal avenues instead. Wait a moment, Aunt Sue. What are you doing? Come down quickly. On the train, he began to play back the recordings he had collected. These would serve as excellent materials. Managing grassroots issues is indeed difficult, but that is no justification for double standards that it is unacceptable to expect someone who is more accommodating to shoulder additional burdens. Nor is it fair to favor someone simply because they are a nuisance. As he observed the task progress reaching 75%, he estimated that once Aunt Sue's family received their education, and he released the video, it would reach 100%. Joey also realized that the system's tasks were not specifically targeted at any one individual, but rather aimed at a group. For instance, the initial retrieval task addressed the finders, which included not only Lu Su but also countless others online. Similarly, this issue with the noisy neighbors was not solely about Aunt Sue's family. He wondered what kind of reward he would receive this time. Having secured a property, what would the next step entail? Chapter 50. Without comparison, there can be no harm. Night had fallen, and at that moment, discussions were underway in Su Yufeng's home regarding their predicament. Mother, so it turns out that this fellow he paid to rent all the surrounding houses and even provided accommodations for the neighbors. And 5-star ones at that. Is he out of his mind? Zhao Sun could not help but exclaim. The crux of the matter was that he had spent such a considerable sum just to ensure that their family could not sleep peacefully at night. This left Zhao Sun questioning whether Zhou Yi's thought process was somewhat abnormal. What did the property management and community say? What are their plans? Zhao Sun inquired again. That Su Yufeng, visibly displeased, replied, rely on them? When it comes to collecting fees, they are all too eager. Yet when it comes to taking action, they have countless excuses and insist that it must be done gradually. Pausing for a moment, Su Yufeng continued, I even considered jumping off the building today, which finally compelled them to reach out to others. As long as we can get them back to open the door, once we step inside, we will undoubtedly have all the evidence we need. Upon hearing this, Zhao Sun nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's unfortunate that Grandma Lu has gone to Sanya. Otherwise, she would certainly return. Su Yufeng felt a sense of satisfaction. After causing a commotion at the property management office all day, her efforts had finally borne fruit. Those individuals were merely afraid of the uproar, a fact she was quite confident about. This group of middle-aged women often danced in the nearby basketball court, and those young rascals who initially protested their presence ultimately left in disgrace. That space now belonged to them, with the basketball hoops locked away. The property management said he has blacklisted them. If you call and claim to be from the management, he will hang up without a moment's hesitation. However, the others are fine. Aside from Grandma Lu's trip to Sanya, the rest are still in Jingzhou City. Their accommodations vary, of course. This was certainly the case. Some had received money from Zhou Yi to find their own housing, while others were placed in hotels by him, free to choose wherever they wished to stay. Moreover, these individuals would undoubtedly return to the community, so they would certainly answer the property management's calls. So, it all hinges on the progress of the property management, that it's getting late. Rue, you should hurry and sleep. After a long day of commotion, Su Yufeng felt weary and began to drift off to sleep. However, just as she was about to succumb to slumber, a familiar tune played in her ears. Let's learn to meow like cats together. Meow, 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 meow. Aunt Su exclaimed, I. Meanwhile, in Lincheng, He had already nestled into his small bedroom. Drifting into a deep slumber, sleeping was such a delightful experience, and life felt remarkably harmonious that he slept soundly until dawn broke. As the saying goes, in youth, one does not realize the value of sleep. In old age, one gazes at the sky with tears. The importance of sleep is undeniably evident. and waking up after a blissful rest feeling rejuvenated is truly a delightful sensation. Xiao Yi, hurry up and eat. Zhou Yi's mother called from outside. You just returned yesterday, and today your cousin is bringing his child over. Hurry up. Coming. Zhou Yi responded while getting dressed. By the way, Mom, which cousin is it? The number of siblings among his parents' generation was overwhelming, not to mention the countless non-blood relatives. Zhou's father had 4 sisters and 2 brothers, while his mother was no less, boasting 7 siblings as well. Adding to this were the non-blood relatives, creating a tangled web of kinship throughout his childhood. Zhou Yi struggled to recognize even his contemporaries, let alone the elders. This aunt, that uncle, this maternal uncle, that maternal aunt. Most crucially, every time relatives visited, his parents insisted he greet them. Poor Zhou Yi, with his innocent wide eyes, would stare blankly at the visitors, genuinely unaware of their identities. Perhaps he had tried to remember during previous visits, but in time, he would forget once again. Then his mother would chide. How could you not greet your uncle or your aunt when they come over? How impolite. Hurry and say hello. Following that, she would add, look at this child, just doesn't like to talk. The relatives would wave their hands dismissively, saying, it's nothing, look how tall Xiao Yi has grown. I held you when you were little. Time flies. After a round of adult musings, Zhou Yi would be instructed to play with his cousins that it was challenging to entertain kids he hardly knew, although he returned less frequently during college. He still had to endure this ritual. Now, however, he was surrounded by peers, many of whom had already married and had children, leading to a cacophony of children during the new year. Thus, Zhou Yi maintained a smile each time, even though he had no idea which child, named either Dog Egg or Stinky, belonged to which family. Consequently, Zhou Yi had learned to be prudent. Every time relatives arrived, he would first ask his mother who was coming, who the elders were, and what the children's names were. Your third cousin's 4th child is visiting. How could you not know anything? Look, their child is already of school age, and you, hearing his mother habitually steer the conversation to this topic. Zhou Yi wisely refrained from asking, who is the 3rd cousin, and who is their 4th child? As for the system, it was likely long gone. Who could say? After finishing a bowl of golden millet porridge and 2 steamed buns, Zhou Yi felt invigorated, ready to conquer mountains and seas. A glance caught his eye, and he grinned. Mom, you still have the piano here. I thought it was broken when I left a year ago. His mother, a music teacher at a local school, specialized in playing the piano. The instrument was nearly as old as Zhou Yi himself. Oh, don't touch that. Your father repaired it, and it works perfectly fine. When are you planning to bring a girl home? Zhou Yi replied, Mom, let's discuss the matter of the 3rd cousin's 4th child instead, in the property management office of the UFU community in Jingzhou City. Ma Lily dialed a number. Hello, is this Miss Yazian? Yes, I'm from the UFU property management. Our manager contacted you yesterday. No, I didn't mean to say you should return. The situation is as follows. Just then, in a rural homestay on the outskirts of Jingzhou City, Xiaozian, recently married for about 3 months, listened to the phone call, her expression somewhat odd. Wait, are you certain Grandma Lu has gone to Sanya? And our neighbors have checked into the presidential suite at the Huaihua Hotel. That is a 5-star hotel. As she spoke, Xiaozian glanced around, initially thinking the homestay was quite nice, but now realizing that the lack of comparison truly dulls the experience. Chapter 51. Don't assume others are fools. Of course it's true, Miss Xia. Would I deceive you? Their child attends school at the elementary school near that hotel, making it convenient for picking him up. Ma Lily said from the other end of the line. But why are you telling me this? Xiaozian frowned. I just wanted to inform you that this course of action is unwise. Look at their advantageous circumstances. As neighbors, they are clearly receiving preferential treatment. So, I hope you can persuade Mr. Zhou. As the saying goes, when will grievances come to an end? We are neighbors. Let us not make things so strained. All right, Miss Xia, I'm just sharing this with you. I must hang up now, as there are many matters to attend to at the property management. After saying this, Ma Lily hung up, knowing that she couldn't lay everything out plainly. If she did, the other party might not heed her words that it was essential to convey these interests to the other party, allowing them to contemplate and decide for themselves. That was the highest art of persuasion. Xia Zian set down her phone, her displeasure visibly apparent. This was unrelated to her choices. It was human nature. We rented out our property to them, but if our treatment is unequal, that simply won't do. Whether this situation was my decision or not had already been forgotten. Now, they must make it right. Just then, someone pushed the door open and casually asked, "Yin Yin, who were you just talking to? Is there something going on?" The person who entered was her husband, Wang Wuqing. They had only been married for less than 6 months. However, Wang Wuqing's words received no response, as Xia Zian maintained her cold demeanor. "What's wrong? Yin Yin, I haven't upset you, have I? Please tell me what's going on." Xia Zian replied coldly, "I'm fine. Just go about your business." Goodness. Even a dense man like me can see that you look like you have 3 heavy weights hanging from your face. If there's nothing wrong, I'll change my surname. Wang quickly approached to comfort her, but he had no idea how to do so, as he was entirely unaware of what had transpired. All he could do was awkwardly attempt to console her. As the saying goes, never try to reason with a woman, a principle that has seemingly become a universal truth. After some time of awkward attempts at comfort, Xia Zian finally spoke. "Do you know what our neighbors are living in? They are in the presidential suite at the Huaiyue Hotel, and Grandma Lu has gone to Sanya. Just look at us. We're stuck in this shabby homestay." "Ah?" Wang Wuqing was taken aback. Their circumstances are indeed impressive. "Impressive, my foot. It's all thanks to that Zhou Yi," Xia Zian exclaimed. "I just want to know what you were thinking when you chose this place. They offered a free choice, and you picked a homestay?" Wang Wuqing fell silent. It was indeed her suggestion that the homestay was wonderful, and he hadn't voiced any objections. Moreover, they had eagerly pressed the other party to inquire about the moving date. Now, however, she seemed dissatisfied with the homestay, leading Wang Wuqing to feel that it was truly inappropriate to go back on their word. "But dear, the young man renting from us offered a rent that is about 10% higher than the market price, and he even paid for us to take a trip, all to ensure that Su Yufeng's family downstairs wouldn't be so arrogant. You know we can hear their noise. Right? You even complained about their loudness before. The young man's actions were a way of assisting us. We can't turn a blind eye to that." Xia Zian narrowed her eyes. "You've got a conscience. But the others are living in the presidential suite. Can our conscience be turned into food? Moreover, should the formidable Aunt Su truly be compelled to take drastic measures, we too must bear the consequences." "You see," Wang Wuqing sighed, genuinely reluctant to engage in this debate with his wife. "For a couple is but one entity. So, what do you propose we do? Call Zhou Yi and inform him that we no longer wish to continue our stay at the agritourism site. We intend to travel abroad instead. Haven't you long desired to visit America? Since he is capable of such a gesture, it indicates he is quite affluent. And if he is indeed so wealthy, it would not hurt for him to contribute a little more. It's but a trifling sum for him. If he refuses to shell out, then we shan't proceed with the rental." Upon hearing this, Wang Wuqing hesitated, saying, "Isn't that rather inappropriate? Zhou is quite a stickler. Just look at how he has splurged on this matter. If we were to act in this manner, it could lead to complications." At this point, Xia Zian could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, "What are you afraid of, Wang Wuqing? You're a grown man, yet you seem so indecisive. We are the property owners. Can he really impose upon us? Could you not act a bit more like a man?" This was one of her grievances with her husband. Whenever faced with a situation, he would fret over others' opinions and reactions. Reluctantly, Wang Wuqing took out his phone, found Zhou Yi's number, and dialed. "Hello, is this Mr. Zhou Yi?" "Oh, this is Wang Wuqing from the 18th floor." In Lincheng, Zhou Yi walked into the adjacent bedroom, chuckling. "Oh, Mr. Wang, I trust you and your new bride are enjoying your honeymoon. What can I do for you?" Wang Wuqing felt a tinge of embarrassment, but, under the watchful gaze of his wife, managed to stammer out his request. "So, you two wish to travel abroad? By all means, go ahead, no need to inform me." Zhou Yi replied earnestly to this. Wang Wuqing, having finished speaking, dared not listen for a response, his face flushed with embarrassment. However, upon hearing Zhou Yi's words, he was taken aback. "Mr. Zhou, are you truly agreeing to this?" He exchanged a glance with Xia Zian, realizing that their neighbor was indeed quite wealthy. Yet, Zhou Yi appeared even more perplexed. "Wait, what am I agreeing to? What are you talking about?" Unable to hold back any longer, Xia Zian seized the phone, stating, "Mr. Zhou, you must be agreeing to help us with our overseas trip?" She softened her wording. The implication of help was merely a thin veil over the demand for financial support. "Miss Xia, when did I ever agree to assist you with an overseas trip? If you wish to travel abroad, that is entirely your own affair," Zhou Yi replied. "Mr. Zhou, that is hardly fair. Look at how Grandma Lu has gone to Sanya. Our neighbors reside in a 5-star hotel suite. Yet we are relegated to this agritourism site," Xia Zian insisted once more. "We had no intention of renting elsewhere. It was you who offered to find us a place and contribute financially. How can you suddenly retract that now? If this is the case, we shan't rent at all." Zhou Yi sighed. "Miss Xia, choosing the agritourism site was your decision, not mine. Now you wish to change your mind and threaten not to pay unless I contribute. I am quite curious, Miss Xia. Do you not understand the concept of a contractual agreement? Although they had merely agreed to rent for 1 month initially, it had only been 2 days since their stay began." "Mr. Zhou, I distinctly recall that we did not sign a contract," Xia Zian asserted. She remembered clearly that it was Grandma Lu who had come to discuss matters briefly, and thereafter they had merely conversed over the phone. No rental agreement had been signed. She was no fool. Had they actually signed a contract, she would not dare to simply walk away from the rental. Zhou Yi chuckled. "Miss Xia, do you believe I refrained from drafting a contract due to neighborly consideration? That has given you a false sense of confidence, hasn't it? However, I suspect you are unaware of the term-implied contractual relationship. As soon as I paid the rent to you, a contract was established between us." He had consulted with Lawyer Fong about this. Based on his advice, ample evidence had been gathered, including recordings of their conversations, phone calls, as well as WeChat chat logs and transfer records. All this evidence was more than sufficient, and Zhou Yi had previously made it clear that if he chose not to proceed with the rental, he would still pay the rent, but if the other party wished to cancel before the agreed term, they would be liable for triple the rent as compensation, and would also have to refund any travel expenses. As these fell within the scope of the contract, it appeared that this neighbor had not taken the matter seriously. Chapter 52. "You dare to yell at me. Miss Xia, while you are indeed the landlord, I have not changed the locks. I cannot prevent you from doing as you please. However, I must remind you that the current rights of use for that property belong to me. Even though you are the landlord, you cannot simply enter. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Understood?" With that, Zhou Yi hung up, disinterested in further dialogue with someone so oblivious to the agritourism site. Xia Zian hung up the phone and quickly exclaimed, "Hurry and look it up. Is there really something like an implied contractual relationship?" Wang Wuqing, upon hearing this, hurriedly opened Baidu to investigate. Don't laugh. Many people nowadays rely on Baidu for everything. They consult Baidu for legal issues, medical advice, essentially anything and everything. There are even times during debates when the opposing party might interject, claiming, "I found it on Baidu." They fail to realize that the information on Baidu is uploaded by users like you and me, and much of it could be erroneous, especially concerning medical matters. Thankfully, this legal term is rather easy to find, that as Xia Zian perused the explanations, she might not fully grasp the law, but it was clear that what the other party had asserted seemed to hold water. Now, she found herself in a bit of a quandary, as she did not comprehend these complexities. It felt as though the other party was not entirely wrong. Furthermore, she was aware that a landlord could not enter a rented property without cause. This much she knew. Yet, why could he, being so wealthy, not simply fund their trip abroad? At that moment, Wang Wuqing, who had remained silent, spoke up. "Yin Yin, I believe we should refrain from getting involved in this matter, that we have already rented the place. At the very least, let us enjoy our time here this month. This agritourism site is rather pleasant, and we would never have the opportunity to stay somewhere for so long otherwise." Hearing this, Xia Zian retorted, "Are you afraid again? Let me tell you, your indecisiveness is unbecoming. He claims authority, but do you not see he is merely trying to intimidate you? Do you truly think he would file a lawsuit against us over this?" Wang Wuqing fell silent for a moment before raising his voice. "How could that be impossible? Are you unaware that he has previously sued Su Yufeng? Twice, no less. That Zhou is a particularly meticulous person. Have you not realized this? He is wealthy enough that suing us would be as trivial as a game to him. What are you even thinking? Wang Wuching struggled to comprehend why his wife thought this way. The man owed them nothing, and surely, with his wealth, pursuing legal action would be a trivial matter. As her husband raised his voice against her, Xia Zian was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing crimson. "So, this is how you return to your true self just after our marriage. Wang Wuching, you are already yelling at me. Do you think you have me under your thumb now that we are wed?" Wang Wuching, "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?" Just then the phone rang, and Xia Zian picked it up, only to find it was the property management. "If he does not agree, do not call again. You are the landlord. If he refuses, can't you simply enter?" On the other end, Ma Lily inquired. "Easier said than done. I signed a contract. Will you cover the penalty for breach?" Xia Zian replied, her expression unfazed. "That I am the property management office." Ma Lily was momentarily stunned but replied, "There is a penalty for breach. That should be fine, right? Nothing serious will happen." "How could it be nothing serious? Do you know who Zhou Yi is? His cunning is sharper than a needle's point. If he could sue Yufeng, why would he not sue me? You at the property management seem to think I am easy to deal with." After hanging up, Ma Lily rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, "Easy to deal with. My foot." She glanced at Su Yufeng, who had once again been waiting at the property management office, and said, "Madam Su, you see, they cannot enter. After all, they signed a contract, and breaching it entails financial repercussions. This situation is indeed quite challenging. How about we?" Upon hearing this, Su Yufeng exploded. "What do you mean? Are you suggesting I should pay? Why should this concern me? How does this involve me? How could it not concern you? They are renting normally, and you wish to enter without permission, which invites trouble that if no one pays, this matter cannot be resolved." Ma Lily's patience wore thin. "What kind of attitude is that? I approach you to solve a problem. I'm on the verge of jumping off a building. Do you understand? Yesterday, when this lady threatened to jump, Ma Lily managed to tolerate it. But today, she could no longer hold back. The constant threats to jump and complaints of being bullied seemed an exaggeration of her grievances. They were the ones in the weaker position. Then go ahead. The property management is right here. You can jump if you wish. No one will stop you. If you do, I will call the police. Do you know what constitutes provocation? Go ahead and try." Ma Lily shouted back, "I told you, the property management and community cannot intervene. You must take legal action if you wish. You can do as you please. We at the property management are no longer involved." Su Zufeng, upon hearing this, lunged forward to scratch her, but was quickly restrained by a nearby security guard. Mary has been in the property management for many years now, and her temper has not improved. She is equally inclined to retaliate, resulting in utter chaos within the property office that I in Lincheng. Shortly after Zhou Yi hung up the phone, he received a call from Grandma Lu. "Xiao Zhou, it is as follows. The property management just called me, stating that Su Yufeng has been driven to the brink of suicide. They are at their wits' end and wish for me to convey to you that you should cease your actions." Just look at this. Grandma Lu's voice carried a hint of awkwardness. Yet Zhou Yi understood the gravity of the situation. The property management was exerting considerable pressure. It appeared that the previous incident involving Xia Zian was also instigated by the property management, demonstrating their capabilities in indirect intervention. Moreover, their approach to persuasion was quite targeted. In the case of Xia Zian, they claimed others lived splendidly, while she merely resided in a humble farmhouse. Conversely, with Grandma Lu, they asserted that the situation was severe enough to drive someone to the edge of despair. Zhou Yi was unaware of the specifics regarding Xia Zian, but he was certain that Grandma Lu was a good person. Thus, he smiled and said, "Grandma Lu, I hope you are still enjoying yourself. The property management must have suggested that if I do not comply, you would be compelled to return and grant them access. Am I correct? You tend to think too highly of others. You have witnessed everything from the beginning and understand the circumstances between Su Yufeng's family and me. For me, as long as they offer a sincere apology and promise to cease their disturbances, there would be no issue. However, since you moved out, that Aunt Sue has resorted to calling the police and involving the property management and community, engaging in all manner of unreasonable antics, simply attempting to coerce me into withdrawing. Yet, throughout this entire ordeal, she has never reached out to me. Tell me, has it truly escalated to the point of contemplating suicide? It is indeed ludicrous, if she were genuinely driven to such desperation." Would she not have contacted me herself? Matters between neighbors are significant yet trivial. The reason why people often become exceedingly irate over such petty issues is that those neighbors seem entirely oblivious to their own wrongdoing, merely raising their voices as if they were of utmost importance. What should be a minor issue, easily resolved with an apology, often requires them to feel genuine pain before they are willing to express regret. It is evident that Aunt Sue still perceives herself as faultless, so let her continue as she pleases. Grandma Lou seemed to grasp the situation and advised Joe to remain vigilant to avoid any complications before ending the call. Joe found himself perplexed. The property management was truly beyond comprehension. They were well aware that their actions were in response to trivial matters, yet they dared to intervene, seemingly unafraid of the consequences should he decide to retaliate against them as well. Could it be that because the knife is not cut into their own flesh, they do not feel the sting? While he pondered this, a knock echoed at the door. Xiao Yi, go answer the door. Zhou Yi hurried to open it, revealing a couple accompanied by a small child at the threshold. Yes, this Xiao Yi. It has been quite a while. This is Xian. Come on, Xian, greet your uncle, the little child. However, remained silent and scurried inside with a skip. Indeed, it had been a long time since they last met. He could hardly recall their names. Zhou Yi silently lamented. Come in, cousin and sister-in-law. Take a seat. I will fetch you some water. And no need to be formal, Xiao Yi. Xian is still quite shy. Water was soon poured, and the two parties sat down to engage in awkward small talk. Zhou Yi's father had stepped out, and his mother was busy preparing a meal, leaving him as the sole companion for the guests. Consequently, the cousin's first words were, Xiao Yi, I heard you resigned to pursue freelance work. Take my advice. It would be better to find a stable job. Don't shy away from hard work, just a few extra hours. What is the point of staying home all day? Zhou Yi let out a soft sigh, feeling his blood pressure rise.